need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. I need that money. I really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. Really that money. That money. Hello everybody. It's Dark Side Phil. I need that money to pay my bills, the electric bill, the internet bill. Stupid fucking trolls, man. I just want to chill. I rock back and forth on the X and Y axis. Tip me so I could catch up on back taxes, making large stacks, refunding chargebacks, and my laugh sounds like act. 50 bitch here, 50 bitch there, 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. 50 bitch here, 50 bitch there, 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. I need that money. I really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. I need that money. I really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. Really that money. That money. I want to have chill streams. No Detractor memes. Bathroom breaks. Playing WWE. Relaxing chill session of Street Fighter 3. Like I'm getting my vibe back from 2017. 50 bitch here. 50 bitch there. 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. 50 bitch here. 50 bitch there. 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. I need that money. I really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. I need that money. I really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. Really that money. That money. I'm the one who operated a successful YouTube channel. I'm the one who just filed for bankruptcy. I'm the one who didn't pay my taxes. I'm the one. Me. I'm the one who masturbated in front of children. I'm the one who got 4th place at Evo. I'm the one with a 10-year legacy. I'm the one. Me. 50 bitch here. 50 bitch there. 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. 50 bitch here. 50 bitch there. 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills. The electric bill, the internet bill, the condo fees, my mortgage, my taxes, my back taxes, my current taxes, my state taxes, my federal taxes, my tax attorney, my tax guy, my tax accountant, my bankruptcy lawyer, all of my credit cards, my new setup, and a new laptop, PS5.
There's a quote. I don't know if you all know this. It's okay to lose sometimes. That fucking quote pisses me off.
No, I'm not muted. Now I am. It looks like what happened was OBS decided to fuck up and change my settings. And I don't like that. So it changed my mic to default instead of to the Audio Technica. So I guess I was muted. Oh well. Anyway, let's try this again. I had planned on doing the DSPolitics thing on Thursday, but I had social obligations and they kind of ran a little late, as it happens. And it was way too late for me even to do a replay one. I was like, I need to get to bed because I have to get up early for my work. You know, it is what it is. So we're gonna take a look at this today, but I do want to kind of go back and let's see. Is Captain Alex
There's
muted?
a quote.
Okay, Captain Alex is not muted.
There's a
So
quote.
let's take a.
I don't know if you all know this. It's okay to lose sometimes. That fucking quote pisses me off.
See, I don't understand why that quote pisses him off. It's okay to lose sometimes. Like the fact is that, I mean, look at let's say, okay, sports. Let's look at the NFL. There are very few teams that had like, yeah, the 1972 Dolphins that went, 14-0, I think. I think it was 14-0 because I think that includes the Super Bowl, something like that. Like they had an undefeated season. Most of them don't. And here's the thing. Losing sometimes losing will show you where you are, where your weaknesses are so that you can shore them up and win again. Like there's a reason why people say that losing is the greatest teacher that you'll ever have. When you lose, you learn something, and you should. It's one of the reasons Phil has problems because he doesn't learn when he loses. He just whines and complains about stuff. Instead of if you look at this and say, "Oh, okay, they juked me," or "Oh, they pulled a move on me I wasn't expecting." Okay, you can learn from that and become better prepared.
So let me get this straight. You want me to sometimes lose for almost 20 years?
What? I mean, the fact is, if you're losing constantly, it could just be a skill issue. But the fact is that, not everyone's going to win. Not everyone's perfect. Even fucking Justin Wong isn't going to be perfect. He's not going to run the table. He's going to learn from his mistakes and improve. That's the whole point. It's one of the reasons why, for the longest time in life, people became, when people got jobs, they didn't always go to college and stuff to get these jobs. They were apprentices. They learned. They made mistakes while a master would would supervise them, and then they would start getting better. It's like a fucking blacksmith. You apprentice. You learn from someone who's already doing it, and you're going to make mistakes, but those mistakes are how you learn to be better.
Really? You want me to lose every single game, every single match? But then here's another
I mean, it's okay to lose sometimes, and this dent is like, you want me to lose every match? No. It's okay to lose sometimes. You know, that sometimes does a lot of the heavy lifting of that whole saying.
A quote that somebody told me. Oh, you learned from it. Yeah, I learned everything from it that I'll lose again and again and again and again and again and again and again. I should have just snapped my own neck.
Whoa! Captain Alex, what are you doing, buddy? Like, what the fuck? Like, the whole point of you are going to... The whole point of, oh, you learn what, you know, all that is... So the... Oh my god. Hey, Mallow, how's it going? I am... Hold on one second. I am going to... Just give me one moment. I want to... I just want to open up my Discord for something, and I don't want you keeping all my Discord folks private and stuff like that. I might just... There we go. All right. Let's checking something. Sorry. There we go. All right. So the thing about Captain Alex is like, oh, you're gonna lose all the time, and all. This really shows that he doesn't understand what the saying means. That what he should be doing is learning from his mistakes, learning how did they beat you, and start to find your own way to, you know, improve upon yourself. And this is the thing that I think a lot of people, and Captain Alex is definitely one of them, and I think part of this is one of the things that DSP kind of, you know, because of how he talks and how he plays games and things like that, and it resonates with these folks, is that you don't need to learn anything. You just do, you're better or something like that. You could just, and it's like, no, you have to learn. You think that the quarterbacks on football teams got that way just by raw talent? No, they practiced. They put time into it. The whole thing is, what we could see is, oh my God, he could throw a spiral pass 85 yards down the field. Motherfucker, do you know how long that takes in the background? It looks effortless. It looks like, oh, he could just, and it's a spiral like a goddamn missile to hit right down the receiver. But how long does he have to practice that? And we don't see it. That's the thing. It looks effortless, but it isn't. If you know that it takes a long time, but you make it look effortless, and everybody goes up and cheers, and it's like, yeah.
Why? Because, oh, you'll learn next time. Fuck no, I will never learn. Okay? You know what? Maybe I should do this. When I go to a tournament, I'm bringing a gun.
Whoa! Captain Alex, please do not do that. No. No. Motherfucker. Okay, this is... No, I am doing it, Aqua Saber. I mean, you had Ludwig, you had that. I think Theo is doing a stream on it. No, I'm going to do this because the fact is I can't restream him all the time. So this might have to be my corner, Aqua Saber. I'm sorry, but I might just have to do this. Any type of nature talent can only get you so far. You have to practice. Yes, Frosty Beats. I mean, whether you're doing... And it isn't always just... like sports or something like that. But yeah, like playing Street Fighter. If you're going to be, let's say, working in, you know, auto mechanics, like they don't just know this stuff. They learn. They're like, oh, I think it's this. And then you might have somebody up there saying, no, experience says it's this. And you find out, oh, it was the second thing. You learn from it. You practice it. You know, even in my job, the things that I do, I didn't know them immediately. I learned, I practiced, and then I took what I learned and do that. Yeah. Painting, oh my goodness. How many artists you've got as the detractors will tell you that you have to practice. That the more you do it, the more you keep up that skill. A skills is like a knife, and practice is the sharpening and the honing of said knife. And that's how you get it, so that you can just, so that your skills don't dull. You need to sharpen them, you need to hone them.
And I'm just gonna be like to the opponent, listen, I'm sick and tired of losing every single match. And if I lose this match, this is what's going to happen. I'll blow my own brains out. Let me know in the comments below if you think
Alex is hateful since, one, his dick don't work, and he can't do the things he wants. Being in VR chat that he claims to being in a VR. Yeah, no, that whole thing. I mean, not the pop thing, not the pop, but yeah, that whole thing is TOS. It's like, dude, come on. I mean, like, okay, you can't. I get it. Life has given him a bum hand. I get it. His dick don't work, and I think his dick don't work because of circumstances beyond his control. And I do feel sympathy for that. However, there are things he could do. Go get friends. Go have friends. Have friends, hang out with them. Do kind of stuff. Hell, I meet up with friends all the time. I meet up every few weeks and meet up with friends, do D&D and stuff like that. Why are you doing that? You could do that. You don't need, you could be in a wheelchair and do D&D, fine. You don't need anything. Yeah, you can't just threaten Minecrafting. Yeah, no. Threaten Minecrafting if you don't win. That is a baby ant. That is how babies talk. Like that, this is a baby.
I should win.
Like, I don't care whether if life makes he has to wear like a diaper or some shit. He's a baby. He should have a fucking pacifier. Like, they put Perry Caravello in a baby outfit. Why ain't this guy in a baby outfit? Perry, at least it sounds like he might have been in on the joke a little bit. This motherfucker's acting like a baby. Yeah, that is It is. He has taken some of the worst aspects of DSP. This is why I dislike it, because DSP is radiating this hateful, this whiny bullshit to people.
Every single fucking, match or tournament or whatever, because I deserve a chance.
If you want a chance, practice. You think that if I went to like a Street Fighter 6 tournament, not really ever playing, not practicing anything, you think I'd win? No, I'd get my ass kicked. And then if Peace saw it, he would probably call me a slur and tell me to go rope myself. And then what happened is I would say, well, then I hope that the boba place near him gets closed down forever. Because I go to the nuclear option when you say that shit. You got your chance to get spanked. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if I'm going to do something, I want to do something that I practiced in. Like, when I play Splatoon, I'm not that great. I know I get my ass handed to me. But you know what? I keep playing it because guess what? I want to be able to play it. And I like playing it, even if I'm not good at it. I don't give a shit. Oh, yeah, you're like 50-50. It's like, I don't give a fuck. I like playing this game. I get to be a little dude just spatted, do. And I get to throw spirit bombs full of paint. It's fucking awesome. I love it. Any evidence of this guy contributing to DSP, asking for a friend? I don't know. Kid Film, if I do not have any evidence and all that, the person you would probably want to check and ask would be Ann Leet. Ann Leet has been the one that has been following Captain Alex a lot, and I think that if he contributed any money to DSP, Ann Leet would know. Like that would be like, Ann Leet is the one who knows a lot more about Captain Alex than I do. So I would check with him. It's Flim. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. It is Flim. It's Flim Springfield. I forgot. Yes, it's Flim Springfield. I don't know. Maybe I got a little bit of that dyslexia and it just corrected it for me. This guy is actually linked to DSP. He is linked to DSP. That I do know he is linked to DSP because that's how Anleak found him. He is linked to DSP, but I don't know if he contributes. He might contribute, but he has talked about DSP, and he's talked about him so highly that I don't believe it's a that I don't believe that he is a LARPer. But, you know, at least Pop understands, lol, I'm fucking trash. But it's okay, because Pop's cool. And Pop understands that he's not the best, and it's all good. He does watch DSP. He said his favorite playthrough of Phil's and uses quotes from recent rants. He pogged out when he thought Phil was in his chat. Okay, yeah. But yeah, if Kid Flim, if you want to take a look, Anleak did a very long retrospective on Captain Alex, and I think that might have some of the answers to your questions. So, AI Phil, Jesus. You know what, this one, this upper right, might actually be the best AI Phil that we actually have ever seen. Look at the top right one, because the eyes are weird, the mouth is weird. Okay. Hold on one sec. I need to... Oh no, does this not have the... Okay, let's switch that up to that and take... No, and then... I've done it wrong. What have I done? I need to get myself organized. There we go. I think... There we are. Oh yeah, no problem. No problem, Kid Flim. As I said, I basically do that. Do you find it weird when he says he got murdered in COD? It's weird because the fact is, it's like, no, you didn't get murdered. You're in a firefight. People in a firefight who are like combatants, they don't get murdered. Bottom left looks like bootleg Disney. Upper right is probably there. Victimhood. I can see that, Kid Flip. I think there is a bit of a victimhood. Like, he really doesn't... Like, think about it. One of the things that Phil does is he blames the lag, the ping. Oh, the ping isn't right. That's not really true. Like, everything is an excuse for his gameplay. Not, oh, man, I didn't check the corner. Or, oh, I went in and got myself exposed real fucking quick. Like, that's the thing. Like, yeah, that's victim. It is victimhood. Yeah, artificial lag. Yeah. So... We're gonna...
It's the moment.
Yeah.
I welcome you all to the show.
Yeah, 30 millisecond lobby is terrible, while 100 millisecond is perfect.
It's been co-streaming this last month. Finally, a stream that's only for Kick viewers.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the show. By the way, here it is. I knew this was going to happen. If you hear that stuff playing, it's because I have some stories lined up for us tonight from local news agencies to watch. And these websites are so bad.
Yeah, the thing about it is that he's completely... Hey, hum along. How you doing? I know it's been a while. My work schedule means I don't really get to restream that much. But I know. And I've been thinking of doing some, like, maybe one-off videos about DSP, but it's just time and things that I have to do, social schedules and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah. Did I watch DSPolitics?
It should be a good time tonight.
Kid Flim, have we got a fun stream for you? We're gonna watch it right now.
About 2 hours of political commentary here, covering 3 stories. I'll explain all of this in a moment when we begin. But I just wanted to build you guys up.
Oh God!
Normally, I probably
don't want to hear him talk about Twitch because the fact is, he thinks
when I do the show,
he thinks it's funny because he's dancing on the grave. The whole thing, as much as I know Dashfire retweeted it, Asmongold did it. It was preferential treatment. Although Asmongold did get it also. The higher ups got these preferential treatments,
However,
And
it's an interactive stream.
a lot of the
So
lower
people have
folks
things to
didn't.
say. You can tag me in the chat.
Of
I'll try
course,
to catch those and
then
respond to them
people
if
are
they're
like,
pertinent.
you know, the whole thing with
Contributions
Asmongold.
will be shouted
Understand,
out in
Asmongold
a
got
timely
banned because he
manner,
said the
and
quiet
there's
part
two
out
ways you can
loud.
contribute tonight. You can
Like,
either
No, we're not listening to that shit. Asmongold got banned because he said the quiet part out loud, which was the whole thing with Israel-Palestine. Like, he said the quiet part out loud. American institutions and the American people don't want to think that they're okay with genocide. They don't want to think it. So they use euphemisms. And if you say, well, you're okay with it, it's like, no, we're not. No. They don't want to say that. It's a plausible deniability thing. That's why he got banned for saying the quiet part out loud. And people don't like it when you say the quiet part out loud. It's easier to hide shit when it's that. So there's nothing really to restream anyway. All the game, yeah. Well, the games are bad. He's skipped over. If he had done Zelda, I might have looked in once because I like that Zelda Echoes of Wisdom does look fun. And apparently on the Switch news, they just have like, oh yeah, people just showing pictures where they just have Zelda just in different places, just plopping to bed and sleeping. They're like, oh, which is just funny as fuck because it's just like Zelda's like, he's like, save me, Zelda. And she's like, I'll get to it when I get to it. Don't you remember Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom? I get to it when I get to it.
sub to the channel or gift subs to the community, which would be greatly appreciated.
It just looks like
Or you can
everybody's
tip
having
me.
fun with
And
that
if you
Zelda game. I
actually
just
tip
need to
me,
get to
You
it.
can leave a text message in the body of the tip that's pertinent to what we're doing, and I'll give you a shout out. Okay, so those are the two primary ways to contribute. In fact, since there's no super chats available, I'm gonna go ahead and just remove.
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money.
I didn't even really think about that until just this.
Do I
moment.
agree with what
What's that doing
Asmon
there?
said? Some
Now,
things,
it is a
yes.
normal
Do you
stream
deserve
for
ban
you.
when
The whole
Hassan is
idea
currently
is
say
this is
even
still
worse and
a
not can
normal,
touch? Ban them
you know,
all if that's
night
your stance.
stream. We're still
Aqua
trying to
Saber,
raise the goal.
I'm gonna say
We
that,
are
yeah,
at
I think that if
65
you're
straight
going to do
streams
it,
of
you
hitting
need
my
to
goals,
play fair, and they
and we
don't
want to
play
keep that
fair.
momentum going, obviously.
All I'm saying
So
is
tonight,
the thing
please
that got
contribute
him
with
in
subs,
trouble was
gifted
because
subs,
he
or
said the
tips.
quiet part out loud. Nobody
You were
liked to
wondering,
do
hey,
that.
can
Jim
I-
liked
how
it
can
too.
I
He
tip?
retweeted about it earlier.
Take a look at the description of
Yeah.
the stream
Oh
or
yeah.
the about
Jim
panel
did. I
of
mean,
the channel.
the thing about the
There
Twitch
is
thing is that
a,
they did this to themselves.
section
Like
there that you
they
just click on. It
let
takes
a
you right to
lot
the
of the
tips page,
famous folks
okay?
kind of get away with
We
a lot
already
of
got
shit.
some early contributions. I am Cope just gifted 4 subs to the channel. Thank you, I am Cope. Now let me test this.
Your love give me such a thrill.
Plans to the right because I will easily take his vote, despite him being a
still
wheelchair.
there we go.
vote.
It did
I
work.
mean,
So thank you, I
here's
am
the
Cope, for
thing,
the
Drax.
early
He's
support.
the whole thing about him being to the right, though, is it's
So
all
4,
everything
who's
is
gonna
centered
beat I Am
on
Cope
him.
tonight?
He's very
Who's gonna
narcissistic.
do more than 4 subs? So we'll find out.
Elon should have bought Twitch
Okay.
as well.
So you can see more and more people are showing
Listen,
up, and I'm
I've
wondering
seen
when I should
Twitter.
begin.
I
I'm gonna
don't
be
know
honest
that would have
here.
worked well. Also, he'd have to buy
We
it from
actually have more people
Amazon.
than I anticipated would be here
I
tonight.
don't know if they
thought
would have
200,
sold
and
it
we
for as
already have
much.
almost 3 and
Like, here's the
finally.
problem.
So this is
Elon
excellent, obviously.
thinks he did, but like,
Okay, is everyone ready to begin?
Twitch is
Any
Twitter's been
concerns? Anything I
worse.
should know about? Anything
The
going on
fact that
before we
guess
begin?
what? I can't see
We're
what
gonna
people
begin
like.
momentarily.
You know, I can't.
Or are we
You
good to
know,
go? I'm
I
just curious,
feel like
I've never
the
done a Kick exclusive
all
stream
that stuff.
before.
I don't like
have
what
no clue
he's
how this is
done.
gonna
I
go.
feel like his ego. It's
Some
why
people
on
actually have
podcasts I'll
full
say
crowns
when I
already.
say
Holy
all
crap,
my
that's
Twitter stuff, I
awesome.
call it the desiccated husk of Elon Musk's ego.
Ask the casino for a shout out. I don't know how exactly.
Dark
to do
side
that
pimp.
when I'm on my own stream.
Dark side
know how to
pimp
do
just
that.
sounds like him in his cowboy hat say, "Cat better
Dark
get
Side
my money."
Pimp just gifted 21 subs. 21.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Yeah, opportunist politically. Ready to drop any more if it doesn't help me some more.
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, bling, bling, cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter. Ching, ching, bling, bling, patent pockets. Take the dollar, dollar, can a damn soul stop it?
I mean, 21 subs is what? That's like what, 105 or $105? He doesn't have a 20 subs thank you, so you gotta give him the 10 sub, and it's like, dude, like, when it comes to gifting subs, you really should look at the money that is going to be. Like 10 subs is a 50. He should have had one for 20. But I agree with Aqua Saber. He's an opportunist. He waited. I mean, that's one of the reasons I remember seeing on the Twitter where he's like, conservative kick ban, he was seeing how far he could go. This is a motherfucker, like, listen, he's a grifter. It's like fucking Nick Fuentes. It's like a lot of people in the political era where they're kind of hedge their bets and then do that. Like, Nick Fuentes is a fucking grifter. He was calling Trump a fucking cult. And then when he won, like, your body, my choice, your body, my choice. Even though the fact is that it's like, dude, do you sure you really want to, like, him being like a little shit? That's the thing. And then he thinks, and guess what? It's a cycle. He bankrolled his whole stream. Yeah. It gets worse this way. Blue Sky isn't doing that well now. Go figure. The people claim they're jumping in the singing ship. The ones get banned from the Bird app are there too and post illegal shit. Like, it. The problem is that, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know whether Blue Sky's going to go well. I don't know if any of this social media, but I could tell you this, and Twitter sucks. It really does. It's nothing but bots. I'm like, I'm getting bots all this thing, and the bots are just like, I don't want you to follow me. Go away. I just don't. It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Like, it's the same ads over and over and over again. You know, it really is. Social media, if it can't sell your information, is not profitable. Getting caught on Blue Sky? I have never heard of that, Frosty Beats. I would have to see, like, newspaper articles about that. Like, that means you're doing it on Twitter. Twitter is the new Reddit. I use Twitter to shitpost. And Kid Flim, Twitter is the new Reddit. I hated Reddit. I don't like Reddit. Reddit sucks, and it sucked for years. That's things. And those rings getting exposed now. Like, if the fact is, like, really Twitch should just ban politics as a whole, and then it would be just booba and gaming like God intended it to be. You know what? This is one of the reasons I'm streaming it on Kick. I was like, I don't want to do this on Twitch. Twitch is for my gaming and for my other stuff. And yeah, like, here's my thing. Well, my thing, Drax, is like, the fact is that if you want to be like, oh, because I remember, I think Twitch even said, like, oh, you know what? You can't do certain things. Like, if a VTuber shows his hips, like, look, you can see my hips there. Oh no, Kick, I could be banned, or Twitch, I could be banned for showing hips. But you've got motherfuckers who get a week ban for actually literally fucking on stream. And you could tell, yeah, these titty streamers are literally getting railed in the ass. Twitter for positivity viewing and some minor news for my mobile games. Yeah, Aqua Teal, like that, I just use it to shitpost. All the other shit, I'm like just kind of done with. So, but I also find that it's not that great. And I think that I don't think Elon is the genius that other people see him as. I think he is like, okay, bud, I think he huffs his own farts, and people kind of believe him, and I don't.
And that is,
like, I've seen that Cybertruck. That is one of the ugliest goddamn cars I've ever seen. It's like if you took a DeLorean and made it even just worse. Because a DeLorean, the reason we have nostalgia for DeLorean is Back to the Future. Yeah, Elon's got ideas, not always good ideas. But the problem, Aqua Saber, is there's a lot of people who will basically think that everything he says is gold.
is the equivalent of $105. Wow. So we're already up to 125.
Yeah, so that's the thing. He doesn't actually have something for 20 gifted subs. Like, he should. Spelled it wrong. Yeah, he's got good ideas and money to pursue said ideas, and then he does stuff like the Cybertruck. Like, is that a truck? Where do you put stuff, and how do you haul stuff with that truck?
Thank
I don't
you so
like
very much,
I don't like the
Darkside
Cybertruck.
Pimp.
And I'm gonna be honest, I'm not a big fan of the Teslas, being the fact that
$10 tip. It's our
you
first
have
tip of the
to
night.
almost anytime you need a software update, you have to go to the dealership to get it updated.
And,
Like
wow,
can you not do
barely
that at
loading.
home?
From Mars Inhabitant, they said euphoria. I don't know what the hell that means. Thanks for a $10 tip.
Oh,
I don't
Aqua
know
Saber,
what that
I
word
would.
is.
Oh, that reminds me.
Thank
I need to
you,
figure out that
Mars Inhabitant, our
TTS
first tipper
because
of
I
the
want to
night.
do it.
Let's
This is
get
how you
the
don't play of him
leaderboard.
doing Space Marine 2, but have the Emperor narrate it. Yes,
To be
MSTTS,
completely
especially
honest and
MSTTS
transparent
now
with all
would
of
be
you, I
great
have
because the fact is we're getting the
absolutely no idea how
Primarchs
the show's
back.
gonna do.
So
I
it
don't
looks
know if
like
it's
this
gonna get
shit's
good support. I don't
fun.
know if people are gonna like it. I have no clue. We're gonna find out. This is something you
Emperor's
guys have
got his
asked me
baby
for
Blueberry
years
back.
and years and years.
And he's got the
and
lion
I
back.
said, I'm gonna hold off. I'm gonna hold off. And now that this
And
election is
hell,
over, I'm
he
like,
loves
okay,
Titus.
let's
In the game,
let's
it's
try
confirmed.
It.
It's
See what
basically
happens.
confirmed. That was the
Okay.
the Emperor thinks Titus is cool.
Are we ready to begin now? Are we good? We got a bunch of
It's been
contributions.
yeah,
Thank you so
what
much for
yeah,
the
what floor? It has been a
contributions.
minute.
Like I said, I will be shouting out contributions live as well during the show. Gonna basically do the
I
intro, a little bit
could
of a
I'll actually
intro,
I could
and then
probably
the premise of
Aquasaber
the
I could
show,
probably find it if I looked
explain how
online.
it's gonna
It
work,
probably won't be
and
that
then we're
hard.
going to do transition to our first story of the
A
night.
TTS like that is
Okay.
probably not that hard for me to find. If Alpha
How
Busa
many chatters
probably
are
already
there?
said
I
it
have no
online.
clue how to
I
see
can
that.
find it.
I know how many viewers we have. I have no clue how to see how many people are actively chatting.
It doesn't
Too much
matter
of a
who's
noob
actively
on Twitch
chatting.
to
I just talked.
understand that.
Is it the yes, Kid Flim? This is the DSPolitics stream right now.
Many people showing up. Even
Oh,
more are coming.
also
Thank you,
I
guys.
want to show
Thank
you this.
thank you.
Look at his
Okay.
Twitch.
Shall we begin?
His literal Twitch.
I think we should begin. Here we go. Let's do it.
His Twitch thing is him in the crown with his Foodie Beauty halal cover. Like, understand that Kings didn't wear that when they Kings will wear chainmail coifs, but they wouldn't wear the stupid imperial crown. They would probably wear just a circlet. Or it would be something like Monty Python and the Holy Grail, where it's a helmet that has the crown integrated as part of its thing. Or, you know, between you and Gunfight. Oh, no, it's all good. Don't worry about it. Gunfight, is that COD? I'm not familiar with that. Sorry. Was one thing you have to remember that Phil has the fence post so stuck up his ass that he's having to pay. Yeah, I know, it's Drax. I know. It's so far stuck up his ass. It's like when a hot dog is put on the fire on marshmallow and you're making s'mores. God, it's been a while. Oh, he actually. Oh, look, he actually changed instead of "the is how you govern." Like, he actually corrected it. And look at this again, putting his own face on Donald Trump. This is the narcissism we're seeing. This is like, I know that Steve did a thing years and years ago about narcissism, and I know that Steve will eventually one day at the end of the decade probably finish his DSP's back thing and then finally post that. Yeah, the tagline doesn't fit. It's like, dude. Yeah, he makes every political stance about himself. Well, because of his narcissism, it's the only way he can understand politics. He doesn't have any empathy for other people. Like, one of the things that I've been kind of noticing is that with a lot of these lolcows, like, empathy has become something that they just cannot understand, they cannot handle.
Alrighty. Good evening, one and all. DSP here. Welcome to my Kick channel, DSP Gaming Reel, for the first ever Kick exclusive stream I've ever done.
I still love the fact that that crown is more like what, like the Queen of England wore. Like, it's an imperial crown. You don't wear it all the time.
Politics show, DS
That's
Politics. I'm Dark
like,
Side
you would normally wear like a
and
smaller
I've been
circlet
making content
because
on
it
the
would be
internet
a
for
lot
16
more.
years, but never have I delved in the realm
Ooh.
of politics. Now, in light of the recent presidential election now being over and the results going the way they did, seems like a lot of people are able to kind of express their, opinions on politics on the internet without the fear of having to be canceled. And so, today, starting tonight,
I mean, people. I don't know the people. It's a queen's crown. Like, I don't know. Did King Charles ever wear that? Like, I know that like the official imperial crown of England looks very similar, but it's also big, and they don't really change it that much. But a lot of like kings and all that, a lot of them would wear, like, a queen wouldn't wear that all the time. They'd wear like a tiara. they wear like more of a royal tiara, and the king would probably wear like a small circlet or something like that. Think of it like a laurel, let me try that again. A laurel wreath or something like that. A small thing that says, "No, I'm the fucking man." Look at the sun, look at Vouch, look at Destiny. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have put their political views out there, and they haven't been canceled. People might make fun of them, might not like them, might say call them names, but they never got canceled for that, unless the fact is they were going and you know, advocating war crimes or some shit like that. But
I'm going to do a show that's going to cover 3 particular different political topics of things that have been going on. A couple are kind of current events that are a little bit more local, and then we've got the big broad range spectrum of what just happened in the election. We're going to have a lot of fun.
And he still has himself wearing the crown.
DSP Gaming Real. Now, this
and
is
the
how
funny
it's
thing
gonna
is, the
work.
crown didn't even
The
fit
stream
him.
is live right now on Kick, and I will continue to stream political.
That's true. Around it at well, the weird thing also about it though is that if you look at Aqua Saber, if you look at a chess piece,
and
the
basically
king's crown kind of still has that part at the top with the cross, which is a more imperial style crown, but the imperial crowns are much larger and much more ornate than that little thing.
DSP Reacts, okay? That's where you can
hell, even if you look at someone like Jerry Lawler, when he was doing as Jerry the King Lawler, he would have a much more impressive crown than that. It would be bigger, it'd be taller. And motherfucker, you want to call that a king's crown, he would fucking beat the shit out of you. And then maybe fuck someone who might not be quite of age.
I will be shouting out contributions during the show as if it's one of my normal live streams. I do have goals in effect. However, we already had an abundance of support early on. I don't think we're going to have too much of an issue hitting goals. In fact, I feel like we're probably going to be exceeding them tonight on the show. So thank you in advance to anyone who contributes.
See, and my thing is, like, a normal king's crown will probably not be as ornate as, like, their official crown for, like, official business. Like, the Queen of England didn't wear the imperial crown all the time. Just like every year when they started up Parliament or Dorcorn, they wouldn't wear it all the time.
Thank you for the gifted membership, Digital
because it's heavy. It's not comfortable.
And
a small circlet, a small little crown, or a laurel wreath or a tiara is much more comfortable on your head.
I call them subs. They're subs here on Kick. My bad. They're not memberships. It is official. We have just hit my
that
goal,
haircut.
and we don't have to worry about this for the rest of the night, but any contributions that come in, thank you all very,
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money.
Ongoing positivity and support across all of my content that I very much appreciate you guys coming out, checking this out. I didn't know how it was going to go.
Yeah.
But we did it for 66 straight streams, hitting the goals, crushing my trolls, making content, having fun, being awesome on the internet. This is what it's all about. The resurgence is real. The king is back. Doesn't matter what I'm doing, whether it's gameplay, whether it's podcasting,
sure, buddy.
whether it's a political show. People are here, and people are ready for fun. So
Phil, all that stuff came from one person. Imperial ones used in ceremonies, stuff like funerals within royalty or celebrating the country. Random events, yeah, circlet with ring. Yeah, circlet and rings. Yeah, no, yeah, that's the thing. He misses the fact that, yeah, and that whole thing of, oh, the king's uniform, which one, that was a knight's outfit, because kings don't wear fucking armor all the time. Yeah, the music that just keeps looping. I love the dent crackers. He thinks those are coins. No, Aqua Saber, you know what they are? They're the coins that you get in Christmas. They're the ones that they're little wrapped with chocolate. But I mean, yeah, and the fact is, you know, wearing one that obviously barely fits his regular head, but then he's wearing this like woven thing to look like a chainmail coif, it's not going to fit. If the king's streak ties the Vescal, then the streak dies. That would be hilarious. Knight Templar armor, and he thinks it's royal garb. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, if you wanted to be a king, why not wear something like, I don't know, the king of, like a costume like the King of Diamonds, you know, or like the, you know, King of Clubs or something like that. That's more of a royal garb. Fuck, I think I showed this, but you know what? Actually, no, I want to show this real quick. I know we're doing a we're gonna do a little there we go. One, because One, because this is awesome. Random crushed velvet with his gold vest.
Taking the spoils.
Yeah. Okay. So Christopher Lee did a rock opera when he was like 80 because he's Christopher Lee and he was fucking cool. Look at this. Look at this is what a tunic with a kind of almost shawl-like covering. You have gold inlaid on the tunic and on the clothing. You've got a necklace and just a very small hat. Look at that. This is what a king looks like. And he's just got a fucking sword because he's Christopher Lee. He's gonna fucking kill your ass. Or Terry meets the royal flood. Yeah, King of Diamonds. Well, you know, if I said Queen of Diamonds, it always reminds me of the movie The Manchurian Candidate. But a king does not need to fight his own battles. He has peasants to die in his stead. Like Drex, the only time a king might have to be in the field if it's a full-on rebellion and the other leaders on the field, he might need to be there. Normally not in the front. Normally he might be directing things. A good decoration, striking colors. I would gladly accept as my king. Dude knew how to fence. He was a fencer. And there was a whole thing where it's like, he can tell you how, you know, when he was doing fencing and stuff like that. Like, yeah, no, but this is what a king looks like. And yes, sometimes a king might have to go to war and he might have to lead, you know. But they're not, the fact is a king, I mean, the only time that a king really would have worn like that and gone to war was during the Crusades. Like Richard the Lionheart going and doing that. Because that one's that's a pretty important thing. Like the Pope's like, could you do it? We want to get the Holy Land back. And you're like, and like, if you do it, you go to heaven. You're like, okay. But this is a king's, this looks like, that's a king. Still look like Foodie Beauty about to go to war because they don't have the right chocolate. Crusades are Arthurian legend times. Well, Arthurian legend, see, the thing about the Arthurian legend was also, the Arthurian legend is weird because the dates don't always make sense. Sometimes they're even earlier, but I couldn't tell you. They're legends. And, oh, and fun fact, apparently, Christopher Lee could trace his family roots back to Charlemagne. That's a fun fact. So.
Blood of the Saxon men. I shed the blood of the Saxon men. I shed it up first. I shed the blood of the Saxon men. I shed the blood of 4,000 Saxon men.
And if you're going to do a rock opera, doing it about Charlemagne and, you know, basically going from the Dark Ages to the Feudal Age is kind of a metal thing to do anyway. Also, fun fact, Christopher Lee did make heavy metal Christmas albums. So if you want to like to look at those, they're actually pretty cool. As the man had a very, very good singing voice. Very operatic, and heavy metal just seemed to, it was like peanut butter and chocolate. It just worked. That he can trace his good acclaim about any Euro is kind of like Attila and Asians. Yeah. He could actually trace it. At least, you know, I mean, because that's like 1,200 years. No, yeah, it's about 1,200 years. So it's a difficult thing to trace it that far back. But if he's got a lot of nobility, then yeah. So you're Attila and Asians. Oh, it was like or like Genghis Khan, where he's just like, oh, you're Asian. You might have Genghis Khan. And you're like, 5% of the world is descended from Genghis Khan.
Thank you guys very, very much for that.
Okay, he may have been a demon prince of corn, but man, he fucked like he was a Slaneshi prince.
Subs and get your subs here on Kick or tipping. I will shout out all contributions, but also if you tip, you actually have the opportunity to put a message in the body of your email that I will then read out live here on stream. So
you've said that before, buddy. Can we move it?
You still want to communicate with me during the show? Tipping is the way to go.
With it.
Yes. All right. So I think I'm ready to start. I don't know about you guys.
Get on with it.
Terry Bogard just subscribed to the channel. Thank you so much, Terry, for the sub. I appreciate that.
Let's speed this shit up.
Thank you for your support tonight. All right. Ladies and gents, let's do this. Let's get in to our very first topic of the night.
What the fuck was that? Look at the pausing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sometimes serendipity happens. Look at the pausing. That intro card is so... That intro card is so fucking free clip art bullshit. Like, this is the thing, like, if you want an intro to, like, DSPolitics or whatever the fuck, pay some... Go to Fiverr. Someone will make you an intro card. And, you know, it's kind of like how, I know It's a Gundam has, like, that kind of... I think he has, like, Yankee Doodle playing in the background of all of his videos and stuff like that. Something like that. Like, why not have something with a little bit of, like, America? Like, maybe have, like, a little John Philip Sousa or something, like, music in the background. Something that kind of feels American. You know? Like, there was nothing there other than the color of the font on DSPolitics that said America. Like, it was just the... It's the kind of shit you would see, like, a corporate thing would put out because we don't want to offend it. Have an eagle fly on it. Like, something like that. Have it, you know, or if you just want to rip someone off, just rip off Matt and Trey's of America. Fuck yeah. Like, why not have that? Nothing. Nothing. Rosebell Moon's a small VTuber I watch, and her intro is so much better than Phil's. I mean, Phil doesn't put any effort into it. It's literally whatever you can get for free. And I'm still just this... When the big stroke happens, this is what it's going to look like. It's going to look like this. That's what's going to happen when the big stroke happens. And it's going to happen one day because this motherfucker does not take care of himself.
Alrighty, everyone. So first up, for the first story to ever be covered on DSPolitics, I have a story that it's from a local news agency. However, this is actually a bigger topic than just locally here in Washington State where I happen to live. This is something that has been going on ever since the presidential election ended last week and Donald Trump defeated Kamala Harris. Let's take a quick look and let's actually watch this little bit of a excerpt from a news story that was actually run on the local TV stations here. Here it is. It's heart-wrenching. Washington woman receives racist text sent to many people across the country. The FBI is investigating after racist text messages were sent to Black Americans across the country. And here's the story. We are going to watch it, but I think before we even watch the story, we should actually see what this text message is, should we not? So...
Messages sent to Black Americans all across the country, including some people right here in Western Washington. King Vice Bridget Chavez joining us now in studio after speaking with a woman who received...
Okay, so everyone can hear, everyone can see, correct? It's working?
Now
so
with the fucking big pause thing in there, dum-dum.
This country, the United States of America, have been receiving...
Yeah, a local
since the
story.
election ended, okay? I'm going to read it. Greetings, you've been selected to pick cotton... at the nearest plantation. Be ready at 10 p.m. sharp with all of your belongings. The executive slaves will pick you up in a brown van, so be prepared to be searched down upon arrival to the plantation. You are in Plantation Group A.
I mean... Like, yeah, something of a local, of his Seattle local thing, which most people aren't in Seattle. If he's gonna decide to be the big conservative, then my question is, and this is the same question I had for when I heard about the whole Nick Fuentes thing. Why does Nick Fuentes live in a liberal state like Illinois if he's this big conservative person? Like this big conservative talking about, why the fuck are you living in Illinois? Hey Phil, why the fuck are you living in Washington if you're conservative? Wouldn't you want to live somewhere that might politically more, like, it would be like if Bernie Sanders lived in the middle of red fucking Texas. Like, why are you doing there? Yeah, not 10 p.m. when people would be sleeping, workers in transportation law in Chicago of all places. Like the thing about this is like,
Okay then. So, this is the real text message going out to Americans right now. Now, let's watch the story. All right? And then allow me to respond and react to the story. But first, let's watch the entire story. Here we go.
Received 2 text messages, Bridget.
Yeah, officials have described these texts as disgusting and disturbing from young kids to adults. We've learned that Black Americans have received messages like this one.
he was having, did you see that? Let's go back just a little bit. Oh, I went too far. Watch this.
As disgusting and
No,
disturbing from
I need
young
to go
kids
back
adults. We've
just a
learned that
little
Black
bit further.
Story. Here to Americans right now. Now, let's watch the
Watch
story.
him.
All right? And
Watch
then
him do this.
allow me to respond and react to the story. But first, let's watch the entire story. Here we go.
Received 2 text messages, Bridget.
Look at him.
Yeah, officials have described these texts as disgusting and disturbing from young kids.
He
to
was
adults.
having
We've
a
learned that Black Americans
lot of difficulty. Like, did you see how he was having a lot of difficulty getting the cursor, like figuring out how to do full screen on that? He's a glowy up. Everyone knows this. I mean, Drex. Oh shit! God damn it! That's one of the things I hate about streaming on YouTube is the fact that it doesn't catch you in my live chat. Yeah, he claims his mouse is breaking. Like, no, it's not that. This man is drunk. He's not conservative. He's a glowy op. Everyone knows. I mean, he is. There's definitely some weird op stuff there, but I don't think he's a glowy op. I think that he's a grifter. Drex, I think he is a grifter. He is, you know, the whole thing about politics and stuff, it's an easy place to grift. And a lot of people just go make their money. And then, you know, if things go bad and oh, that side isn't going, they'll switch to the other side. Like, you're just going to see these folks, you're going to see people grift and then switch sides and grift. Like, grifters keep grifting. And to me, he's just a grifter. He
have received messages
like
this
if his
one.
mouse is breaking, it's because he keeps whapping it on the fucking thing. Fuentes is a grifter like how most of the debate crowd are grifters. Baked informant is a clear case. Yes.
Greetings. You have been selected to pick cotton at your...
In a video that's now gone viral, Isella Rayner shares the text messages she received from numbers she doesn't recognize.
The first couple words were like slavery, plantation.
Wait, they weren't from her closest friends and relatives? It was from unknown numbers?
Phil, you are not Mystery Science Theater 3000. You are not RiffTrex. You are not good at riffing. Like, also, look at this. Like, these are some amazing fucking facial expressions. Like, Phil, this isn't funny. Like, random numbers. Why pay attention to it unless it comes from an actual... Yeah, I mean... I don't know.
And I was just like freaking out.
Rayner isn't the only one who got messages like this.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't. Then again, I'm a white guy. I don't know. Unless you're like, oh, we are going to ban macaroni and cheese or something like that. But a lot of these are just look like a mass text that are sent to people. Now, if you can send mass texts, a lot of that can also be used for like, you know, identity theft. And the fact that if they can find their, you know, racial information means someone sold their data. Who did that? I don't know. There's a lot of people who could be selling data and all that, but this is...
It's heart-wrenching. Truly heart-wrenching.
The FBI says Black Americans across the country have received these racist texts. Rayner says she got these messages Wednesday, the day after the election. What do you think about this?
Yeah, it feels like a mass text similar to political ads that were getting texted. It probably is the same software, and the FBI might be looking at this because they're they might be trying to figure out, like, is this something that, maybe they're looking at it because they want to find out, hey, is this actually from a political ad? Is this from somebody who has that access? And also the fact is, if you could do that, they could start sending phishing email. Like, you could send phishing texts with that. It's very easy. Did a database get hacked? Yeah, who knows? Like, the fact is that a lot of these political folks, they don't understand cybersecurity. A database with people's information and phone numbers could have gotten hacked. People's identities could be compromised. Like, that's probably why the FBI is looking at this, because they need to know how did they get this information.
The timing of it.
It's a little fishy. It's a little fishy.
This is kind of their end zone spike, kind of their.
They're what? This is their end zone spike, and he nodded. What the hell? Let's keep.
Okay. I mean, I don't know that I would call it an end. I would call it more of a touchdown spike, but I know exactly what he was meaning. And of course, Phil, who doesn't know a thing about sports, doesn't have it. I wouldn't freak out. I would be concerned if someone had my number and directly call me about my race. I didn't do anything to deserve it. Yeah. Frosty, yeah, but here's the thing about it is that you can't really call, like, calling, you'd have to do robocalls. Damn you. Oh, what it was, Drax, is that, is that my screen, my OBS, I can't get it to show live chat. It only shows top chat. And yeah, that does come in. So let me see. You said he was... Oh, you talk about Nick. Originally going to get arrested for January 6th, and then start shilling for Kamala Harris. You know, those charges got dropped. I mean, let's be completely honest. Yeah, because Baked Alaska, we all know Baked Alaska became a full-on informant to kind of get out of those charges. And I think I heard that, I think Ludwig said something about that, like when he was reviewing the whole thing with Nick Fuentes, someone showing up at his door, which don't show up at people's houses. Come on now. Don't do that. That's dumb. Don't be dumb. You want to troll the dude, then send pizzas to his house. Oh, well, Baked Alaska, well, because I think Baked Alaska was part of the ones who actually went in. Yeah, he still had, I lied about being on the no-fly list. Oh. Yeah, so I know Ludwig was saying that he thinks that Nick and Baked were kind of like the ones doing that. I really don't know. I'm not up on that stuff, so I couldn't tell you. But I remember they had to give a lot of their, I think Ludwig said they had to give a lot of their stuff away, like their member list and donation lists, to basically, yeah, was in the right because of Castle Doctrine. Dumb lady went to his property and complained she got made. Yeah, that's the thing. Castle Doctrine there. If you're gonna fuck with someone on the internet, come on, don't. Like the fact that macing is probably the worst. You know, what if Nick Fuentes has shot into a school like Boogie did? He could have killed children. And then no one cared because nobody cares about children.
Keep going. It's hard for me to not comment. I want to watch the story first. It's very hard for me to not comment on it as it's.
Like, you could see this is one of the big problems that Phil has when it comes to reacting. He thinks he's to watch the whole thing, then react to it. But these long form things, you do kind of need to react every once in a while. What if I had done that? What if I do that? Like, I just play the whole stream and then react to it. Like, no one would watch that shit.
It's happening.
The realm, kind of the in your face.
Leslie Braxton is a pastor at New Beginnings Fellowship in Kent. He didn't get a text, but many people he knows did.
This is the cruel part of American culture.
By the way, one thing I'd just like to point out, okay, before we even continue, do you see this right here? It's going to have a nice pointer here. You see what this is? You see what that says? It says report junk. You see that? The sender is not in your contact list, report junk. I'd just like to point that out before we continue. Okay, let's continue.
We are a part of and fight for the noble part.
It's still unclear who sent the messages, but Text Now, which offers free phone numbers online, says at least one of its accounts may have been involved and said they shut down the accounts and are working with authorities.
No, you mean that someone would have used a method to be a third party kind of a deal to hide their identity who's sending those texts? You mean someone wouldn't be proud to just send that text out from their real number?
Yes, Phil. Because the fact is it's a mass text. You can't send mass texts out by your regular number. Normally, businesses, the thing about it is they're wondering if someone got a hold of a business account to do that. Yeah, even the Keno Casino doesn't let it. No, but that's the thing, Frosty Beats, is because he doesn't understand that. Oh, hey, that one nice guy. Phil's political stakes and most brain dead shit ever made. Yeah, they really are. They really are. And the thing about it is he doesn't understand how to react. So he kind of does it this really brain dead way and thinks it's the best way of doing things. It's like, no, that's not how this works.
You know, not be afraid of any kind of repercussions? No way. I never would have guessed that some kind of a, you know, spoofing service would have been used.
Well, that's like the scariest part, that this is only targeting people of color.
Braxton says, unfortunately, he isn't surprised by any of this.
By the way, Darkside Pimp just gifted another sub to the channel. Thank you so much, Darkside Pimp. I appreciate that tonight.
Part of being black in
Also, that is him trying to replicate the Kino Casinos thing, but failing so miserably at it. If it was a rogue employee, a hacker, some actual crime was committed by doing this. Yeah, Aqua Teal, but that's the... And the fact is, if they've got this information, like, this is the kind of shit that... If they have that, they could have other information that they could use to either broadly fish or to try to extort stuff. Like, this is not... Yeah, I love the casino. Those guys are hilarious, but Phil will never be on that level. My issue with the casino is the fact that I think that what they've done in trying to build Phil up has basically caused, like, they became dense in that way because they're kind of finding out, yeah, it's hard to get content out of Phil now. Yeah, that's because Phil is one of the, you can't get content out of Phil. You have to wait for the content to show up. Because they were trying to basically do this so they could do that, and he's like your like baby brother or sister who's just following you around but doesn't know anything. Yeah, the text itself is nothing illegal. It isn't. It's shitty. It's shitty. It's very shitty. It'd be like sending a mass text to Asian people saying, the U.S. government is going to ban boba tea. Yeah, that is like, what the fuck? Or tell them to get to the rice fields or something like that.
In America is dealing with microaggressions. Every now and then people will say out in public what we know they say under their breath.
And we've learned that there are possibly more texts circulating targeting other minority groups, and we're working to confirm those details. Reporting live in studio, Bridget Chavez, King.
Okay, so we've seen the story now, okay? And, I mean, there's so many things to unpack in this story, quite frankly. For a 2-minute video, 2.5 minutes, and the fact that this is actually starting to make, not even just local, but this is starting to spread across the country, kind of national news over the last month, I feel like there's a few things to kind of discuss and take a look. So first of all, before we even address the more specificness of it, let's be honest, this is a messed up message for anyone to get. To be told that, like, oh, it sounds like you're about to lose your personal freedoms, get out, you're about to be a slave. I mean, it's messed up, correct? We can all agree there. It's not a nice message. It's not, oh, that's not a warm-hearted jab or joke. That's a pretty mean-spirited message to get. And I think there's no one out there who's going to say, oh, no, that was a good one. It's more like, haha, what an asshole. You know, what a piece of shit to send someone that message, okay? Now, the story says a few things that I feel like we need to address before we can even continue. The first thing it says is that this text message is going out to people of color, okay? Did the news story actually present any evidence of that whatsoever besides...
Is the news story the fucking prosecutor? Oh, they didn't send evidence, it's only sent to black people. It wouldn't be sent to fucking white people. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Come on. Points the other guests on Casey called out Phil for how little he contributed in being an energy void. Yes, that's the thing. The Kino Casino, as much as I do find them sometimes being dense for you know, trying to participate with Phil and pump him up, like, they keep high energy. I mean, I don't know how that one fat... I don't know how Ashton's able to do it, because he's big and fat. Like, he doesn't do the cocaine. I think Worski might, but... Yeah, is Richard Phil claiming that the slave joke Pepperidge... that slave trade joke Pepperidge Farm... Yes, Pepperidge Farm remembers. Oh, yeah.
The one woman who was interviewed, and the one person who I believe was a pastor or, you know, some religious leader who said that certain people that he knows have gotten it. Okay, where is the evidence that this is only going out to people of color?
Jeez! You flunked out of tard school or something?
Phil, why would you send this to a white person? Why? Why would you do it? The fact is, if it's sent out to someone, here's the thing. Maybe the FBI is trying to stop a race-influenced mass shooting. Drax, that is definitely a thing. And Drasty B said these are things from live chat. I mean, they're basically calling people cotton pickers, and black people got them, and you could put 2 and 2 together. Yeah, it really is. The FBI is trying to prevent another Summer of Love event. Like, this is obvious. Like, this is race baiting. I don't know whether. And listen, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a prosecutor. I do not know the legality of, like, some of this stuff. It might not be illegal, but this is definitely the start of something that could become a problem. Like, it feels like you're trying to stir people up and then maybe send something to feel like, oh, they're gonna do something. They're trying to instigate things, and that shit is like what happens if this starts, you start getting that, you send other people other texts, and this starts instigating full-on, race-based violence. This could be a problem. Like, the FBI is probably trying to figure out who's doing this, what kind of data they had to do this. Like, how is it that you get racial information from people? Is it like publicly, like, census data? What the hell? You can't say, yeah, they would probably find it funny. Well, yeah, like, you send this to a white person, you're just like, I'm white. I'm not doing that, and go back to bed. Like, the fact is that, yeah, you send this to a black person, they're not going to find it that funny. They're not going to, like, they're probably not going to find it that funny. They're going to be like, what the fuck? Like, this is obviously not, it's obviously done to instigate and rile up emotions. And
If you read the message, okay, it says nothing whatsoever about race. Now,
oh my. Okay. Anybody who wants to say that DSP doesn't have autism, right there. It doesn't say anything about race. Okay. It says you have been selected to pick cotton at the nearest plantation. Why would that go to anybody other than a black person if you want to rile them up? Why? Like, this is autism. This is full-on autism. It doesn't explicitly say it. It implies it. This is implying it. Like, the person who gets this is to infer. Probably a left-wing troll from Poll. Who knows, Drex? It could be left, it could be right. We don't even know. But the fact is that the FBI, of course, is looking to find out where did they get this shit? And then you'll find out more about it. It could be a psyop. It could just be, who knows, someone being, yeah. Yeah, it's obviously rage bait. Cotton plantations in the Seattle area. Look, there's no cotton in Seattle. What the fuck? It's rage bait. It's designed to be rage bait to get people emotional and to get them high strung. This is obviously just rage baiting folks. And he can't understand that you wouldn't send this to anyone else. And he's just like, well, it doesn't explicitly say it. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is pure autism. Like, please, somebody make this man take an autism test. So, because he needs to find out this man, he is autistic. Like, I mean, there's a lot of evidence that he's autistic. One, he has a Sonic hat. Okay. If you're a fan of Sonic the Hedgehog, you're probably autistic. It's even if it's a little tiny bit. Oh, you're a big Sonic fan? Yeah.
obviously, the reference of cotton picking, which is a racist reference because it was here in the United States of America where many African slaves were basically forced to pick cotton in plantations and fields, correct? This is factually true. So obviously that's what the reference is, but nowhere there does it say that this is towards a certain group of people.
He can't understand that the implication is why people think it's there. It's like, dude, come on now. This is a dumb take, and this is quite literally just, well, it doesn't exactly say it, which is the dumbest goddamn thing ever. But, didn't he admit he walks on his toes? I mean, he has a lot of problems with walking because, like, I don't know whether he walks on his toes, but if you've ever seen like the old footages of him walking, his feet are like sticking out like at a 90-degree angle. Like, Sudden Fool, I understand that, but this man is autistic. He is autistic. It's one of the reasons we have the things that he has. And because then what will happen is he'll still do the same stuff and then whine and cry, but I'm autistic. And people will be like, that's not a fucking excuse, motherfucker. That is not an excuse. So.
Now, if they had come onto this report and said, hey, we have all this data, we've been gathering data all week, and we found out that 5,000 people of color got this message and only 200 white people got it, then you'd be like, all right, you know what? That's pretty bad. That means that's...
Yeah, the thing about it, Sudden Fool, is that, yeah, him being autistic explains so much of the behavior that he does. And yeah, you look at Chris Chan. Like, the fact is that Phil wouldn't be able to just say, he wouldn't be able to do the Cobra thing of, leave me alone, I'm autistic. And because here's the thing about it. Why do you think that there's a number of lolcows who have autism? A lot of it is that these are folks who are either using it as an excuse for their actions. Chris Chan did that a number of times. Even Cobes has done that. Or just, you know, they have it and they think it will... They just continue doing what they're doing. They ignore the fact that, hey, you shouldn't be doing that. You know, stop reeing. And understand, when it comes to tism, we all have a bit of tism in us. It's just to what extent. And to where you can understand, like, I am going on hyperfixating on these things that you don't care about. I understand. It's my tism. It is my cross to bear.
That's a targeted harassment campaign, okay? That means that there's a big problem here. Who is doing this? And you know what my question would be? How are people finding out people's races and sending text messages to people of color specifically? Like,
maybe that's why the FBI is investigating it, to find out if somebody has hacked into some kind of big database or something. Also, I gotta say, shout out to Seattle's News for letting this broadcaster wear fucking cargo pants. Jesus Christ. Well, census, I don't know if... Here's the thing, Aqua Saber. I don't know if full-on census data like that is released to the public as far as, like, from, like, 2020 or whenever the last census is. Because that would have some things that you might not want to do that. Also, I don't know if it has, like, phone number data, because some of that stuff could also be PII. You know, like, the fact is that you're not supposed to be able to, has a kind of easy, he does, that's the thing, Drax, he does not understand how easy it is. He complains about the detractors, but he doesn't have wings trolls. He doesn't have folks, like, I mean, Wings basically couldn't do DoorDash. Like, he kept trying to do DoorDash as a side hustle, and that got stopped. Like, the fact is, Phil doesn't understand, if he got actual trolls, his life would be a lot fucking worse. Also, those cargo pants, they look like they got shit in them.
like, I'm sorry, sometimes a name could be a giveaway of your ethnicity, but not always. How are you going to know that who you're texting, right, is a person of color? Is it an actual targeted stalking campaign? If so, that's actually very disturbing, that someone has access to that kind of data and they could sit there sending targeted messages towards people of certain ethnicities. To me, sounds more like someone who has too much time on their hands, went to one of these third-party sites, sat there and just literally mass texted a ton of people this message, and it just so happens that some of the people that it went to were people of color, and it hit home. Because, hey, if you're a person of color...
You don't know that, Phil. That's why the FBI is investigating, because you don't know if they mass texted it to people or if this was targeted. That's what the FBI is trying to find out. And if they find out that this person had access to a database like that, did they steal it? Did they sell that information? Yeah. I need to start typing instead of using speech to text. Oh, spelling. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Text is, speech to text is really... Speech to text, I did that at one point in college. I had to work, when I was in college, working at the science lab, we had somebody who was in a wheelchair and had issues typing. He just couldn't type. So we had to work with some software to try to do speech to text. And it definitely was a rough thing, because you got to calibrate it just right. And then there's going to be issues of spelling and stuff like that. And then synonyms are always a problem. But you know, I'm glad that it exists there for folks so that they can, you know, so that folks who either for some reason just can't or whatever are able to, or what was it? He couldn't. I think there was a couple. I think someone who couldn't, who didn't have a lot of use of their arms, and then someone who might have actually been blind, so they could just do the text. They could do that, you know, like speech to text and then text to speech, stuff like that. I'm glad that it exists. You know.
Told that you're going to be a slave. Yeah, that's pretty offensive. Okay, but this news story doesn't have that data anywhere in the story. It never mentioned numbers. It never mentioned here's what our research found. Just, oh, it's going to people of color. Here's one person who got it, who's offended and made a TikTok post about it. So let's interview her. And then let's interview this guy who's, I guess, a pastor. And oh, he says some people in his congregation got it. But who else got it? Right? That's the data I want to know.
But this is local news. This isn't 60 Minutes. This isn't like Mike Wallace looking at this stuff. This is local news. A news story of a few minutes. Hey, some people got this. That's kind of fucked up. And then, like, it's very small thing. They might do follow-up stories on it later, but what the hell? Playing a game and I dodge, so when I watch, so I don't have to do a thing. No, I get it, Drex. I get that stuff. I understand that.
Now the other fucking, I said, oops, excuse me, I said fucking because I got upset. The other thing about this story,
Phil, you're on Kick. Nobody gives a fuck. You could probably throw the gamer words out there. Like, look at him. He's trying to be all tame and shit. What the fuck?
gotta be professional. It's a politics show. I can't be saying the F word. The other thing, all right, is this message itself is admitted in this news story. It's outright admitted. There's nothing illegal about this message. Now, you could say this message is very offensive. It's insincere. Or not insincere. It's inconsiderate. It's actually targeting a group. It's trying to be insulting. Absolutely, all of that stuff is true, but it's not illegal. So why is the FBI investigating this?
This is Darkside Phil. He needs to. This is a man who basically you have to literally handhold him to point A and point B. If this targeted African Americans, this targeted black folks, how? What information did they have? That's what the FBI is looking at. Did they get in? Did they hack into a database? Did they steal something? Like I can. And here's the thing, Aquasaber. The thing of it is like with when you said census data. Yeah, he can call someone a British cigarette, but he can't drop. But he can't drop the word fuck on Kick. It's the thing about it that really kind of gets me is like he can't seem to put two and two together. The fact that, yeah, FBI is trying to figure out how they got this information, because census data, normally recent census data would only have like aggregate analysis. It would have like the names, but I don't think the names are publicly available for a while. I don't think they are, at least not to like regular folks, because that would just be a way of getting, you know, information to try to do identity theft. Oh no, I know the gamer word's the N word. Yeah, no, I get what the gamer word. I know what it is. But yeah, he can call someone a British cigarette, but he can't, you know. Well, that's the thing. He doesn't want to. And here, and let's also say, whenever Phil drops the gamer word, that is hard R. He does not drop the A. No, it's hard R. That whole thing with Booker T. Booker T didn't drop the hard R on that. Listen to this.
Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
That is not the hard R. That's not hard R. All right, that wasn't the hard R. And he's like, oh, it was the hard R. No, it wasn't.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation is investigating a mean text message. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you know who I am. Allow me to explain. My name is Darkside.
No, don't you fucking dare. Don't you fucking dare. Aiden Ross is definitely cracking down on people, which is fine. It's making the site usable. Yeah, I mean, if the fact is that, you know, does the gamer word have to be mentioned? Hard R is in reference to movies, not the N-word. Go. Is he gonna do what I think he's gonna do? Please don't.
Phil, I've been a content creator for 16 years. I have arguably received more harassment of this nature and far worse in the 16 years that I've been a content creator than probably almost every person on Earth. There's probably maybe another 50 people who got it worse than me because they're like, you know, horrible.
Oh my God. He doesn't understand that the FBI is doing this because the fact is it's a mass text and it might be that people's identities have been compromised and their PII has been compromised. And this guy's like, but I had it worse. It's like that fucking Like a Dragon thing where he's like, this game's like my life, for real, for real. And then when people called him out, like, oh my God. Yeah, always back to himself. Like every political commentator is going to call his ass out that all of the big stories always have to come back to him because of his narcissism. He doesn't have the empathy to see it from other people's point of view. He has to always connect it back to himself. Oh. Well, the thing is, the FBI wouldn't be the one that would need to be looking into it. It would be the IRS.
Awful murderers and crime committers and shit, but I've had it pretty.
Crime committers. Crime committers. Do you know what we normally call crime committers, Phil, in the English language? In the English language, if I didn't mushmouth language, I think. Criminals. Criminals. We have a word for people who commit crimes. Criminals. Yeah, Phil is going, he doesn't care about other people. That's the thing, Drax. And I don't know whether this is the narcissism or the autism. Because there are folks, like it is something that some folks who have autism can have issues with empathy. It is a known thing. Now, that's not to say everybody has it, but there are some, some folks who have autism can have a bit of difficulty with empathy. But narcissism also has it, and he has a bit of sociopathic behavior. Some of those things. I don't know if he's a full-on sociopath, but he has some of those. And those kinds of things come up to issues with empathy. Phil makes up a stupid term for things like crime committers. All these just used to be all for turn it all about himself. Lack of empathy is purely down to his narcissism. You think his lack of empathy is just narcissism, but even though it's like some of it, I think is also one of the reasons people think he's also a sociopath. I don't know if he's a sociopath. I know he's a narcissist. And I think he has some sociopathic tendencies. But I do agree, Suddenful. I think it is, I think, but I'm also not a psychologist. All narcissists are sociopaths, but not all sociopaths are narcissists. Is that true? I don't know. That doesn't sound right. I don't think that is, because sometimes a psychopath, a narcissist can be a psychopath. And a psychopath and a sociopath are very different. A sociopath and a psychopath are very different. And there are psychopaths that are there are narcissists who are psychopaths. Autism stops him being able to relate to other human beings, so he comes off as a sociopath. Okay, Drax, I could see that. I can see the narcissism makes him have difficulty, and then the autism kind of makes it so that he comes off like a sociopath. The sociopathic thoughts never commit to any actions. You know what? A lot of this is speculation, and I'm not a psychologist, so it is something I would like to like talk a little bit to. Yeah, we need more Steve style analysis and that kind of stuff. And the sociopaths don't understand what they're Sudden Fool, I think you have it the other way around. Sudden Fool, I think that is the other way around. Sociopaths know they're doing wrong and choose to do it. Psychopaths don't know. It's the reason why things like a psychopath is basically they're wired so wrong that they don't understand right from wrong. Like they are just, they don't like you have it the other way. Psychopaths don't understand. It's why like a lot of horror movies will have psychopaths because they're just rampaging monsters. But it's why I find things like Freddy Krueger in Nightmare on Elm Street and the original Michael Myers in Halloween much scarier is because they're sociopaths. They know what they're doing is wrong and they continue to do it. But yeah, I believe it is sociopaths know what they're doing is wrong and psychopaths do not. Like psychopaths are just they're hardwired in a way they can't understand empathy or things like that. But sociopaths do. And they're
fucking bad. All right? If the FBI investigated every time that I got a mean tweet,
you know what,
mean text,
sudden
email,
that might be something we need to talk
there's
to
people who have
Steve about.
Entire businesses based around talking shit and insulting me and my family members. The FBI would need an entire fucking wing, a building full of agents, personally investigating all the mean shit that's been sent to me or said to me or my family members.
But yeah, no, Suddenful, that this is probably something that we got to talk to Steve about. Because I'm under the impression that, yes, psychopaths are hardwired. Like, they can't feel empathy. Like, their brains are wired that way. Sociopaths, like, psychopaths are born, sociopaths are made. That is how I always came to things. But he wanted to laugh that African-American people got the racist text after Trump winning. I'm sure he did.
Because that's how much there's been. Is there a single FBI agent who's ever investigated an insult towards me?
Oh my God, Phil, they're not investigating the actual text. They're investigating where they got the information from. This is the thing that's going to be hilarious about DSPolitics, is that he can't understand what is being investigated. It's like he can't go any further than the actual surface area. He can't dig any deeper. He doesn't know how. His brain is that mush.
No. So why is the FBI investigating this particular text message? What is the trigger here? It's not against the law. We don't even have any evidence that this has been sent specifically to people of color. Or at least the evidence hasn't been presented to us.
Why do they need to present evidence to... Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I just saw the... For some reason, that face made me laugh. They don't need to send the evidence to you specifically. If somebody is investigating it, they're probably looking into, okay, what access did they have? They're probably trying to find out what software they used to send this mass text, and then get, what the text messages are, so they can figure out, oh, wow, that's only sent to these. And then if they find out, they can find out who had it, find out if they had access to certain databases. Yeah, that shit is illegal. Let's say they had access to like a political donation database. Like, let's say they had access to like the Democratic National Committee, like the Democratic Party's donor database. And that's been compromised. Like, you're talking about people who could then just either blackmail or identity theft, like, and send that stuff to, sell that to other companies, other political action committees, to other countries. Yeah, shit that you shouldn't be sending. Like, there's a reason people don't like that. Okay, Malin says, sociopathy is they know their actions but don't understand their emotional actions. Yeah, this is... I took one psychology class in college and got a C. I really don't understand it. I'm going to need Steve to kind of handhold me through this. I'm sorry. This is outside of my wheelhouse.
Would like to see it. Like I said, if that evidence does exist, I would actually be like scared. Like, how the hell did they get that information that they're targeting certain races? I don't even know that's possible. How would you know the color of someone you're texting, right? But
maybe because the fact is some other, like, they've got some survey data. That's the thing. He can't... This is also a part of why people always say that Phil has no creativity. He can't make the leaps of logic to say, where could they have gotten that? Political things like that. At least the casino got rid of Derek. Yeah, but the fact is that the fact is, yeah, it took them 20 fucking minutes. They should have actually I think sociopath and impact link. I don't know. Maybe I couldn't tell you. When it comes to psychology, I would need to really read more into it, and I don't really I don't really want to, because it's not my wheelhouse, and it's kind of Greek to me. So like that. But yeah, Drax, the whole thing with the casino getting rid of Derek is it took him like 20 fucking minutes. Like, my thing is, like, after a bit, it'd be like, listen, you, like, the fact it took him that long to put the ultimatum of, you need to ban him or we're just not going to deal with you anymore. And it took him that long to do it. And then they congratulated him when he did it. It's like, fuck, man. This is something he should have done years ago. He knew about this for years and didn't do anything.
None of that's been presented. What we got in this news report is 2.5 minutes of fear-mongering. That someone out there is racist because the election went one way, and now if you're a person of color, beware, because you might get mean text. This is front page news. This is really, really important. No, it's not. At all. All right? What did we see in that report when we were staring at that screen?
Oh, Drax, yeah.
Let me find it now, because now I have to find that point that we were looking at earlier. Of course, now I can't find it, right? Oh, okay, here it is. Go back. What do you see on each of these screens? Look, basically these are different variations. Here's some different ones. You've been selected. Look, this one doesn't even spell it correctly. Cotton? What the fuck is cotton? Right? And basically what it is, if you can see, they basically changed the...
Yes, Phil. And do you know what also sometimes has a lot of common words misspelled and things like that and hope that you don't really notice? Phishing emails and phishing texts. That's the thing. That's why the FBI is investigating. This could start turning into identity theft or extortion or something like that. Who knows? Like, dude, like this is, and here's the thing, smart people fall for phishing scams. And Phil's not smart, but he thinks he's smarter than everyone else.
The words around a little bit with variations, okay? But what does this say right here? Right here. This sender is not in your contact list. Report junk. Do you know what this is? That's exactly what this is. This is junk. This is a junk text message. This is a troll. Literally, this is a troll. Now, I would say internet troll, except this is text messaging, so it's slightly different. I guess you could argue it's a messaging troll. This is someone who is trying to get attention. And ladies and gentlemen, King 5 News and every other news outlet that's covering this story has just fed the trolls the most ultimately huge, delicious...
Here's the thing. So let's take a look at his chat. Part spitter fake. You're right, but isn't this text at least a little threatening? Someone's saying, hope Elon cuts the FBI to the bone. I mean, Elon gets a lot of, like, that whole Department of Government Efficiency, which isn't even a real department. Like, that's not a real department. And even if you're like, well, Trump said it, was like, that's got to go through congressional approvals and all that kind of stuff. It basically, if Trump was to start a Department of Government Efficiency, it probably really wouldn't get started until after he leaves office. Yeah, and that's the thing, Frosty Beast, he can't understand normal people don't get trolled like that. Normal people don't get trolled. Like, I've trolled my friends, but that is, they know it was me, I laugh, and then when they troll me back, I laugh because it's like, no, you got me. That was, okay, I trolled you, you troll me, and guess what? We're all still friends, because the trolling there was not out of maliciousness, it was out of, hey, you're my friend, I care about you, so I'm going to play a little joke on you, and then you can play a joke on me, and I don't have a problem with that. It probably, oh yeah, wet floor. This is probably a bit of identity theft, and the thing about that Phil can't understand is that this is kind of the prelude, and then you start sending things that might be a little more tailored to certain folks. Oh, like this is the kind of stuff that you would see like, oh, hey, your bank information needs updating. You see that in a text, you go like, boop, gone, not doing it. I will go to always go, like if you see like, oh, your bank needs you to update your credentials, go to the official site. Banks will never send texts and emails like that. Any bank that has that with a little link, if they say, hey, your account has been compromised, they will say, go to your site and change your password. That's what they'll do. They will direct you to go to the official site. They will not, like, the problem is that you send something like this. It's like, yeah. Amazon scam text all the time. Yeah. And the fact is that they're looking for people who are just, who get panicked and then who will, they'll get panicked. Oh, Dean means like, kind of like how Yakuza was similar to Phil's life. Like, you can kind of see, like,
multi-course meal that they've ever eaten in their entire lives. They have a whole fucking real news story about their text. Their stupid text. They got exactly what they wanted. This is exactly what the troll did it for. Hey, maybe if I
says the white man in a fucking gated community. News job is to keep us divided on race and sex. How deep are you going to get into local politics? As a fellow Washingtonian, I'm interested in hearing someone such as yourself what the state is doing. The problem is that if you want to be politics and full on local stories, no one cares about. Yeah, always to trolls. That's because that's all he knows.
Someone will think it's about their skin color. Someone will complain to the news, and I'll have a whole news report about me. And now they do. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in the year 2024, and there are grown adults who don't know how to handle trolling yet.
Like Dark Side Phil. Phil, you don't handle trolling at all. Don't try to act like they don't understand. They can't handle trolling. You can't handle it. Hell, the fact is that someone fucking, does that. And yeah, oh my God, oh my ovaries. Like, dude, this motherfucker doesn't handle it either. And yet the fact is he can't understand. Phil just now understanding outrage sells and will get put on the news. Yeah, and the fact that he's basically saying like they can't handle trolling when we've seen for over a decade this guy can't handle trolling either. Like, think about it. This is the guy who basically said because he got a wellness check that anybody who made a "this is how you don't play" is involved. You, remember that. This is also the guy who, because there was issue, I think, with his either forums or website, basically said, I have your name and your address and information. Remember that whole you better take another sip, you fucking sleazy asshole? That old shit where he's like basically threatening, I have your information, I'll fucking dox your ass. Which is what he implied.
This woman, I'm sorry, listen, here's what I will apologize for. She doesn't deserve to be harassed at all, nor does she deserve to be harassed by the color of her skin. But you're telling me this woman who's a grown adult has never been trolled before and doesn't know how to handle it? She doesn't understand.
I mean, yeah, me come across the pond. Whenever I get an official text from Amazon about an order waiting for my first, I ignore it. I know it's a scam because one, Amazon doesn't text me. Yeah, and the fact is that if someone texts you with that, and it's something that, and it's not like, oh, I get, this is targeted. It's targeted. Okay? It's not saying, oh, that she also got ones about, going to the rice fields and working on the railroads, like what you would probably send to someone who was Asian you wanted to be racist. This was obviously a very targeted campaign. And he's projecting this because the fact is he thinks he can handle trolls better, but it's like, you don't. You don't. You gave Duty Streams so much fucking publicity. Remember you called him Duty. Oh, Pop mentioned the rice fields. Well, yeah, like the Pop mentions the rice fields because that would be probably something that he would get. Pop would probably get something like, you go to the rice fields or you're not getting your boba tea or some shit like that. Like something like that. And the other fact is that, or like Mexicans, they'll be like, okay, we better see you over by Home Depot or whatever. Like that kind of shit. Like if they're just sending it to everyone, no, this is targeted. that's the thing. This adult woman that has a life outside the internet not know how to handle trolls like this man-child who doesn't know how to handle trolls. Yes, he can't handle trolls. She's living her life. I don't know, doing whatever. Can't remember if they even said what she does for a living. It doesn't matter. She's living her life. She gets a text that is just like racist, and you know, it feels it's generic, but also, wait, I'm black and I get this text about picking cotton? What the fuck? That's fucked up. Because then the fact is, how do they know that? Like, probably the fear centers of her brain are going haywire because she's hitting fight or flight mode. Like, what the fuck? I don't know.
Understand that being on this news story gives the troll what they want, and now they're going to escalate. That's exactly what trolls do. They escalate when you give them the attention they're so desperately craving.
The news is when an intern gives a tweet to a boomer at a news station. Cover the war in Ukraine or the election. Who cares about... Who the fuck cares about you are talking about? Yeah. Like, I love the ideas, like, this is such a non-issue that why is he even talking about it? Oh, because it's like me, for real, for real.
So it might have just been one person or 10 people or 100 people they would have sent to it. Now they're going to send it to 100,000 because they know they're getting the impact they want. They're getting the attention they so crave. What you do with a troll is very simple, all right? As soon as you get that message, as soon as you get that email, as soon as you get that nasty message in your chat, on stream, wherever it may be, you go right over to report the junk. When you click on it, it actually gives you...
Phil, you have basically stopped your stream dead in its tracks to ban trolls. You have shown troll stuff online. Like, you are... It's like Amberlynn Reed telling people they need to eat healthy. Like, what the fuck, dude? Come on. Uh-huh. Sure. Yeah. I think he gives trolls what they want by just talking about them. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, doesn't know how to handle it. Like, you could tell that the chat is having fun of showing that Phil doesn't know how to do this, and he's telling other people to do
options. It says, do you just want to report it as junk? Do you want to block the sender? You could have all these, and you just get it out of there.
Big Joke, Jude, you just figured out trolling 3 months ago. It's a bit harassing. The people who sent texts aren't trolls looking for attention. They're seeking to fuel the flames of divisions between Americans. But here's the problem, Sudden Fool. He can't understand that because he has lived in seclusion all the time. Like, yeah, this is designed. Like, this is sent to one group to fan the flames. Something else is sent to another group to fan the flames. The idea is to get to, like, a breaking point where there's just racial violence. And where things just boil over. That is... Like, they're trying to get to that point, and it's not good. Don't do that. You know? Come on now.
And then that person can never, ever contact you again from that number, from that address, from whatever it is. And you move on with your life. And the thing is, if you don't respond...
You do know they did say they had phone... No, Spone... Oh, Jesus Christ. Pass... You got enough sleep. Can you actually speak English? Like, the fact is they did say it was from a phone spoofing service. So guess what they do? They send it. Maybe they send it multiple times from different phone numbers. Like, that kind of shit. Like, this is... Oh my goodness. And look, this one even has Monet M. Like, that could have actually been that person's name. And so it's more targeted. That's not... But Phil can't... See, the thing is, Phil can't understand that people who want to fuel the flames of division are... Like, they're fueling that so that... A lot of times they do that so that they can hide other ulterior motives.
Onto it. If you ignore it, what happens is it goes away because this person realizes I'm wasting my time. I'm not getting anything out of this bad act. The action was not rewarded. Let me move on and do something else. They literally did exactly the wrong thing, and I wouldn't be shocked if this becomes a big thing now where everyone keeps getting these kind of messages. And did you hear what she actually said at the very tail end of the story?
Looping?
She said, oh, we're also getting reports that people of other ethnicities are also receiving, you know, insulting, harmful text messages. Of course they are, because you keep reporting on it. The more you keep...
So, Phil, where's the line on that? If someone was to, let's say, lynch a person based on their race, are you going to call that trolling? Or are you going to say, oh, don't give them attention? It'll just like, what the fuck? Where's the line, Phil? Come on now. You know, like the fact is this is done because they could see this is obviously designed to inflame racial tensions. Like, oh my God. Yeah, let's just get through this.
Acknowledging their trollish actions and reporting on it, the more they will continue. How on earth you don't understand how to handle trolling in 2024?
Wait, hold on.
Sheltered and insulated can you be that you...
Phil, I never want to hear you say that someone else is sheltered and insulated. From you who have not really left your gated community in 10 fucking years. The fact is you don't go to, like you said, oh, you're going to go there so you could do conventions and all that, and you have basically locked yourself in like a fucking hermit. They said that they are getting more instances, so how are they reporting it more? The first time news is talking about it. Yeah. Never report on anything out of the ordinary. It's giving it attention. You know, what the fuck? Like, this is the dumbest fucking thing. If you block and move on, you can't be a victim. You're into politics. You should go on Destiny's podcast. This is just a plot to divide the country further. Trolls sending this to the NAACP as we speak. I have the opinion this might be a race hoax. I'm very suspicious there have been race hoaxes. If you don't mind. Phil, who will win the fight tomorrow? Logan Paul or Mike Tyson? Didn't matter that fight. I didn't see that fight, but from what I heard, it sounded kind of staged.
You don't know what this is. This baffles me. Again, I'm one of the people who's been most affected by this kind of action on the planet.
You talk about trolls every day, but you don't ignore them.
And they've got the FBI going after this shit. When I've had multiple death threats and all this shit going on, that's what they're focused on. Anonymous, mean.
This is pure narcissism. He thinks the FBI should be, like, throwing his stage and Netflix as a joke for live events. Yeah. Like, yeah, if this was... It's like, oh, it was on Netflix. I'm like, yeah, no. If this was something on HBO or something, I might have... I might have considered sailing the high seas to take a look at it. But Netflix, yeah, I don't care. And the thing about it is that being staged really does hurt. One, it hurts boxing because boxing is in the toilet. In the toilet because the fact is things like UFC are much more popular. And boxing has basically for years been called crooked and things like that. So it doesn't help boxing. I think it hurt Mike Tyson's. I hope that whoever, like Netflix, gave a dump truck full of money, and he just like, yeah, I did it. I got a dump truck full of money. Then I'd be like, okay, you do you. I mean, you know, this is all, and also it just reminds me that Phil thinks he could take on Mike Tyson, which no, at Mike Tyson at 50 in training would probably do that. Like I don't know that he is as mobile as he was when he was in his prime. Motherfucker probably can train enough to basically hit you so hard that you, it'll hit you so hard, it'll be like the, like Doctor Strange, he'll just knock your soul right out of your body for a sec. Buy society outside the ring with money, yeah. Yeah, lends more credence to boxing being a joke sport, which is the thing is like, if you looked at like Tyson in his prime, hey, he wasn't a fucking joke. He was destroying motherfuckers. Like, that's the thing. Like, if you look at a real boxing fight where you're like, holy shit, they're fucking people up. Like, it's one of the things where it's like, yeah, I don't care about boxing. I don't. Like, I'd rather watch something like UFC or Olympics, like amateur wrestling or something like that, where it's like, yeah, no, that's not... Where it's like, it's more of a sport and things like that. You know, that was a weird thing. They tried to get wrestling out of the Olympics one time. It's like, wait a minute. No, wrestling's one of the original OG Olympic sports. They should put all the OG Olympic sports back. I want to see a chariot race in 2020. In 2028, I want to see LA. I want to see a chariot race. Oh, this is hilarious.
Good work. So for every dollar, every billable dollar that the FBI, all right, is getting paid, that's out of
billable dollar. Billable dollar? Billable dollar. They're not a fucking... Oh my god, they're a government agency with their own budget and resources. This isn't a fuck... Oh my... Remove wrestling but add breakdancing. Yeah. Yeah, no, breakdancing's got to go. I'm sorry. That Australian lady, she ruined breakdancing. It's obvious she couldn't do shit. Like, that's breakdancing? Motherfucker, I've seen people on the side corners on their... Like, one, I did not see a cardboard box anywhere there. Why aren't they doing it on a cardboard box? That's how you know homies are real. I have seen folks who've got moves that are like, oh, damn, that's fucking smooth. Already confirmed, gone from the next Olympics. She killed it for everyone. It was so bad. But billable hours. Oh my god. The FBI did. Damn cats. Cats, stop doing that shit. The cats will be like cuddling up. Oh, I love you. I love you too. And one is like, the next minute it's like, on other hand, attack. Oh, cats.
Out of my taxes, by the way. So all my tax money, everyone's tax money in this country that we're paying, and it goes to fund the FBI, that the FBI, all right, is getting paid. Not, that's what they're focused on. Anonymous, mean texts. Good work. So for every dollar, every billable dollar that the FBI, all right, is getting paid, that's out of my taxes, by the way.
Billable dollar. I just love that. Like, Phil, you do understand how the FBI... Like, here's the thing. The FBI is a federal agency. Federal agencies are given a yearly budget. Now, there might be some kind of, I don't want to say slush fund, because that's illegal, but there might be some contingency money in case something really bad happens. They need to put a lot more resources for the FBI or something like that. But, like, they have a budget. And that budget is then gone into the resources for them to look into things. Like, it's not billable hours like a lawyer's office or anything like that. Like, this is so dumb.
So all my tax money, everyone's tax money in this country that we're paying, and it goes to fund the FBI, this is what they're investigating. They're not stopping criminals. They're not stopping drug dealers. They're not stopping mass murderers. They're stopping the mean texters. Well, I'm glad. I will sleep soundly tonight, sending in my thousands of dollars.
You're angry the FBI is investigating this and not the detractors. Like, yeah, Phil pays taxes. I mean, he is on a payment plan, so eventually he'll pay them, maybe. But the fact is he's talking about thousands of dollars. Like, Phil, there's a lot of waste in a lot of the government, because that's just how it is. And just think this isn't the worst part of the stream. I know. Taxes strike again. FBI kicks down doors for 13-year-old troll.
Dollars of tax payment for the month to the feds.
Phil, I don't have to send a tax payment to the feds. You want to know why? When I work, my taxes are automatically deducted. Like, this is part of just the social contract. I pay the government taxes, and they provide, you know, what they say they will, and sometimes they don't, and sometimes it's like, wow, okay.
So that they can stop the mean text. Man, let me tell you, amazing. I mean, slap bang job from the FBI there. I'm so happy that this is what we're focused on, and this is what's important to our country. I mean, this is fucking stupid shit. I mean, what dunce level stuff.
And that drink to kind of end the conversation. You're doing a bad job. Yeah, you can see his chat really is against him.
Okay, I got a couple, well, a few contributions during that story. That was just the warm-up. That was the appetizer story, my friends. We're going to get to the meat of stuff very short.
That was the appetizer. 20 minutes of an appetizer. Uh-huh, sure. The texts aren't illegal, nor restraining him or calling him fat. Yeah, he fat. I mean, think about it. He wants to claim that, oh, he's not fat. But the fact is that he doesn't do any exercise. So, remember when he put in the BMI calculator, and even when he was like, oh, at 195, he was lying about it, it still came up overweight. Like, the idea is, like, he may not be as big as people depict him anymore, but he's still fat. He's still got he's still got a gut, and he still has jiggly man titties. Like, Phil, just go and work out, eat out less, drink less, and you could probably get to a nice, good weight. And then if your skin's a little saggy, go to the gym, lift some weights. That will start building the muscle, and the skin will start fitting a little bit better, and all that kind of stuff. What is this villager he's talking about now? Oh, Drex, he basically is saying that the FBI shouldn't be looking at trolls because he got trolled worse and the FBI didn't look for him. He's basically calling it a trolling job. And you could see, like, awful take. This is textbook definition of first world.
Shortly. I did receive a gifted sub during that segment, but I missed who
He's
it
being
was.
dumb.
And I apologize because it went by so fast. I think what I'm going to have to do, because I'm going to have to get used to this when I'm streaming exclusively on Kick.
Can we talk real politics, like maybe wars overseas, or maybe how tariffs affect the country? Like, Lord Void Reaper Tiberos, he isn't going to understand how the tariffs are going to affect the economy. Like, that is, you're talking way beyond what he knows. You don't know any about that. Duty, please tip. Please tip. Oh, it's Fat Cat. Fat Cat needs Ozempic. Look, I know he banned Fat, and I think he banned Cat also. So Fat Cat needs Ozempic. He banned those words. Kick the thing that he's talking about of being able to do all this stuff, and he has banned words in his chat. The weekly goal for him is to eat fast food on camera now. So for anyone who cheered about not eating as much garbage fast food since the soulmate arrived, we're back to eating fast food. Yeah. It's like, dude, like, well, he'll do this, and then he'll complain that he can't go out and drive to get it. Like, dude, if you're just going to do it, why not just put up the little thing, go out and drive and pick it up? It'll save a lot of money. Like, that's the thing. I have to kind of stop doing DoorDash and stuff like that, because I did that, like, when the pandemic's on there, and sometimes, like, when it's like, I don't want to go and cook, and it's like, but it's expensive. So it's like, I'm going to have to find cheaper things, which is either going to the place themselves, picking it up, or trying to get stuff to make stuff there. It's like, yeah, he doesn't understand, or even that even his real trolls are not the detractor's side to us. They are both content, which is why people at the moment are compiling Super Crazy's information. Yeah, because the fact is that, like, many people I didn't contribute to Super Crazy's thing, because it's like, okay, like, you're gonna sue Phil, okay, whatever, sure, I'll see it. Because who else did it? Didn't Pastor Eric also claim he was gonna sue Phil? Like, it's never gonna happen. Like, if you're gonna sue Phil, then sue him. Save the money for a retainer to a lawyer and sue him. I don't think you're going to get anywhere, because I don't know enough. Didn't accept donations, though. It doesn't matter. But Pastor Eric was also using he was using his detractordom to basically grift. He was trying to grift. The fact is that it sounds like Super Crazy just was like going to try to grift as well. So
I think what I should do is I should open up my Kick dashboard.
Triple X, Phil Lover 69 Triple X. I'll give you $100 if you say the gamer word. He'll say it off stream when he can't hear it, but he'll expect that $100, just like those 25 push-ups off stream. Yeah, fundraising a lawsuit. Because the thing is that if he had, Super Crazy probably had enough that he could have threatened legal action. But if the fact is you don't have it, like, you got to be able to get at least scrim and scrape a little bit to get a fucking lawyer to at least retain you and maybe send a worded letter. Because this motherfucker, if a lawyer send him a thing of, you need to basically, they're going to sue your ass for this, and this, he'll back down like a house of cards. He's not going to fight it. He'll back down. Like, that's what's going to happen. He's going to back down. And yeah, if you're going to sue Phil, why are you going to then crowdfund the retainer? Are you gonna if I was to crowdfund, like, okay, it was $3,000. If I was to give you 10%, am I getting 10% of the winnings back? How's that working out? Yeah, you can't troll someone and then be surprised when they defend themselves. I mean, the whole thing, though, yeah, and then there's that, but also the fact that these folks don't, you know, they're using the internet. You don't pull legal stuff unless it's like, if Phil was to like find out Super Crazy's name and dox him and stuff like that, then that's another thing, because I don't like doxing and I disagree with doxing. But like, if it's contained to the internet, contained to the internet.
Let me do that right now because I want to go and see all the contributions coming in and I want to be able to shout them all out. And I know I just missed a few. So here we go. So we go to monetization tab. How many viewers do we have on the show? Well, thanks to everyone here. I was not expecting this many viewers tonight. Thank you to everyone here. I hope you're enjoying the show. I really do. That was just the warm-up. So it was actually, it was Toasty Chestnuts who gifted a sub. And then right now, Darkside Pimp just gifted a sub. So thank you to both of you for gifting those subs. I appreciate that. That really helps a ton. And thank you for supporting the channel.
Oh, no. Here's the thing, Drax. No, what I mean is that if Phil was to have found out his name and then just said it on his podcast before all this stuff happened, and he was just like, oh, this person. Like, if Phil was to dox somebody on his podcast, then yeah, that would be something where I'm just like, okay, yeah, no, that's crossing a line on that. And he's like, that's one you might be able to sue him for. But yeah, the fact is that he flagged you down. There's not much you could do about that other than appealing to YouTube, but YouTube don't give a shit. I don't know. It is what it is.
Cool. So now I have it open. I'll be able to pop back and forth there as I need to see fit. We have a few tips to shout out, and then we're going to get to arguably our biggest story of the night. We're going to talk about the election. I know that's what a lot of people want. It's DSPolitics. You want to talk about the election? That's what we're going to get to. Okay? Is there? I'm being told there's a politics category on Kick. Is that true? Can one of the moderators change the stream category over to politics then? Because I wasn't aware that.
Like, this kind of thing where it's like he doesn't even understand. Like, you could kind of like look at this where he's like, okay, some of the moderators use, I didn't even know you had that. Like, this really kind of shows he has no clue what he's doing. This is a man who doesn't know what, like, how are you this dumb? Like, oh, I'm going to do a politics thing. And you don't look to see if there's a politics channel on fucking Kick. How are you this dumb? How are you this ignorant of what your
that was actually a category
job
that would be
is?
probably more appropriate for what we're doing tonight. All right, a couple of quick shout outs here. So Mr. Fluffy Nipples just did a $2.25 tip and says the FBI is investigating it because it's a hate crime. They literally said in the story no crime was committed. Wrong. Completely false. There is no crime in that text.
Again, he can't seem to put two and two together that if they've got this information, how did they get the information of all the folks of, you know, African Americans, how they get their phone numbers, all that kind of stuff. That might be what they're investigating. He can't, again, this really just shows how once he kind of became a valedictorian, he just stopped even trying to, he stopped even trying as far as his brain. His brain is just mush. He won't try to learn anything. He won't. That was the whole thing that I didn't like when he like crowing about doing that whole Riven thing, is because he didn't. Like, the fact is that Riven thing, he had to be handheld, and the whole thing about the Rivenese number system was he already knew the first 6 numbers from the first part of it. You just have to learn the last 4. And he had to relearn everything over again because it was a game where you really should take notes, and he didn't take any notes. What the fuck, man? And while the new version of Riven, I didn't like that they simplified the waffle iron puzzle. I understand why they did it, even if I don't like it. It still tickled my brain and gave me good brain chemicals. It was like, ooh, okay, let me figure it. Ah, I got it. And that gave me the good brain chemicals. Things like that, you know.
Whatsoever. It's definitely mean. It's definitely insulting. It's definitely targeted at a certain group, but it's not a crime. Nothing in that was illegal whatsoever. They outright said it right in the story. You're wrong. So the FBI should not be investigating it. I received a $1.25 tip from someone saying,
the FBI investigates national organized crime, violent crime, white-collar crime, weapons of mass destruction, cybercrime, terrorism, and counterintelligence. And Fuzzy's like, it was a hate crime, lol. You don't know what hate crime is then. Wow, this is really just showing you. You're right, Aquasaber. It really is. It's a potential hate crime, which really is. But that's something that the FBI is going to do because the fact is, this also comes with cyber. So the thing is, it being, sending to a lot of people over state lines and stuff like that, that kind of becomes more of a federal thing. Folks better hope they don't get caught because, they're going to throw in some federal charges.
I made the story about me. No, I connected it to my own personal experience. You're an idiot. And then I received a $1 tip. I'm glad.
What? Hold on. What did he?
From someone saying, I made the story about me. No, I connected it to my own personal experience. You're an idiot. And then
Oh, why did you tip that? Just put it in the chat and let him stew on that. That's the... There's... Like, look at... Yeah, Talby says it. The FBI investigates this because it could be considered a hate crime and it is national. Because the fact is that if it's sent to people across county and state lines, it's not a state matter. That's a federal matter. So, yeah, they're thinking it's a potential hate crime. Or that this is going to ramp up to becoming on hate crimes. So, try and nip it in the bud. And yeah, definitely a race hoax. And I love the fact, like DSP versus the Internet Light. And I love the fact how mad he got when somebody said that, yeah, they have to, Drax, you're complete. They have to investigate it if it stops a mass shooting. Yeah, if the fact is that, like, this kind of stuff, goes up where you're starting to have basically full on, like, that kind of stuff, it's like, yeah, no, you want to keep the, you don't want to let this stuff boil over because then we're going to get shit like fucking 68 and nobody wants that. Nobody wants. We don't need to go back. Detroit hasn't fucking recovered from the riots in '68. If they riot again, that whole town might be just dust. But I love how much he just. Somebody called him like making it about himself, and he's like, "No, like." He is so mad when they call him out for making things about himself.
I received a $1 tip. I'm glad you are.
Winter of peace to go with the summer of love.
Totally, that had to do with my race, correct?
Yeah, the nuclear winter of peace, I guess.
Everything that I just said had to do with my race. It had nothing to do with common sense or intelligence or fucking coming from a perspective of someone who's been through insane amounts of harassment, just like that, only far worse. It's about me being white, right? So if I were black, it would have been different, correct? That's what you're saying? So who's the racist then? Because if I say it and I'm white, if I was black and I said it about something else, that means that you're...
What? Did he fucking do it again?
Race. It had nothing to do with common sense or intelligence or fucking coming from a perspective of someone who's been through insane amounts of harassment, just like that, only far worse. It's about me being white, right? So if I were black, it would have been different, correct? That's what you're saying? So who's the racist then?
Oh my god, I'm gonna have a stroke if I keep... Oh my god. Yeah, the most minor of pushback. And it's... No, this is again, Aquasaber, you know what this is? This is the side-scrollers thing. Where, oh, you saw a racial connotation when I said that the black girl should be sold into the slave trade for profit. You're the racist, not me, Re. Like, what the fuck? That is the one thing I really dislike that the side scrollers, they should have pushed so hard on that. Like, no, that is racist if you say that shit. They should have pushed him so hard on that. And they didn't. They didn't. They let that shit slide and they let him get away with basically saying that anybody who called him racist because he had a slave trade joke was racist themselves. Motherfucker. Jesus Christ. Oh my... Oh. Wow. Just wow. Is this gonna get worse? I'm wondering if this is gonna get worse. Did we just hit the thing of like, oh yeah, like, fuck. Like, look at it. It's like, whoever sent the messages, rose-colored glasses from an old white man in a gated community. It gets worse. Oh my goodness. Like, this is... Oh, not this topic, though. Like, the thing is, someone can make that joke, but not Phil after his Hey Jew incident. Yeah, that's the thing. The thing, Jax, that Phil can't understand is that Phil isn't able to understand that people do think he's racist. That his whole Dead Space 2 demo thing, basically everybody thinks you're racist. You're racist, you're anti-Semitic. And the way that he said some of this stuff, the way that he will, like the whole Booker T thing where he's like, no, it was a hard R. It's like, no, it wasn't. And him just dropping that hard R. Like remember, one of the videos, he literally, in recreating that whole Booker T incident, he dropped the hard R. It's like, wow, the hard R gamer word. But yeah, he can't understand that. Like, Phil doesn't seem to understand. It's like, no, you can look at a joke and say, no, you are, like, this is racially connected. And he tries to get out of it by saying, no, it's like, I'm sorry, but if it's a black woman, and you're a black girl and you're selling her, get out the slave, you're selling her off for profit, the fuck. And you're like, one, here's the other big thing. That joke that he said, that whole thing in well, I can't remember what the name is. I can only remember what one of my streamer people that I watch called it, which was Tom Goes to the Narrative, because it just is just things like Tom Goes to the Mayor. I can't remember what the actual name of it is called. But the problem also is that Phil's jokes aren't funny. They're not funny. It's like, this isn't funny. Because you could make a joke about that and make it funny. And people, and it's like, yeah, this is like you could do this and be like, guys, the 13th Amendment's over. You can't do this stuff no more. It's like, but no, he just goes and does it and then immediately says, well, you're the racist because you saw it. You're the racist because you thought it was racist. What the fuck? How the thing? Yeah, for one, they don't sound like, yeah, like the whole Dead Space 2 thing doesn't sound like a joke. There's no joke in there. It is just him. It's him role-playing. And that's kind of concerning. Like, it's not... Hang on one sec. That's the thing. He is bad at comedy. This is one of the biggest things for me of why I do think that Phil's very racist. Just because he's so bad at comedy, he can't... Like, I've seen folks who will put and say things that's like, wow, that came off really racist, but it's funny. Fuck, man. Like, hell. Like, look at, let's say, something like the Chappelle Show. When they did, like, the, one of my favorite ones, the racial draft. You know? The race draft. Where you'll have these things and there'll be some jokes there and you're like, okay, yeah, you know it's... But they're funny ones. Hell, probably one of the funniest ones that I remember was after this whole thing between black, and they was like, O.J. Simpson is now black again, and you see the two white commentators do a little hand thing, and it was like, yeah, oh, the one with the... Yes! That is... Drax, that might be Chappelle, that might be like, wow, that is like a magnum fucking opus. That is so goddamn funny. Because it's like, it is the thing of like, yeah, that one is like that. And the fact is, comedians can make jokes that are uncomfortable funny. Phil can't. That's the thing. So his jokes come off like they're racist or sexist or homophobic. And that's because he can't make it funny. And that was the whole thing that Life is Strange. He's just all so hot and bothered about a lesbian sex scene or whatever. No, not even lesbian sex. It was like two lesbians making out. And it was just like, now, normally you'd just be like, okay, whatever the fuck. Whatever. You know? But he was so offended by this because it's women. Oh no. Like, female sexuality just bothers him. One, because he's probably gay. And 2 is just weird.
Because if I say it and I'm white, it's one thing, but if I was black and I said it, it would be something else. That means that you're a racist. So congratulations on proving your racism here tonight on DSPolitics.
Like, he can't, because he doesn't have friends, he can't even use the, I'm not racist, I have black friends. So he instead makes it that if you saw a racist thing in there, you're the racist. It literally is the whoever smelt it, dealt it of this.
Very nice. Okay. I don't know what you guys thought the show was going to be like so far. That was the appetizer. That was the warm-up. Now we're going to get...
Yeah, not just jokes. Phil has bad deliveries. It's a voice and way. Part of it, that one nice guy, is that he doesn't understand that the thing about it is with jokes and things like that, you have to work on your delivery. I mean, it's one of the reasons I dislike Amy Schumer as a comedian, because not only are there video compilations of her stealing jokes, but when she tells them, she's just so bad at the delivery, it just kills whatever humor there was. Like, the thing about it is, comedy is all about the timing. Timing is the most important thing in comedy, and Phil doesn't understand timing. And because Phil never tried to evolve, never tried to hone his craft, he's terrible at this.
To the main event. All right. Here we go. Okay. Thank you. You changed it to politics. Thank you for changing the topic of the stream to politics. I appreciate that. Very nice. Okay.
So you were more oppressed than black people.
Will that be clipped on YouTube or all one vid?
What you said was inaccurate. This show is doomed to fail to start, as you've never even voted in an election. You have no business having opinions this strong. And that's the thing. The last time that anybody knows that he was registered to vote was in 2004 in Connecticut, 20 years ago. So, like, because the thing about it is, people, like, registering to vote is a bit of public knowledge. I believe that is a matter of public record. Not public knowledge, public record. So he's never voted in Washington. And it looks like the last time he voted was 20 years ago. So what does he know about politics? And the fact is that he's going to think of, oh, if you vote and you have no right to complain. What the fuck? Like, yeah, he's not the fan of urban style individuals. Yeah. And that's the thing, Drax. Like, even when going back at like his, if you ever go back to some of like the tophaters.com, you can see he says some stuff as like, yeah, no, yeah, we're I mean, not gonna mince fucking words there. Like, Phil's racist. Like, that one was more racist against like Japanese folks. But Phil's kind of racist. And the fact is that he really had like, and not only that. Oh, Drax, you know what? I remember this one. You'd have to look at one of the. What was this? This was a Skyrim. It was like a few years ago. I think it was like 2022. I think when he did those night Skyrim ones that piece used to restream. Because at one point he's talking about these folks who, because his high school was mostly black. And he was talking about his folks, how he didn't get to be part of these theater productions because he's not talented and he doesn't practice and do any hard work. And he talked about, oh, and now he's the one who does all this entertaining and singing and all this, and he's the entertainer and he does all this stuff on YouTube and all that and makes some money out of it. And they're just like at home with their 14 kids. And my jaw just fucking drops like, I'm sorry, what? Holy fuck. Because that, if you don't know, that's a racist dog whistle. Of like black people have a lot of kids. That's like, that was shit that you saw in Monty Python's Flying Circus 55 years ago, when they would put that in like people racist mouths in the 60s. Like, fuck. Derek's Asian and he defends him like he's a kid. But that one nice guy, here's the thing about it. One, Derek's not Japanese. He hated Japanese people because they kept beating him at fighting games. He did not like the Japanese. Derek, it was more, he kept giving him money until he couldn't. And then he just kept defending him because he was just a fan. And there might have been backdoor things, but yeah. I don't know. But yeah, I'm sorry. I will put this. Phil, I do think is racist. And the thing about that whole thing with the 14 kids, that wasn't a joke. He didn't say it in a way that was jokey. That was the mask slipping off. He, like, because he hated the fact that other people got what he thought should have been his. Even though he doesn't have the talent. He can't sing. He is not good at singing. And which is why when he sings, it's like, oh.
What I likely will do, because that's, I mean, each segment, I'm not going to be doing ginormous clips. I could do that as like a 20-minute segment, or I could just take highlights of that, like do like a little here, a little here, a little here. We'll see. I got to figure out what I want to do. I'm also not going to do it all tonight. I will probably clip it over the course of the week and have those clips go on DSP Reacts over the course of the week. Thank you to Obama. Just sub to the channel. Thank you for sub, Obama.
We have taken a long time to do this.
Awesome. Thank you for the support there. Okay.
It takes me 3 hours to watch 60 minutes
totally
sometimes.
Go ahead and add a maturity flag to the stream. I'm okay with that. Go for it. Okay. Folks, are we ready? We're going to get into the next topic, which is going to be the big one for the night for sure. So I hope that you guys are ready. Here we go. Let's continue.
Hold on. Lord Viper Tyrus. So with the God Emperor Donald J. Trump appointing Bobby Kennedy Jr. as health secretary, who wants to defeat Papa Nurgle by banning all the unnecessary, unhealthy, disease-causing, ultra-processed, addictive, and dyed packaged foods? How will your DSP try to continue or even survive since it's all you eat? This Lord Viper is basically just trolling him and it's like, fuck. All right.
With DSPolitics tonight.
Again? Why is he doing this again? Oh my god, it's because he's gonna clip all this shit. Oh.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
I love that it's DSP Gaming Real because DSP Gaming, Darkside Phil, all that stuff was all taken by his trolls. If he had done this sooner and just, I have it just in case I need it, he'd have been a lot better, but...
Last week, just a little over a week ago, was the presidential election here in the United States of America for 2024. Donald Trump against Kamala Harris, former president versus the current vice president. And it was a heated race for sure. It was a fast race because, as you know, it was supposed to be current president and sitting president Joe Biden.
Yeah, he wants to get away
Trump,
from the masses. Oh, that's definitely Drax.
So late in the game, they wanted to swap candidates over.
No, that wasn't what happened.
And have Kamala be their candidate for president. Now we can sit here
that's
Trump,
not
vice
how
president.
that worked.
Presidential election here in the United States of America.
Hold on. What?
Donald Trump against Kamala Harris, former president versus the current vice president. And it was a heated race for sure. It was a fast race because, as you know, it was supposed to be current president and sitting president Joe Biden against Donald Trump. But for some reason, the Democrats decided so late in the game, they wanted to swap candidates over and have Kamala be their candidate for president.
That wasn't what actually happened. I mean, I guarantee you that the Democrats did put a lot of pressure on Joe Biden to drop out of the race. But the Democrats, it wasn't for no reason. The fact is that first presidential debate between Trump and Biden was a disaster for Biden. Biden looked like he sounded and looked like he was somebody with Alzheimer's. Like, it was awful. It was really bad. And the thing about it is that until the conventions happen, somebody can drop out of the race, no problem. Like, look, if they really want a black woman to win the presidency, they need to nominate someone better. I mean, Drax, the thing about it was, the thing was that it was Biden performed so poorly during that debate that it was just, we need to go and do something else. This was not, his performance might have been one of the worst things I've ever seen in a debate. It was bad. It was bad. So he knocked out, and part of it is he is old, and something that I would like to see our country do is not just have old folks. Like, it has been basically baby boomers since 2016, and can we just look at it? Not any of the candidates are really that great. I don't particularly care for Trump I don't particularly care for him as a candidate. I'm like, okay, he's gonna, I know that he's gonna write checks his ass can't cash and all that. But the fact is that if you look, I hadn't been feeling that guy. And personally, I don't like some of his business practices. I don't like the idea of fucking over contractors, like having contractors do this work and then fuck them over. I don't like big business fucking over small business like that. Like, that's some bullshit, and it should be called out as such. Like, that's not good business. But whatever. And I'm just whatever. But the fact is, he got elected in 2016 because people didn't like Hillary Clinton. They didn't. Yes, I get it, Drex. He is a professional wrestler, but you know what? I don't want a professional wrestler in the White House. Like, that is funny. There was a shoot interview. Who was it? Too Cold Scorpio, who was talking to it was kayfabe commentators. This is Sean Oliver's talking, and he talks about Trump as a worker. He's one of the boys. And Sean Oliver's like, yeah, but I don't know if I would want one of the boys in the White House. And Too Cold Scorpio's like, that's a fair fucking point right there. Like, it's because it's like, yeah, they know that this guy's a worker. This is all for the cameras. He is doing professional wrestling. But I love that even the wrestlers are like, we know he's a worker. And some of them are like, yeah, I don't know if you want him president because it's a worker as a president. Like, those folks, yeah, they'll lie, they'll fuck you over, and because that's what professional wrestlers do. Like, have you not? It's like, yeah, I'm not sure I want somebody like that. This guy literally got drunk with Stone Cold Steve Austin and shaved Vince McMahon's head. Oh yeah, no, I remember that. And part of it is that Donald Trump and Vince McMahon go way back. Like, if I remember correctly, some of the early WrestleManias, like, they were like, Trump was very prominent in some of those early WrestleManias. Like, those two, like Vince and Trump, have been thick as thieves. My thing is, and I'll just say this, I'm not sure that I would want a professional wrestler as the head of the government. I don't know that I would elect a professional wrestler as commander-in-chief. I've heard people say, oh, put Dwayne Johnson. No. Dwayne Johnson is making movies that aren't going to do that well, but that gets him a lot of money, like Red One, which I will probably see in a discounted theater because I want to see how bad that movie is, okay? Like, if that movie is anywhere near as goofy bullshit as something like, let's say, Violent Night, which is Die Hard with Santa Claus, I might be down. I will go and watch a stupid bullshit movie if it makes me laugh. That when he was in office, I got more of my tax returns than ever. And you know what, Drax, that is a valid thing. If that was, I don't know if everybody did that, but we'll see. I mean, it was one of the big things that hurt Kamala Harris is the fact that she was tied to the Biden administration, and the economic issues are a huge thing. It's why Bill Clinton said in 1992, or either he said it or James Carville, one of his strategists, said it. It's the economy, stupid. I think that might have been Carville. It sounds more like Carville. But the fact is, if the economy isn't doing well, you're not going to get reelected. That's, people will vote with their wallets more than they will vote with almost anything else. Let's see what Phil has to say about the election.
Now, we can sit here and argue all day about what happened there, but I think we all know, and it's old news anyway, correct? But one of the things that Democrats particularly have been really racking their brains about in the last week is, why did the Democrats lose this election?
I mean, they shouldn't be racking their brains. It's pretty obvious why they lost the election. The fact is that Kamala Harris was tied to the Biden administration, which was not as popular as people thought. The fact that, also the fact that there were a number of campaign promises that were made to the liberals in 2020, like canceling student debt, decriminalizing marijuana, and raising the minimum wage, that just didn't happen. And some of them, they didn't even try. Now, I knew that the student debt thing wasn't going to happen, because the fact is there's a law where student debt is not, you can't dismiss student debt upon a bankruptcy. And guess who was the person who was one of those who sponsored that? Happens to be a Senator Joe Biden. I knew that. That's how I knew that wasn't going to happen. That one I knew wasn't going to happen. The marijuana thing, people were just like, when the fact is that the they asked people in Biden's staff who had used marijuana. They raised their hands. They fired all of them. Like, okay, that's not happening either. And then, I mean, the student debt thing, it was probably never going to happen. I mean, if he really wanted to do something about it, he could have made it interest free. He could have basically stopped any interest collections on it, or kept it going where, hey, guess what? Just pay the minimum payment, but the interest won't be collected. And that would have made him so popular, because then it's like, oh, wait, this is actually going to go to taking down the debt instead of a ton of interest. But, he printed 3/4 of the GDP in 4 years. I mean, I don't know as much about that. I do know, like, he did not care as much about the economy as he needed to. And the thing about it is, the economy is one of the big things people will vote on. So he wouldn't do that to his banker friends that financed the campaign, like killing on the interest. But the thing about it, though, Drax, is like, these are people who are just, they're not going to pay their student loans back. Like that, they're just not going to pay it back. They're going to die and still have loans, and those loans will just, like, the family ain't going to pay for it. Fuck you.
Because it seemed like all the momentum was behind the Democratic Party. In fact, if you were to watch mainstream media, if you were to watch television, news shows and reports, they were all reporting the week of the election that Kamala was leading all of these polls of what states that she was going to take, including most of the swing states.
I'm sorry, like, the polls that I saw, it was very close. Like, I thought, oh, this is going to be neck and neck. I mean, now, most people thought, like, as soon as Trump got shot and then survived, it was going to, everyone knew, like, yeah, you're going to have to fight real hard against that. But yeah, it was a lot closer than what Phil's talking about. I knew the swing states, like, yeah, no, this is going to be a tough one. Now, I did kind of joke a little bit. I think it might have been an Anlate server or something like that, joking that maybe they would get the, if it had been a tie, it would have been hilarious. Because then my thought, the funniest thing would have been if it was a tie, like both had 269, and if the Democrats took the House. Because then the fact is, it would have been, well, what happens? Does Trump try to force that the certification happens with a Republican thing? Or do they have to wait until January 3rd when the new Congress comes in? See, that I don't know. That would be an interesting story, and I'm like, I would love to see what happens there. It was neck and neck at the start. The rest of the votes piled in. What happened was that Kamala got a big bump when Biden left, and I think a big bump from the also from the convention, because their convention was later than the Republicans was very early this year for some reason. It was like in July. Normally they're in like August and September or something like that. It was a little early for the Republicans, and I don't understand why, but I don't know. They, I'm not with them, so I don't get paid by them. I'm not part of that meeting, so who the fuck knows? I think that it was, I think that there was a lot of things, Drex, that also, like, the things about Gaza, the things about, like, a lot of this stuff, just, it piled on, and the fact that the administration was not that popular, it became things that she couldn't pull out of. And I'll say this, Trump probably made a strategically really good thing of not doing another debate, because Kamala did rattle him in that first debate, and she got a bump from that, but then he wouldn't do another debate. So thing is, we took everything in the House, Senate, and people are pissed about the economy. I mean, yeah, most people, the economy is one of the biggest things. You can never sleep on the economy. It's really, I think, one of the other big things that has really hurt the Democratic strategy in a number of years. Like, they won 2020 because of the COVID response, which I will say, in my opinion, Trump was just so awful with that COVID response. Like, the fact is he was starting to say these things, and nobody would just say, dude, shut the fuck up. Like it was bad COVID response in 2020, and I feel like if it had been better, we might have not had to be kind of, locked in our houses and having to be on DoorDash and shit like that for like a year and a half. I don't know. But,
supposedly we're supposed to have,
that's my
a
opinion.
Kamala-focused attack or approach for their voting. So what happened? It just doesn't seem to make any logical sense, does it? If all the news said that she was going to win, if all the polls said she was going to win, how is it that she lost? And in addition to that, how is it that President-elect Trump not only won this election via the Electoral College, which is the process we have to select our president in this country?
Oh, also one thing I just thought about, like him talking about the polling and stuff like that. Like, dude, the polling is not always accurate. If you want a good example of that, all you have to do is look at 2016, where everybody, like all the polls are showing that Clinton was going to win handedly, and she lost. Like, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, that was like, there's a lot of reasons why this went the way it did.
But how did he also win the popular vote? For those who don't know, it's two different kinds of.
How did he win the popular vote? Well, he had more votes than the other. I mean, to be honest, probably the whole thing with Kamala is that it didn't. People who were registered to vote in 2020 and who voted in 2020 just didn't vote this cycle. They didn't care.
Of voting. The popular vote is just the populace. You and me voting, all being counted and tallied up, while the Electoral College is something a little different. Well, he won both. Okay? How is mind-blowing? How could he have won both if everything was telling us that the Harris campaign was in the lead, right?
No one was saying that. Like, this really shows how the thing is, we took every. The thing about this is that he's thinking that, but this wasn't what happened. This was not what actually happened. Like, it was much closer. It was a close one. And we anybody who was looking at this be like, yeah, no, this is a close race. Like, him thinking that, oh, it was in the bag, I was like, that might have been months ago when he probably heard it, because this doesn't make any sense.
So what we're going to do tonight, we are going to go through some selected videos that I have gotten, and I think that you're going to enjoy this one, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to Kamala Harris's YouTube page. This is where, for the last 4.5 months, she launched her political campaign. She put out videos that were highlights of the things that she wanted people to know about, and basically this is a good hub.
Who gives a one? Look at all those tabs, motherfucker. Also, who gives a fuck about a presidential candidate's YouTube page? The thing is, you should be caring about what they say at rallies. The fact is, like, the YouTube page is nothing. This would have been more important for a candidate if it was like 2008 Barack Obama, who definitely, probably when it comes to social media, probably one of the best candidates to ever use social media. I mean, I'm going to include Trump, because Trump knew how to use social media, and Howard Dean in 2004. I mean, his scream basically, derailed his political campaign, but that motherfucker knew how to use social media. So, they're like this.
To sit at and say, wait a minute. So where was her campaign? How did it start? Where did it go? How did it end? And what exactly was she trying to get at? All right. So the first thing we should do, I mean, just a little observation here.
Yes, that one nice guy. I agree with that. This is showing
videos. Now, not all of those were put out in the last 4 months. However, a lot of them were. And 864,000 subscribers. I'd be willing to bet she probably didn't have that many until she became the presidential candidate.
Yeah. In his mind, YouTube means everything. Here's the thing. It's more about, like, look, it says text vote, which is to try to get registered to vote. Like, what about the political ads that they sent out? What about the rallies? What about their platform? Like, this is really showing how Phil's worldview is so warped. nobody cares about their YouTube channel. I never looked at any political person's YouTube channel.
Today, you would think that someone that's running for president might have more, but
oh my God. He is so sheltered. He literally believes that the YouTube channel is a good place to look at.
But it is what it is. Again, it was a big rush job. Remember, originally she wasn't running for
I mean, what he doesn't understand is that there's a lot of folks who are older who aren't going to look at this YouTube page. They're going to see political ads. They're going to maybe go to rallies. Yeah, like, yeah, you really think people go to their YouTube? Yeah, the tism is so bad here. And hold on, this I think I need to pull the chat back up because I need to see what the chat is saying. 20 million. I mean, as somebody said, 20 million in debt. That's the big thing of what happened with Kamala Harris. Her campaign got in debt. Most souls I saw wouldn't call. They're scared to pick a side. $20 million on celebrities. Yeah, that's I had heard that was actually something I saw. It was like apparently Harris put like $20 million into celebrity endorsements, concerts at rallies, and things like that. And that probably hurt her because that money could have been better used to spread out into the swing states. Because let's be honest, in 2016, Clinton thought she had it so in the bag she was putting money in things like Nebraska, in like Arizona, Nebraska, and Texas. Sweetie, you ain't flipping Texas. I don't think in my lifetime Texas is gonna go blue. I don't think so. The fact is the money should be going into swing states. Like, so you're talking they didn't put the money in the places they needed to go. There's a good reason. Yeah, you need it, you know, and relying on celebrities. Oh God, don't remind me about Pokemon Go to the polls. That was such an out of touch thing. Like, that literally is Hillary Clinton's Steve Buscemi saying, "How do you do, fellow kids?" It was embarrassing. And that's one of the problems. Is like some of these older politicians do not understand how to connect with young folks.
President with Biden, and then they swapped over. So maybe you can kind of justify some of this stuff, right? So the first thing I want to do tonight, I want to actually watch her original video. Kamala Harris launches her campaign for president about 3 months ago. So this was basically her very first video saying, "I'm running for president."
I mean, can we instead watch Hugh Laurie's audition tape for House MD? I want to watch that. Can we watch that, please? I just want a president that at least knows how to install Windows on their PC.
Let's see what she had to say in her announcement video.
In this election, we each face a question. What kind of country...
What's this McDonald's in a
heart? I can't pause with spacebar on YouTube. I wanted to test that.
What?
In this election, we each face a question. What kind of country...
And I can pause with spacebar on YouTube. I wanted to test that. Okay.
Do we want...
Did this motherfucker just find out that he could use the space bar to pause a YouTube vid? Okay.
Want to live in.
What did I get myself into?
There are some people who think we should be a country of chaos, of fear, of hate. But us, we choose something different. We choose freedom.
Hey, guess what? I'm on kick. I don't have to worry about getting any problems with this song. Good shit.
Wow, Phil. Okay. Okay, Sir Kevlar again. Biden's handing Trump a roaring economy. I'm gonna have to hit X to doubt on that. I don't believe it's a roaring economy. Hell, groceries are more expensive than ever. Fuck, man. Like, fuck. I mean, before COVID, like I get like a thing of frozen peas for like $1.25. Now it's like $2.50. Like the fuck, man. This is now the fun part of me begins. Farming cows on Helmo for in Diablo 2. Nice. It's like a bomb ended. Post COVID recovery. Like, dude, we didn't recover. Like, if you look at it, inflation and prices for shit is still high. Like, fuck, man. This is like this shit's high. Like that doesn't like that's one of the things. People want prices to go down so they can afford stuff. You know, people's wages haven't gone up, but the price of stuff goes up. We're gonna cause an economic crash. I mean, I thought that after COVID we were gonna have one because the prices of stuff kept going up and up and up and up and up. Like, fuck, man, it feels like within the last 5 years, grocery prices have just doubled. Like, I can't get like what used to cost me like maybe $50 for groceries for a week, costing over $100. It just I know that this is a little bit more feel. It's not in, you know, it isn't full on. Like, I haven't crunched the numbers, but it's just that kind of stuff is where the economy isn't doing well. Yeah, Drax, I agree. The economy isn't doing well. So that's just either someone trolling or someone who really does, like, no, Biden didn't help the economy. Yeah. I don't think he did. Like, the fact is that there was a lot of, and I'm going to say this, I think there was a lot of price gouging during the COVID times, and that never went down. And I think that maybe, you know, maybe the fact is they should look at that because, you know, bad economic times go on long enough, that shit's going to lead to communism. And I would prefer not to have communism in the US, to be completely honest. I don't want that.
The freedom not just to get by, but get ahead. The freedom to be safe from gun violence.
No,
the freedom
look,
to make
Talby says it. This is the biggest thing. She lost because she couldn't separate herself from an unpopular incumbent. It's that simple. No lies detected there. Biden is not popular. And I think that the Democrats didn't understand how unpopular his administration was. And putting the vice president there, that administration was an albatross around her neck. Try to do something with student loans. The price of college has only gone up. Well, also part of that is, Drax, a lot of college back in the day was subsidized by the government because a lot of public colleges were all very subsidized. The problem is like the price of college has gone up and up and up. But I think the thing about it is that these student loans are unpayable. And we're putting generations of people in a thing where they just can't get out of these loans. And an 18-year-old should not be put in a situation where they have to make a mortgage payment to be able to do college, to try to get a job where, you know, 20, 30 years ago, they might not have needed a college education. But we've now put it that, oh, like, these student loans are not payable. They're unpayable. They're unpayable. And you can't really do it. It's kind of like Social Security for elderly. If we don't have enough people working to actually pay for it, we're kind of in a place where, I don't know what's going to like, some of these folks are probably going to go their entire careers not being able to pay off their student loans because the interest will just destroy them. And I'm going to say this, I really dislike the folks who have this, I'm like, dude, can we not look at this? This is a predatory fucking behavior. We shouldn't be preying on 18-year-olds whose brains aren't fully developed for this. We need to find a way to make college actually affordable so that people aren't having to mortgage their entire future. But no, we can't do that. Okay, let's just hope that maybe everybody wins the lottery or some shit. I have no fucking clue because there's no other way to do this. They will be paying that debt for the rest of their lives. That debt might preclude them from being able to buy homes, buy cars, being able to do the things that help the economy pump up. It's like, you want to know why people like millennials aren't having kids? They can't fucking afford them. It's unaffordable. fuck, man, you have a kid, basically you're gonna have to have one parent stop working because the fact is that their whole paycheck would be going to childcare. Fucking hell. It's just like, yeah, nothing makes sense. The world is just not affordable, and we don't really care. Problem's easy to solve the problem. The people who are making the problem don't want it solved. What is this? What's the solution to it? There is no solution. What is the solution? Because, to be honest, this is something that's been going on for a long time. And you can't just say it's, oh, the Democrats don't want it solved. Nobody wants it solved. Neither party wants to solve these problems. Because the fact is, these problems will allow them to get elected. It's kind of the whole thing with abortion. They could have codified abortion into law, but they didn't want to. Make college free. Oh, Drax. I love you. That actually would probably do it. If you were to, well, make college free by having that the government, I mean, I guess, do you mean like by having the government basically completely subsidize colleges? Because I kind of agree with you on that. If you made it that college was like, where it's like, you only had to pay maybe a little bit for your textbooks or something like that. Like, then it's like, yeah, make it so that your tuition and stuff like that is government funded, especially for public schools. Like, then the fact is, yeah, that might actually help, but, you know, who knows if it's actually going to do it. You know, the thing is, they don't want to do that. This is all to get money because the government doesn't want to. Worthless, you can learn so much online. Here's the problem, that one nice guy. Yes, in some places, it's much better. Sometimes they just want it. I think what they need to also do, and if they're not going to do the whole college for free, what they need to do is they need to push kids to go to community college for 2 years. Get your core stuff out of the way so that then you can transfer for 2 years instead of 4 to a university, and you can find out, and those 2 years you're at community college, you can find out what you want to do. Maybe you decide, you know what, an associate's degree is enough, and you go on into a field. Okay, that's fine. Maybe you decide you're going to go into something else, but keep the costs down. Because hell, if you're doing community college, you could probably work a part-time job and stuff like that. And community college is much cheaper. A BS in computer science, and learn more from online videos. And that's the thing. The problem also is that one nice guy is a lot of companies, they want that diploma. They want the diploma, especially early on, because if you don't have experience, you sometimes need education for that. For doctors, it matters. Yeah. Oh yeah, no. But yeah, like the idea is like I am in the IT field. IT fields, you don't need a degree. You really don't need a degree. However, the fact is that especially in the bottom rung, to get in with someone where it's like, oh, you need more experience. I mean, if you're seeing and I've seen this in some jobs where it's like, this is an entry-level job and we want 5 years experience. And you got to tilt your head and you're like, what the fuck? Most jobs do not require a degree. When it comes to the white-collar world, they kind of do. Or they require a lot more experience. And this might just be that the kind of jobs that I have during my time been looking at require degrees, or at least require a lot of experience where degrees can be used as a substitution. But I will say the one thing we need to do is also push VOTIC. Like, we need to push vocational training so that we can get people like carpenters, plumbers, all that kind of stuff where it's like, you don't need to go to college for that. It's not fun, but it's where everyone else started. Yeah, but Drax, what I'm saying is that I've seen some entry-level jobs where it's like some entry-level jobs where they're wanting more experience than it is logical. But yeah, Sudden Fool says most job postings I've seen on states lately where it's entry-level require 2 to 6 years of experience for an entry-level job. Instead of an entry-level job being, you know what, we'll train, and that's a problem. The thing is, the business world's fucked up. It's fucked up. That is fucked up. Where it should be an entry-level job is let somebody learn, you know? If you're going to do it, the company, you put them in the mailroom where it's like, yeah, dude, here's what you do. Anybody can work in a fucking mailroom.
Own
But
body. We choose a future where no child lives in poverty, where we can all afford health care, where no one is above the law. We believe in the promise of America, and we're ready to fight for it. Because when we fight, we win. So join us. Go to KamalaHarris.com and let's get to work.
I'ma keep on running because the winner don't quit on themselves.
And that's it. And then it just has her little outro. So that's her first message to the American populace that she's running for president. Donald Trump wants a country full of chaos, disorder.
I mean, you're talking about a job like cleaning. Oh, no. Drax, I understand that. Like, that job, yeah, you're not going to need college or any kind of experience. But I'm talking about, like, if you're trying to get, like, if you're, you know, working and you want to do, like, office level work or, you know, things like that, where it's, like, even cleaning hotel rooms is, again, not going to be, like, they want relevant experience. It's not like where you could get an entry-level job of, oh, okay, oh, you did that, okay, that's enough to tell me that you at least understand how to get here on time and all that, and we can train you the rest. A lot of it is these folks, they don't want to, a lot of these companies, they don't want to spend money on training, so that's why they put more experience, so they don't have to spend money on training. But a good job, you have to have a degree, yeah, because, I mean, where I live, it's expensive, but it's also what the jobs are. It's like, damn. But yeah, back to the system. Like, this is literally just a initial thing. And the idea is you go to, like, Kamala Harris's website and you could probably find the planks for her platform.
Basically, everything going to hell in a handbasket. What we want is a country of freedom. Now, she did actually hit upon some things. For example, she mentioned safety from guns. She mentioned reproductive rights of women. She hit some topics. But this is her announcement, and literally the first thing she presents is, well, we're anti-Trump. That's the first thing, right? Then,
but this is just a video, like everything. Hey, Sonic Jaded, how you doing? Like, this is just a video. Like, there's other things.
She kind of later on goes into some topics that maybe some Americans would actually specifically identify with and care more about. But first thing out of her mouth, Trump is the enemy, country of chaos. No one's above the law. Okay, so that was her very first message to the American populace. Let's take a look at some highlights of some of the things that she talked about over the course of her campaign. Here's a big one. Ready? Enemy within, only a 30-second clip.
It's a 30-second clip because it's a TV spot.
Let's see what this is about.
Donald Trump, more dangerous, more erratic than ever before.
Echoing fascist.
The worst people are the enemies from within.
The enemy from within are more dangerous than Russia. We have some very bad people. It should be very easily handled by the military.
Oh, the no tax on tips. I mean... Yeah, forget websites, interviews, rallies, news articles, everything. Every match is his YouTube channel. I know. This is like his, like, and he's looking at basically TV commercials.
Military.
I do remember the day that he suggested that we shoot people on the streets.
The second term would be worse. There will be no one to stop his worst instincts. Unchecked power, no guardrails. If we elect Trump again,
I mean, he's not gonna. Here's the thing, that there is a thing. He's gonna be out in 2028. There's no way he is going to be able to try to convince the country to have an amendment to repeal the... Fuck, I can't remember which amendment it is. I think it's maybe the 22nd Amendment. I can't remember which is the one that's about term limits. Like, he would have to repeal that amendment to be able to run again. Yeah, you can't say what the other side wants to hear. You have to stand on principles.
I swear to God, that's real. That is, I'm just going to show you. That is straight from her YouTube page. That is not doctored. That was not made up. They made a 30-second fear-mongering video saying that if Donald Trump gets elected president again, there will be no checks on his power whatsoever. He'll be able to...
Look at it. Is it paid for by Harris for president? Like, it is an attack ad that plays on the television in the swing states normally, but who knows?
Do whatever he wants with no consequences, and basically you're going to ruin the entire world. So, I mean, again, she's running for president. Is she? Or is she running to say, stop Trump? Is this, I want to be the president, and here's what I'm going to do as your president? Or is this, here's what we need to do to stop
22nd Amendment.
Trump?
Thank you, that one nice guy. I couldn't
I think
remember
we're
which
starting
one
to
it was
see a
off the
running
top of my
pattern,
head.
correct? This is a pattern now. This is not, oh, it just kind of happened a couple times. Her introductory video had it. Here's a video of 30 seconds of all.
Oh my god, he is literally just using her YouTube channel. He's not going into the fact that this is just an attack ad. Like, that everybody's like, oh my god, dude, that isn't even the worst attack ad I've ever seen. I mean, I've seen the Lyndon Johnson attack ads on Barry Goldwater in 1964. Holy shit, you want to see some attack ads. Like, I get that, like, legacy media may be dying, but the fact is that he's just looking at this and this is the only thing about their campaign. This is him literally believing that YouTube is the center of the universe. He is so fucked up. Oh my god. Like, look at Piss, come on. It's a normal campaign ad. The Republican ads for anti-trans. Like, the fact is, it's an attack ad. There are attack ads all the time. Holy shit. Like, it's, yeah, he's wired around YouTube. The Bush attack ads are classic. Television's about to go the way of the dodo, but I don't know what these politicians are going to do next. I mean, Drax, the fact is that most of these politicians are basically, they're stuck in office. You saw what was it? Was it Dianne Feinstein, the one that was like 90 years old, dragging her out? Like, I mean, these are folks who will look at the Golden Throne and say, yeah, hook me up to something like that so that I can stay in power forever. Like, the fact is, most of these folks are, a lot of the politicians have gotten way older. I mean, you saw Mitch McConnell just kind of like loading in front of a TV camera. And I was like, oh my God, like, somebody please get this man out, because this is not what you should be doing. This is bad. But no, I guess we're not doing that. YouTube has messed up his brain to the point where he can't understand that it is not the center of the universe. There are other things. That's why people were so hyped with DeSantis, full of energy. I mean, I wasn't really that hyped about DeSantis because, I mean, one, he's from Florida. Florida's weird. I'm not a big DeSantis person, but that's just me personally. But yeah, if somebody having energy and youthful nature, the thing though is that about DeSantis is he tried to be Trump, but I don't think he got that kind of Trump energy. This is going to be, here's my thing. What's going to happen in 2028 when Trump can't run again? Dude wore high heels to look taller. I mean, a lot of candidates, I thought I heard that Trump also wears lifts in his shoes. Like, a lot of them will wear lifts to look taller so that they can, which are basically like high heels. They're like little things you put into your shoe so that you sit higher on your shoe and it makes you look a little taller. I mean, it is basically high heels in many ways. But my thing is, in 2028, Trump won't be able to run for office again. Who are the Republicans going to nominate? Like, this is my question. This could turn into pre-Trump 2016 Republican, Republicans trying to go for the nomination. This could go really bad. We'll vote for the lanky man that is confirmed. It's like, people will vote for the lanky man. Well, they're not going to vote for, they don't like voting for, it's not only a lanky man, they want a tall person. Like, a lot of, height is important in a lot of psychological things. But it is definitely psychological. My thing, though, is 2028, I don't know if Trump's going to... Trump will need to set an heir apparent. And if he chooses wrong, that could be a problem. Because you're going to need somebody who has the charisma of Trump, and be able to hold... Because the fact is, I don't see anyone else who's going to be able to do that. Right now, I don't see it. We'll see. I don't think Vance on his own is going to be able to pull an election.
Awful fear-mongering.
But it's also
about
going to
Donald
depend
Trump.
on who the
Did she mention
Democrats.
anything in this video about what she's going to do as president to help the people?
He doesn't understand this is just an attack ad commercial. That's all this is. He doesn't get it. There you have some good candidates for 2028. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Okay. I want to see who they have as candidates for 2028 because I haven't heard a whole lot about them. But then again, you know, I don't go into those circles, so we'll see. We'll see. But my thing is that will they be able to hold the really, really fanatical Trump voters? Like, if the really fanatical Trump voters are just kind of they may not come up to vote. That could be a problem. We've seen in 2016 and 2024 what happens when a candidate who people don't find, you know, super engaging, they just don't come out to vote. That could be a big problem for the Republicans, but we will see. I mean, that's 4 years out.
For those who don't know, I don't know how it works in other countries.
That's like an
in the United States
eternity.
of America, when you become a politician and elected official, you are considered what's called a public servant. If you don't know what that means,
If you don't know what public servant is, just
it means your job is to serve the American people.
Oh my goodness. Like, he has to explain what public servant means. It depends on if they're talking about bringing certain types of jobs back, like manufacturing cars. I mean, we still do manufacture cars in the U.S. It's just even like Japanese cars, like your Japanese, like your Toyotas, they get manufactured here because they're not doing it in Japan. That's too costly to ship them over. It's more cost effective to do it here. I think they need to get not only get the manufacturing cars back, they need to, if they're going to do that, you know, a lot of the jobs in that were destroyed by automation and robots and stuff like that. So they're going to have to find things for the people to do. But I do know that there are places that manufacture cars. So
they elect you and then you do work to make their
although some of them might also be done in Mexico and all that. Thanks, NAFTA.
lives better or to protect them or whatever it may be. Where in this video did she talk about that? Okay, typically, elections are about issues. It's about, hey, this is what I'm going to do.
Yeah, well, the problem was it wasn't just cars and stuff like that. The Rust Belt. The fact is, you're going to have other manufacturing jobs. The problem, though, is that manufacturing them in the U.S. is going to cost companies a lot more money than it is for them to do it in China or in Vietnam. I mean, hell, what is I saw, like, Amazon's doing its own rival thing for Temu and Shein. It's like, oh, I guess they're going to get little kids to do this factory just shit. It's like, oh, okay. Oh, the quality of shit's going to go down and down and down and down and down and down and down. Like, if you're going to do it, things are going to have to cost a little bit more. But I don't know what's going to happen.
Do as president. This is what they want to do as president. Here's why my stance is better. This was literally, Donald Trump is the devil. And if he gets elected again, everything is over. It's 100% manufactured fear-mongering. You're trying to get people scared to vote for Kamala. Even though you don't even know what her stances are, you can't get Trump in there. We've got to vote against it. Okay? Let's continue. So now we're going to have two different videos that are actually directly related. This was actually one of the major soapboxes that Kamala Harris stood on during her candidacy for the American presidency. And we're going to watch them back to back.
Soapboxes. Oh my God. Like, no, this is part of her platform. Oh my God. Like, dude, you don't... I am also kind of interested in, like, oh, Yonder Dev just got worse. No, I want to know. I would like to know more. There's one video, and you said there were hundreds. Trump files. People with wealth don't spend it on frivolous things. That's how you keep your wealth. They went 100% emotional in the ass. Yeah. There's an alternative plan to tear down those old factories and build housing there that'll be super cheap, thus solving the housing crisis. The housing being super cheap, but you got to have jobs. See, that's the problem. Cheap housing, but then you also need to have the jobs to support the cheap housing. So, you know, that could be an alternative. Let's see. Isn't robust and meaningful like mine. Please tip me if you'd like to see more of this. Yeah, this is...
because I think they're both very pertinent. And then I actually have some corroborating evidence and documentation to follow up, and then we're going to talk about the topic. Before we do, I got a couple of tips that just came in. I just received a $3 tip from Lady Charisma. Seems like voters didn't educate themselves. Google searches for terms like, did Biden drop out? And who is Kamala? Went up in the final week. And now searches for, can I change my vote, have gone up. Seems like folks blindly voted or didn't even look into things enough. That's actually true. That's pretty funny. They searched Google search history, and like an insane...
But Phil, you just took that from a tip for someone who said that. Like, you don't have any evidence that that was true. Like, I could say that, I could send a tip and say that, well, you know, there are rumors that Kamala Harris was going to put a Decepticon as the Secretary of Cybertron. Like, you could just say something like that, dumb, and you would just be like, oh, she was going to do that. Like, it's weird to see he's a red pill when he's such a welfare case. Drax, the thing is that he has always been very, I think he's been a lot more conservative than he has been liberal, but he's also been very much a narcissist. Whatever will help me more. That's the big thing. But we'll see. Like,
the amount of people were voting for, did Biden drop out on election day? You didn't know? Where the fuck were you for the last 3-4 months? Living under a fucking rock, like, holy shit. And
I don't know, maybe they had jobs and stuff, you know?
what a day to be asking that question. On the day you're supposed to be voting, now you're...
Phil, did you vote? Did you vote? This is the big thing about it. He didn't vote. I guarantee he didn't vote in the election. So why should I give a shit about this person's opinions? He didn't vote.
You're going to ask the question. I also just received a $5 tip. Well, someone sent me a video link, guys. I can't accept video links via tips, particularly too. That's not even connected, like the laptop here and that. And I'm not going to watch it. It's probably a troll video. Thank you for the $5 tip, whoever that was. But I'm not going to watch that. I'm just going off of, you know, what was listed here on YouTube. And then I received a $2 tip. This guy is countering. He says Trump's entire platform is that Kamala is a border czar, and then he continues on. I understand what you're saying. That's not the topic. The topic is, how did the Democrats lose? The topic is not, how did Donald Trump win?
I'm sorry, what?
Were you dropped on your head as a kid?
You're saying that the topic here is how did Kamala lose, and the topic is not how did Trump win. Phil, those are two sides of the same coin. Like, the fact is that, guess what? How Trump won and how that, they're all interconnected. The fact that, like, yeah, reminder, he didn't vote. Yeah, he you know, he didn't vote, and his reason for not doing so was the dumbest reason. Did he actually say why he didn't vote this year? I mean, part of it is because he has to stream and he didn't get up early to do it. It was just really the thing. I didn't vote because I live in Canada. That's my excuse, Phil. Yeah, what for? I mean, if you don't live in the country, you know, that's one thing. But, like, I mean, I live in a state that allows me to do, you know, mail-in voting. So I do that. I get my ballot. I write my stuff in. I sign it. And it's all through the voter registration thing. And they also can't, you know, done in such a way that I can't vote more than once. And then I take it to a certain place, which is a lot of places like schools and stuff where they have a big thing for just the ballot boxes. You put the ballots in, they are monitored so that people can't go and fuck with them. And yeah. Oh, is he gonna say this in this video? Then don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. If he's gonna say it in this video, don't spoil it. I need to get going.
How did Donald Trump win is actually a different question. Legit.
It is not. It is not a different question. These are interconnected. Like, this is autism. Oh my God. Okay. Damn it. Where's Pete? No, piece of peace. Come on now. There we go. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's what I call autism. Like, that whole thing is super autistic as fuck. Is saying how Kamala lost is a different question than how Trump won. No, they are interconnected. You need to be looking at how that was the same thing. How he won and how she lost is interconnected to how did the election go that way. Well, that one nice guy. If it's not in this, vid, we will If it isn't in this vid, we'll take a look at that later and send that to me. So.
It's a different question. But let's analyze this.
But yeah, no, Drax, this is your brain on autism. Like, that is very autistic. Not understanding that this is a big, complicated thing, and that multiple things and how the election came to how it was is there are multiple things, and guess what?
From the Democratic angle, because we're trying to see, hey, if I was someone who votes Democrat, and I wonder, there's what she stands for, you know, this is what she was using to win people over. Let's continue, okay? And by the way, Darkside Pimp just gifted a whopping 10 subs to the channel. Thank you, Darkside Pimp, for 10 gifted subs. That is absolutely amazing.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Comes down to him not living in a swing state. I mean, I don't live in a swing state either, but I voted. I mean, understand that even if you don't live in a swing state, you need to vote because, like, my ballot had local things that I needed to vote on. It's not just the national election. I had local politicians I needed to vote for. I had local district attorney, sheriffs, district attorney. There's local things that affect me much more than the federal does that I needed to vote for, and propositions and stuff like that. And Drex, yeah, that's the big thing. Like, this is, like, you vote because one of the big things that really has helped the Republicans ever since the 70s and all that was a grassroots campaign that really started local and then got big. And that has helped them have a machine, I mean, going at least as far to the Bush administration. Although a lot of that whole coalition kind of then fell apart because of that administration, but that's a topic for another day. I don't want to get in the weeds. This is a long enough stream. I need to get going.
Let's continue. So this is the next topic that Kamala really focused on during her campaign. There's 2 videos here, so let's go ahead and watch them both. Here's the first.
I've never slept a full night in my
Why in the holy hell is that video so loud? Hold on a second. That is really loud. Let's try that again.
entire life. I was 5 years old when my stepfather abused me for the first time. I just felt like I was alone on a planet with a monster.
Terrible. Awful.
I was 12 when he impregnated me.
Well,
I just remember thinking I have to get out of my skin. I can't be me right now. Like, this can't be it. I didn't know what to do. I was a child. I didn't know what it meant to be pregnant at all.
Nor should she need to know. It's insanely disgusting what happened to her.
But I had options. Because Donald Trump overturned Roe v. Wade, girls and women all over the country have lost the right to choose, even for rape or incest. Donald Trump did this. He took away our freedom.
I was little doing the Bush mission.
Okay, so before we get to the next video, which is directly tied into this, Donald Trump did not take away your freedom. Donald Trump didn't do that. That was the U.S. Supreme Court. Now, you can argue
Hold on.
that Donald Trump, during his presidency, got some people into the U.S. Supreme Court, and now that they're sitting in those seats, they voted a certain way to overturn Roe v. Wade. But no, Donald Trump did not get rid of Roe v. Wade. Donald Trump...
Jeez! You flunked out of tard school or something?
There was, I mean, how many people did Donald Trump put into the Supreme Court during his term? It was at least 2. Maybe more? I can't remember. I think it was at least 2. But yeah, no, the whole point is he put in a number of folks into the Supreme Court and they voted Roe v. Wade. Oh my God, this is some autism stuff. A little bit during the first, we all have our moments. I mean, I'll be honest, I didn't care for the Bush administration, but I don't want to get into that. There's a lot of stuff there. I just don't want to get into it. It's way too deep, and we're all in the weeds, and you know, the thing is, politics, a lot of it is opinions, and I don't want to really just kind of go through that. It's just like, okay, I'm here to laugh at Phil, not really try to preach to the choir. It's like, dude, you know, I mean, whether you're liberal or conservative, you know, you gotta, you know, believe what you want to believe. You know, my stance on life is, I would prefer the government not to get involved in shit that that's a bit, hold on. Sorry, my brain is acting a little rough. I have that. I had it. Hold on. Okay, I got it. All right. My thing is, people are free to do what they want as long as you're not infringing on the rights and freedoms of other people. When you do that, I got a problem. That's kind of that's the philosophy I try to live by. I don't know that that's one that everybody is going to be able to do, but understand that is, I'm not, it's not that I'm heavily political. It's just, it's like, I'll be honest, I'm very cynical about politics because it's just like, I'm just like, at this point, whatever, you know, it's like the things that I feel passionate about politically need to be done aren't going to get done. And it's that thing of like, you just get hammered down about it. It's just like, yeah, like, you know, somebody asked me, you know, one time about gay stuff and I'm like, dude, I'm not gay, but I don't really give a shit. If, you know, what consenting adults do behind closed doors is no concern of mine. As long as the people they're doing that to are consenting adults. If one of those things is changed, I got a problem with that. So, but, you know, that's just me.
Trump did not get rid of the ability of women to have abortions in the United States. He did not ban abortions in the United States. This is all misinformation.
You've taken the black pill? Not really. I have not taken a pill, and I'm not going to put myself in that kind of a... I'm not going to take a pill on that. I don't care. The red pill, black pill, I don't give a shit. Like, I'm not going to go with any of that because then that's a group, and then if you don't believe exactly what the group does, then the group gets mad at you. It's like, no, fuck off. Fuck off. Just, you know, leave people alone if they're leaving you alone. That's my thing. You know, protect people's rights unless they're doing that. The thing about like whether like black pilled or red pilled and all that is like that's just, the fact is, as soon as you start doing that, then it becomes, it becomes, you need to be exactly like that. It's like, no, I will do what I can to try to march to the beat of my own drum and my own morals, and hope that I can at least guide myself through life. I don't want to be in the thing. I don't want power and all that. You got funny sound bites. Oh, thank you, Sonic. So, anyway, let's just see.
Literally, it's complete. Like, her story up to the point where she started talking politically was awful. And I felt for this woman, how awful. 12 years old to be abused by her stepfather and then have to go through a pregnancy. And of course, she had options. And, you know, it's really messed up, her story. No child should have to go through that. But the moment she opened her mouth and started saying, well, now Donald Trump did pass Roe v. Wade and Donald Trump took away. No, Donald Trump did none of that. That's all completely false. So this video is actually complete misinformation.
It's semi information, because the fact is that the people that he put in the Supreme Court, the thing is, the people he put in the Supreme Court, he knew how they were going to, what they were going to do if Roe v. Wade came up. Like, this is the thing. These people aren't stupid. They know, the people that they appoint, they know what they're doing. They know what they want. So this is filled not understanding that, yeah, if you put somebody who is against abortion, that's the whole thing. It's human nature for all of us to want peace and not do immoral things to another. Yeah, at the end of the day, though, it's just like, I want my friends, don't pick on my friends. My thing is, and here's the thing that is like, don't start nothing, won't be nothing. Okay? But I'll defend my friends. But we'll see. But yeah, no, this isn't really. This is a lot of him not being able to connect that things aren't, in a vacuum.
But, YouTube selectively enforces its policies. This should not be on YouTube in any way, shape, or form. It's not right. It's actually a complete lie of a video. Okay?
Why does he think that Trump appointed that one guy as head of the Department of Justice? Because he wants to get the J6 people out. I don't know. We'll see. If as soon as he gets out, he pardons a lot of them, things are going to be Oh, this.
Let's continue on to the
I
next
don't
one.
know.
That's tied directly into this one. This one's really sad. All right, I saw this one. This one actually made me tear up a bit because it's such a sad story. Okay. Andrea and her husband prayed for a baby. In 2022, she was finally pregnant. For the record, it was the middle of 2022 when Roe v. Wade was overturned, and now the right to an abortion, getting an abortion, was turned over to the individual states of the United States, meaning every one of the states now decides for themselves whether or not abortion is legal or not, and what the rules are governing that, whether you can have some abortions. And
Yes, and you know what? I have coworkers who, I've got some people from teams and coworkers that I have that are in the Midwest, and one of the more draconian abortion bans did get voted down by the people. I think the idea is, even if people want, limits on abortion, they don't want draconian bans. That's how I kind of thought that. His insane nutjobber acted political talks because a yes man on his Discord told him it would work.
in some cases, or you just can't have no abortions at all, or if everyone can have an abortion.
Abortions for some, tiny American flags for others.
Every state's different, okay? So now the states decide. So that's what they're referencing. She got
Yes,
pregnant
the
in
states
2022 when Roe v.
decide.
Wade was overturned, okay? So let's continue.
Piggler started to lose whales to political tips of his own stances.
This one's also really loud. I don't know why some of these are much louder than others.
Yeah, and Drex, the problem was that a lot of these super anti-abortion people just went through really bad, they put these really draconian things up there that were just like, and the thing is, that is, I think, going to cause the pendulum to turn, where it's like, But then also, and this is my thing, not only if the fact is you don't like abortion, can we at least maybe try to work on getting like contraception to be more accessible, especially like birth control? I would prefer, I may not be the biggest abortion fan, but I would prefer, safe sex over abortions, not just condoms, but like, birth control pills, the little implants. Fuck, man. Oh, believe me, one day we're gonna go to like what was it, Star Trek Deep Space Nine, where you just have a monthly injection and it's like, okay, you both have your monthly birth control injection, and it's like, okay, we can fuck all we want, and it's like something like that. That would be great. Honestly, you just get an injection, it's like, okay, now you shooting blanks, or you get an injection, yeah, you won't get pregnant. That'd be great, because then people can, be practicing safe sex.
At 16 she suffered a miscarriage.
First of all, I'm the one that got rid of Roe v. Wade. Do you believe in?
Okay, I actually find that clip funny, and here's why.
Well, he said it. Miranda was denied to prevent infection, an abortion.
Because that's Donald Trump being an idiot, literally talking out of his ass. No, he didn't.
But he just took credit for it, so there you go. Like, that's the thing. And look, he says she's denied standard medical care to prevent infection. A miscarriage, you kind of need to get that out.
Donald Trump, you did not get rid of Roe v. Wade. The U.S. Supreme Court did. You did not do that. But you know how he is. He is blusterous. He's a big talker, and he wants to take credit for every possible thing. So for him, oh, I got rid of Roe v. Wade. No, you didn't. Yes, maybe you wanted to get rid of it. Maybe you wanted it to go back to the states. It's not a federal mandate anymore that abortions are legal. But you didn't do that.
This is literally just DSP reacts.
This is what I think, sadly, Donald Trump doesn't realize, is the things he says that are blusterous and big exaggerations, they're used as ammo against him. He doesn't.
I mean, why is Dave mangling the legal standards set by Roe? States still possessed immense latitude on setting abortion laws. This is why there were 5 decades of constant litigation over where the power ended. Yeah. Has had the same opinion on abortion for 30 years. It's a state's issue. And, I don't know.
Like,
now, I'm a dude, so...
like him because of that, but they get used against him as ammo, and then he looks stupid later. Because, no, you didn't do that. And now they're going to call you out on that in a video and say you did when you actually didn't, and it makes you look like a heinous villain when you didn't actually do it. Anyway, let's continue. So anyway, because Donald Trump killed Roe v. Wade, Andrea was denied standard medical care to prevent infection and abortion. So they're saying, in her case, she had a medical complication during her pregnancy, okay? In order to prevent an infection because of what was going on, she needed to get an abortion. Well, I guess what they're about to say is, in her state, when Roe v. Wade was overturned, they're not allowed to have one. So let's continue.
Punishment for abortion. There has to be some form of punishment. For the woman. Yeah, there has to be some form.
Yeah. I know these are disturbing images, but we have to watch them.
Women will be happy, healthy.
Andrea developed a life-threatening septic infection.
here, yeah, the idea of the septic infection. What happened was she had a miscarriage. The baby died. The abortion was to get the dead tissue out of it so that she wouldn't go into septic shock and die. Oh my good lord. Now, I don't like the idea that, oh, there needs to be punishment. It's like, dude, come on now.
Healthy, confident, and free. You will no longer be thinking about abortion.
A 6-hour surgery saved her life, but she'll live with permanent damage forever. That's awful.
So all they talk about abortion. You will no longer be abandoned.
It's been 2 years and she still hasn't fully recovered. I can't imagine, you know, what her body's going through, what she's going through. And it's not even just her body, it's her mind too. Her mind.
That looked like they had to do, that looked like it was an emergency, like almost like an emergency C-section. Like it looked like they cut her up almost. They cut her up to take the infected or the septic, the dead tissue out. Like, ooh, that's because like that wasn't it. That one, like a C-section scar normally isn't, you know, vertical. That's a horizontal. Yeah, that is some fucked up shit.
It's probably broken from all of this.
And lonely or scared.
She may never get pregnant again.
You will no longer have anxiety. You will be protected, and I will be your protector.
She lives the daily reminder of what Trump did. Again, he didn't, but okay.
Dude, like the whole thing is, you know what? No, even if that is the case, if he's taking credit for it, that's the sword. It's a double-edged sword. He's trying to take credit for Roe v. Wade, then you can attack him on that. Sorry, that's I kind of like that. That's the rules.
A new way forward. Okay. So again, Trump. We watched 4 videos, and every video was Trump. 4 in a row. Okay.
It's technology.
Now, in regards to what we just watched.
Okay. It really is a technology issue when you think about it, because eventually we will have incubation tanks for unwanted pregnancies, and just take it out and put it in there. I mean, or more than likely what'll just happen is that the incubation tanks will probably, I mean, but who knows, that technology that you're talking probably centuries down the road for that. I mean, the other thing though, the incubation tanks, is that, you know, the connection between the fetus and the mother is also getting like antibodies from the blood, where, you know, kind of like how a newborn's, like, they need to get their mother's antibodies to at least start up an immune system that has at least something. But yeah, the thing about this is that the fact that this is I think a bit more impactful, because yeah, it's not shying away the fact that, yeah, the fact that she needed the abortion to get the miscarriage out, and that this is a complication, and the fact is, this is, if Trump is going to take credit for taking down Roe v. Wade, then I kind of will say, oh, okay, fine. And an attack saying that, it's like, yeah, it'll be a while before we get there. It won't be in our lifetimes, I don't think.
I want you to understand that actually those women's stories are not lies. This is factually true stuff. In fact, if you do your research, which I did, okay, what we found is that with abortion bans going on throughout this country, there are women who are definitely at increased risk in having these kind of problems. For example, abortion bans limit care for those who are experiencing a miscarriage or a stillbirth. The medical interventions used to manage pregnancy losses are often the same medicines and procedures
Bill, I can read.
used in an abortion. So since they ban the abortion, they can't use the procedures to help the women anymore. Okay?
Yeah.
While all state bans have exceptions
He
for
threw
cases
it,
like
yeah.
life endangerment of a pregnant
That's
person,
the thing.
they do not.
He's taking credit because he threw it back to the states. Some of the states have gone very draconian, and we'll see how long they stay. I think a lot of them will start seeing where will be like Missouri, where they'll, you know, the people will get like, no, too draconian. Like, you might get a redefinition of it, but like some of these folks really just want, some of them is like, no, it's like,
do not necessarily account for the wide range of circumstances people may face when experiencing a pregnancy loss. This has resulted in several cases of women experiencing health-threatening situations with imminent fetal demise or an early stage of pregnancy loss, yet being unable to obtain medical treatment until their health declined to the point where their lives were on the line. So what does this mean? It means that before Roe v. Wade was overturned, if a woman was getting an infection like this lady was in the story we just watched, she would go to the doctor and the doctor would say,
in some states, they couldn't even do that. Like, there were, I mean, hell, like some states is like you couldn't do an abortion past a certain amount of time. And some of it was like, I want to say, I thought I heard like one was 6 weeks. I think I heard something, or someone was proposing that. I can't remember.
This pregnancy is not going to work. You've got to get an abortion right now to stop this infection from getting worse and putting you in life-threatening danger. But now that Roe v. Wade has been overturned, she can't do that in certain states. Only in certain states. There are states that will allow it. She apparently lived in one that does not. So now she had to wait until the point where the infection became life-threatening, and then at that later stage.
And more than likely, the health insurance, if it's based, if she's living in a certain state, might not pay. I mean, to go to a different state might not be even logistically feasible. I mean, fuck, man. Like, some of these states are big. If she lived somewhere in, like, Texas and they weren't allowing it, I mean, go to a state that is, like, that could be a few days in a car, or, like, take off work and shit like that. You may not be able to afford to do that.
Stage, they did the surgery that was incredibly arduous. That was very, very bad for her, for her body. She went through all this.
Oh, my goodness.
She might have problems with her body for the rest of her life. This is an absolutely awful story. Okay? I feel for this woman. This is awful, and this is the fact that this would not have been an issue before Roe v. Wade was overturned. That's a problem. That, in my opinion,
no, it was still an issue.
I think that this country, sadly, is too much all this way or all that way.
It was still an issue, but some of the laws, the laws couldn't go as strict as some of them now do. Now that Roe v. Wade has been overturned, like there were still some really strict places where people would just try to, and there were charities and stuff like that would help women from states where they couldn't get an abortion to go to a state that they could get an abortion. For, you know, that was what it was. So okay,
right?
Phil.
If it's a situation where a woman is in life-threatening danger, they should allow the medical procedures to go down to save the life, especially because obviously it sounded like the pregnancy was not going to go through anyway. So what's the point? Right? But it seems like some of the states just said outright ban. No situation whatsoever where this can be done. And that's a problem, in my opinion. And you can disagree. You really can. And that's okay. But for me, looking at the situation as someone trying to be kind of like neutral and understand what's going on, I definitely believe that there should be some situations where something like an abortion is allowed for medical emergencies and things like this. Okay? Now, let me think about this for a second. Okay? What have been the clips that we've watched so far? Trump is the devil. If you're 12 years old and you get sexually abused by your stepdad, you should be able to have an abortion. And if you have a medical emergency where your pregnancy is going wrong, you also should be able to have an abortion. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to think about those situations. Does that sound like the vast majority of American voters?
Ow.
I'm just saying. It's horrible that these things happen. We should definitely feel for the people that they happen to, and we should try to find solutions to prevent these situations from happening. But those situations that we're talking about are outlier situations. Those are exceptions to the rule. Those are not things that are incredibly common. Okay? What's sad is that in this study, because I did read up on this, sadly, women of color are way more.
He read up on it. Bull fucking shit. Bullshit. He read up on this. I guarantee he didn't. He doesn't. He never does any of that stuff. Like, this is him. Like, here's the thing about that. The reason that people, like, they're harping on abortion is also because, and part of the big thing is the idea that it's women's health, and they're trying to say that, you know, that Trump will not support and will hurt women's health overall. Now, women are about 50% of the population, Phil. So, yeah, and let's be honest, that, you know, there are probably a good number of women that, you know, are in the age that they might get pregnant at some time. And, you know, I mean, there's a reason that, you know, we don't have as many women dying in childbirth as we used to have back in the day. Up to 15 weeks is the standard right. Will most states allow for up to 15 weeks and barely any outright ban them? Yeah, and the ones that are trying to outright ban, like, I think those, my guess is those probably won't stay very long. They'll become very unpopular, and they'll start seeing the unintended side effects, and people will just have referendums that'll get them out. But who knows?
Increasingly at risk for these kind of pregnancy issues, and that's not fair. Just because you're a certain skin color shouldn't mean that now you have a higher risk of losing your baby or getting sick or getting an infection. That's really messed up. And I feel for those women. But at the same time,
no, you don't.
It's an outlier. This is not something that affects every single American.
That's an outlier. Black women, you might be more susceptible to pregnancy-related things. That's a pair, but you're an outlier, so we shouldn't care about you. What the fuck, Phil? What the fuck? What is this? What is
You're running for
this?
president of the United States of America. You're a public servant that's meant to serve the Americans. So should you not have a campaign that's based on things affecting almost, if not every American? She looks like what she did. She chose specific situations, specific kinds of things that happen and said, well, these are the things that Trump doesn't want. Okay, we get it. You don't like Trump. We understand that. But you're not saying what you're going to do to help the common American. You pick this outlier and this exception to the rule and this rare.
Like, Phil, because you know what it is? It's because abortion doesn't affect Phil. he doesn't think it should affect the regular Americans. But, you know, I mean, if he got Kat pregnant and she had a, let's say something where she basically had to have an abortion or she would just flat out die. Well, for one thing, he wouldn't do that because he's not going to get blood work for his cat. I doubt that his wife could drop dead and he wouldn't give a shit. But man, like this is, you can't just say it's an outlier if it happens to folks. Like the fact is that this is women's health and women aren't outliers to this. Sorry. Like, what the fuck? Like, is someone saying, why don't you actually... Like, this is really... Stays me up on the list. I don't fucking... Abortion should be allowed in general, the baby and having memories for months after it's born. It's just like, I don't want a baby. Smush. What the fuck? Considering we function on separation of church and state, abortion shouldn't be a political issue. At least Trump will raise the minimum wage, so at least ordinary women have it easier financially. You know what? I'm going to put X to doubt, because I don't know that the Republicans will go along with it. I don't know. I'm putting X to doubt because the last time I believe that the federal minimum wage got raised was, you know, almost 20 years ago under Democrats. So, sorry, I'm just doing X to doubt that we're ever going to get a federal minimum wage increase. I just don't think so. You're going to have to really on that.
Fair case, and they're all horrible, but they're not common. Maybe if you looked at the common person for a second and said, what did they really need? What did they really want? Maybe then you would have been more in line with what the common person in America wants, and then people would have said, hey, I'm in line with Kamala's way of thought. So what she's saying is vibing with me. This is what I care about every single day. Okay? We're going to continue on because there's more here. All right? Let's keep going. One other thing that Kamala liked.
I wouldn't know. If you haven't had a period, you would probably know
Kamala
something is
reached
wrong.
out to as many.
I don't know if you haven't had a period in 15 weeks. You would probably know something is wrong. Yeah, but I think, Drax, I think the idea with it, though, is that after 15 weeks, if, like, I mean, what happens after 15 weeks? Like, it's, let's say, 20 weeks, 25 weeks, and you start having problems. I feel like there needs to be, I don't know, something is amiss. 15 weeks, the thing is that it isn't that people know, but there's also the problem of, you're pregnant and it might take a while for the man might start to slowly ghost away. Or some other issue. Medical things could happen at any time, fuck. So just saying only 15, only up to 15 weeks, that could be a problem of, again, the idea that there's, if somebody has a problem, So, I don't know. Condoms should be free.
Many celebrity buddies as she had, or as many celebrities as she could pay. And I mean that too, because, ladies and gentlemen...
But she didn't pay. The thing was in debt. I don't know. Like, this is
pretty crazy to believe, but she had celebrities coming to her rallies, coming to her events, saying, hey, I sponsor Kamala, and walking off the stage 5 seconds later. It happened with Beyonce, who everyone thought was going to do at least like a little mini concert and give people some kind of awesome entertainment, and she literally walks on stage, says hello, and walks off, and got paid for it. Oprah Winfrey, it's now been discovered, received 2 $500,000 payments from Kamala Harris's campaign, and when she's been questioned about it this week, she answered,
yeah, this is... You received almost half the votes. You did appeal to a lot of Americans. Like, the thing about this is the big thing. There's too much inflation. Not a hot dog's chance in hell it'll go up. Like, this is I think probably one of the big things that really hurt her campaign was she spent the money that she had in the wrong places, and she really needed to get people out to vote and try to really get those swing states to try to get, voter registration, things like that. Celebrities are not going to help with that.
oh, that's because I did a town hall for her. I was doing a town hall for her. So I got to, wait a minute. So you're in a town hall and she paid you $1 million Do you not see the problem there? People gave her campaign $1 million to get her elected, not to pay a celebrity who's already rich to run a town hall.
Like, having fun with a dumb question about the Dems. Like, we just went through the abortion thing, which I'm becoming a little mind numbed to this, because this very much is DSP versus the internet, but political things. Let's see. Let's actually, also, I've been having a lot of fun looking at at this thing, because he doesn't actually put it onto, like, you know, he keeps it on default mode instead of like theater mode. So I'm looking at, is iDubbbz still funny? No. Super lies of Super Size Me, and there was that thing. I disagree with Kamala's position in the war on Gaza. Bernie Sanders. Look, 2 weeks ago, 2.4 million views. There you go. I am once again asking for your support. Pop, I think I had an aneurysm with the abortion thing. I need to, yeah, I'm sure Pop, like, I am not a father. I'm not married. I don't have kids. But yeah, I could say piece of peace. Not only, well, here's the thing, Aquasaber. Not only is it piece of peace in the medical field, and yeah, he's gonna be a new dad. His wife's like, I think it ain't that far off. Like, he's gonna be a new dad. Like, I could see, like, that probably, those commercials probably might have unlocked a little bit of fear. Like, no. Like, yeah, like that I could see. He's just like, yeah, ready for Pop Jr. Yeah. Like, I mean, yeah, like he's got to get ready for, you know, a new chapter in his life, being a father. So the fact is, I wouldn't be surprised at him not, like, especially in the medical thing of like, yeah, no, people need to have access to some of this stuff in case of the fact that we would prefer not to have, you know, women die because they go into septic shock because they couldn't get a dead fetus out of their system. Jesus fucking Christ. Phil just, oh my God. I have to take a look. I need to see that one, because that knowing piece of peace, oh my goodness. That might be like one of those, like, oh yeah, that might have been a volcano exploding.
Here is a perfect example of what Kamala did with her campaign in this video, again, straight from her YouTube channel. This is Will Ferrell for Kamala Harris just a few days before the election. Here we go.
This election is going to be one of the closest in history. Your vote will make the difference. That means you, Gary. Oh, blah, blah, blah. I'm just one person. No, shut the f up, Gary. Last time, only a few thousand votes kept Trump out of office. And this time, we will hold you personally responsible, Gary.
It all went into fear-mongering for a local text thing, but he doesn't see this as fear-mongering. Like, yeah, like, this is the thing. Like, Aquasaber, like, this stuff, like, the whole thing about the celebrity endorsements is, like, it's the whole thing is, oh, Beyonce or Taylor Swift told me to vote for this. This is not, yeah, I don't like this one. If the idea is Taylor Swift says the thing of, hey, I support Kamala Harris and I think you should vote for her, you know, I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinion and to say their opinions and whatever. But like, this is just, it's because this is obviously done to be a TV ad. So you asked for good money. This is probably why their campaign is $20 million in debt because of that. Like, this is.
Whoa, hold on a second here. Seriously, we have to pause. I can't even finish playing the video yet. I want you to listen to what was just said. If you don't vote for Kamala Harris, we're all going to hold you personally responsible.
It's a joke. That's the joke.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil.
Wait, what? That's a threat. That's not even like, oh, we want you to vote for the best candidate and do it. He literally is threatening anyone out there who doesn't vote for Kamala Harris, but because he's a comedian. That's supposed to be funny and we all laugh. But it's not funny. This is a real life election. This is life and death to some people, at least.
They said, Gary, it's a joke. The idea of this is to try to get people to understand that, yes, every vote matters. Because people are like, oh, well, one vote isn't going to matter. But if 20 million people think the same thing, the fact is that it's also, the idea is a lot of this is local. As I was saying earlier, it's all about local stuff. Trump rally in Puerto Rico joke, bad message. Yeah, it's like, joke doesn't land, it happens. Yeah, like, this is just a bad joke, but I also don't know that Kamala Harris should have been paying for this. This should have been shit that was paid by a super PAC. Like, why is it that her campaign's paying for it, not like a super PAC? You know, I thought that's the whole thing, is that you could have some of your worst attack ads and shit be in a super PAC, and they're kind of not, you know, you kind of can not have that. That was the whole thing in 2004, but I guess, I don't know.
Look at the candidates and vote for what you want, and if you want to vote for another candidate, you should be able to. If you don't want to vote at all, you should be able to abstain. That's all within your rights as an.
I mean, here's my thing. Yeah, it is within your rights to vote for who you want to. If you don't like the people, you can either abstain from voting, or what I would recommend, write a candidate in. Just, you know, write in someone, because you can have the choice to just write somebody in if you don't want to. But yeah, this is a bad joke. It didn't land. It shouldn't have been part of the official Harris campaign. Should have been a super PAC. Yes, Phil, plant that fence square up your ass. We all know.
That's part of the whole process of our democratic election system, is that you vote for who you want. There's no repercussions for who you vote for. That's it. That's how it works. He's literally now saying, oh no, if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, you're personally responsible for the fact that Trump got voted in, and we hate you.
If you ever did a "this is how you don't play," you are responsible for me having a welfare check on you. Yes, you. This is literally him trying to, like, oh my god. Imagine being a detractor for so long the kid picks up where you left off. Oh, Drax, yeah. Yeah, Phil, you didn't fucking vote. Like,
hate you. Well, it's a joke because,
like, here's my thing. If you don't like the two people in an election, you are well within your rights to either vote third party or write in a candidate for that. But then take a look at your local stuff. That will affect you a good bit more. Even when he said "this is how you don't play" was approved by Phil, he got angry anyway. Yeah, it's the thing. He gets mad. He's gotten all the whole thing is. The whole thing about this is he's mad about he will do all this, and he'll say he'll lump all detractors in together, but the fact is, if somebody does the same thing, it really is, he has so much difficulty understanding his word means so much courtesy, literally nothing to improve anything. Yeah,
it's Will Ferrell, right? It's supposed to be fun. It's not funny. It's actually despicable. And this is the kind of shit she had celebrities doing for her during her campaign.
Don't forget to vote, Gary.
Well, guess what, Will Ferrell? Gary forgot to fucking vote.
And he thinks he's hilarious. Like, yeah, it's clearly a joke. It's just not that funny. Like, it's just not funny.
Or he voted for Trump because you were an asshole.
Or people understood that it wasn't... Oh, my God. He really, like... Again, this whole thing really does show a lot of his autism of, like, he can't understand jokes or irony and anything. I hate the theft crime laws or non-laws, really, so I voted to reinstate prosecuting petty theft. I mean, you know.
Backfired there, don't you think? Will? Holy shit. All right, well, hold on. I received a $2.25 tip.
At least people I know that didn't vote don't go on to make a political stream. Yeah, I hate it. Phil missed his chance to be a career politician. He'd make more money and sit around and be useless. Here's the thing, Drax. He's lazy. The problem is that politicians, when you start, you have to have drive to do all that stuff. He doesn't have that drive. All aboard the boner train will be more funny than anything that Phil could ever come up with.
Here you go. So someone tips me $2.25 and says, oh, it's okay for Trump to badmouth people, but not Kamala. No, who said that? Who said that? What I'm doing is I'm systematically showing you Kamala Harris's campaign. This is what she ran on. Every single video we're watching is a tiny issue that only affects a select fringe group of people, or it's I hate Donald Trump. That was her entire campaign, you see? And we're not done. We got a couple more to check out, and then we're going to kind of summarize, right? And by the way, just for the record, since you don't seem to get it, I'm not the only one who's saying this. Democrats are. And you're going to see that at the very end. Probably one of your biggest idols came out this week with something very scathing that we're about to watch together, and I think you're really
wow, one of your wow, look at that, one of your biggest idols. Wow, what, being a dick? Like, yeah, here's the thing. Politicians bash and trash other people. If Trump does that, yeah, Harris gonna do that. Like, okay, that is. Destiny and Vosh can complain hard because they vote and push for what they want. Yeah, and the fact is he won't push for anything. Yeah, this random chatter approves of Kamala. Yeah, he assumes that it approves of Kamala or anything like that. He doesn't have. Yeah, he doesn't have the. That's true. He also doesn't really have the charisma to pull off being a politician. There's no charisma there. I mean, fuck. Like, hell. I mean, some people don't really have a whole lot of charisma when they get to the election. But here's the thing also is that he would. One of the other thing is he wouldn't be a really good politician because he wouldn't be a good stooge for a party. He wouldn't be a good party stooge. He wouldn't be an innovator, so he would just be there sitting and taking up a spot. Yeah, if you don't agree with me, you must be a Dem. Like, it especially the fact that, you know, I don't agree with what he's saying, and even my thing is, like, I can tell you, I know exactly the idea that them doing all this, the celebrity stuff, it caused her campaign. The fact that I think that either she didn't have enough super PACs or whatever and completely fucked up. Like, yeah. He would say his own personal wants and how he would fuck over everyone else as long as he got ahead unashamed. Yeah. I mean, that's all he really wants. He wants to be able to have what he wants, and he doesn't care if anybody else gets hurt. That has always been.
So anyway,
his
I know
thing.
I didn't say any of that, but thanks for the tip. And let's see here.
Also, the fact is, I wish people would stop tipping him to try to do this. Just say it in chat. Stop tipping him. Like, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to say, troll tips are still tips. It's still money. Don't do it.
Again, yeah, this person is tipping me and basically angry at me because they think I like Donald Trump. Could I say something up front? I don't like Donald Trump at all. I think he's an awful leader, and he's a pretty bad person. Okay? Well, that's not what we're addressing tonight. We're addressing how the Democrats lost the election. So there you go. Okay? All right, shall we?
Again, the tism that he thinks how the Dems lost the election and how Trump won are two different things when they are one and the same.
Continue? Let's continue. The next video, all right, here's a good one too. This one is going to be very funny. We're going to watch it, and then we're going to...
He's only talking surface level. No mention of her non-policy word salad. Her copying Trump positions after he says them. How the LA and New York Times... I did not know that the LA and New York Times refused to endorse... Did they refuse to endorse anybody? Wow, that's a big thing. That's a big thing. If they... I don't know because I don't follow who newspapers endorse and all that kind of stuff, because I'm not interested in reading these newspapers much anymore, because it's like I can tell what the bias is. I'm just like, yeah, that's that bias. Not endorsing her might as well be endorsing me. Yeah, that's Aqua Saber. That is kind of a thing, especially the LA Times and the New York Times are very much yeah, they're very much... Oh, Nikocado at my response to critical nostalgic PlayStation 1 music. Oh, let's hear nostalgic PlayStation 1 music. Oh, well, here's the thing, Aqua Saver. WAPO wouldn't endorse her probably because isn't that owned by Jeff Bezos? I don't know if Bezos would have endorsed Kamala. Like, I know that I believe Jeff Bezos now owns the Washington Post, and because a lot of it, like, it started becoming very, very Amazon's just perfect and all that, and you're like, but yeah, if the more liberal newspapers didn't endorse her, that's a big problem. And I think a lot of them could just see the writing was on the wall. A lot of media wouldn't back her when they backed even Hillary. It really was, they chose the wrong horse to back on that.
As vice president, she backed the toughest border control bill in decades. And as president, she will hire thousands more border agents and crack down on fentanyl and human trafficking. Fixing the border is tough. So is Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
So we're going to read the comments, but the initial thing you have to say is, wait a minute. We have documented evidence. We have reporting that our borders are insecure, that we have people coming in.
Just go back to 2020 when she was dead last in the primary. Yeah. Looking forward to how this is how you don't play Harvest Moon. He's gonna wait. Which Harvest Moon is he playing? Which is he playing like an old school Harvest Moon, or is he playing like Harvest Moon 64 on the Switch or something, or is he playing the new Harvest Moons? Because those aren't really like if you want to play like the new Harvest Moons, you really want to look in it's the Story of Seasons is the one that you really want to look at. I played, what was it, the Olive Town? That was really fun. It was very relaxing. It was like, oh, I'm just gonna work on my farm. I'm gonna have a little dimension that I can go that's always spring, summer, fall, and winter. Yeah, especially because, man, you know what? Because I know I got family who love Stardew Valley. Ooh, oh no, not the old ones. Because like Harvest Moon, like Harvest Moon 64. I remember playing Harvest Moon 64. Yeah, Harvest Moon pushes you towards a relationship. Because that's the whole point. Like, Harvest Moon 64, who the fuck? Oh, God, is he gonna try to romance the drunk chick from Harvest Moon 64? I forgot what her name is. The one whose dad owns the bar.
In from Mexico in record numbers. This is true. This is not a lie or even exaggeration. This is true right now. Our border is a mess to the south. It's just tons of people coming in illegally. Okay? This is documented. Who was in charge of the government in the last 4 years? Was it Donald Trump? It was her.
Okay. Phil, I'm actually going to pull something where, can we see the evidence that you have? You said it was documented. Where's the evidence? If the fact is you demand evidence for the texts going to black people, I'm going to say you're going to have to show me the evidence about all this stuff. I am going to need you to show it, because if you are going to say that, oh, the news didn't show it, you're going to have to show it. Yeah, you have to get Married in a Wonderful Life because it's literally a story requirement. Yeah. I mean, base bitch analysis, no receipts as usual. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, there's no receipts. Like, if you want to say that, you're going to have to show receipts, especially when your intro thing about the mean text was all about they didn't show the evidence. You can't do that. You can't say they didn't show receipts and then you not show receipts.
She was in charge. She's the reason that we have the border issue. So if you re-elect her, she'll fix it. But she had 4 years to fix it. She was in charge. How did she?
No, she was vice president. Like, the vice president was not really in charge. That was she backed a bill, but did the bill pass? Was she imported as border czar by Biden? Was she? I don't know. Was she the border czar? Now that I don't know. I will admit I do not know. Maybe she was, maybe not. Oh, she was. Okay. Well, that was Biden. I mean, I'll be honest. Kamala is not. But here's the thing about it. And my biggest thing is, you can't say one thing isn't showing receipts when you won't show receipts. Called her that many times until she was made the official nominee. Ah, I see.
To get this,
she backed a bill, but all it said was she backed a bill. It didn't say it was a law, which probably means the bill got defeated. So
bad. If something's already bad under someone's watch, why would you then believe that if
Phil
you give them
should
a
have said
second
this
chance,
regardless.
this time they'll take it seriously and fix the issue? You had 4 years, and you didn't take care of it. So you're not going to take care of it. It doesn't matter what.
I mean, the border situation has been a problem. Everybody said the border's been a problem ever since I've been alive. Like, that's the thing. Like, people have said that there have been issues at the border for years, whether it's one side or the other. Like, this is... like, yeah. You know, what the hell? Phil, did you vote this year? I don't know.
What you say in this video or what you even, what your track record is, doesn't matter. You didn't do it in your 4 years in office. And by the way, that was her job as vice president.
Wait, you laugh when she copied Trump's stance on not taxing tips because she was the tie-breaking vote on a bill that taxed all tips? Within this year, the bill... Oh, caught. I mean, my thing is the thing that, this is... She lost because she's a lot like Phil, a hollow person who doesn't stand for anything. And this is actually something that I kind of noticed in the beginning of the administration, was that the administration tended to show, oh, we got ladies going in slow-mo walking. Oh, we're working. We're good. And it's like, well, you're going to do something? Stop doing that and go and get stuff done. No. But yeah, the fact that she is now doing, you know what? Aqua Saber, it reminds me, and I said this earlier, it's how I knew that Biden wouldn't cancel student loans was because he was the sponsor of the bill that made it so that those cannot be discharged upon a bankruptcy. That's how I knew that whole, that he's going to cancel student loans was a lie. I knew that. Now, here's the thing about it. Politicians lie all the time. But the thing about it was that was one of Biden's three-pronged promises that really kind of got the liberals to vote for him. And he would just like, nah, we're not doing any of them. He didn't raise the minimum wage. He didn't decriminalize marijuana. And I knew he wasn't going to do anything with student debt. So, yeah, it's like you kind of know some of these things. Like,
she was given the task of controlling the border and fixing it, and she didn't do it at all.
I mean, here's the thing. There's a lot of people who haven't, like, the border's been a problem for years. Hey, guess what? Trump didn't build a wall. Just like Trump saying no income tax, it will never happen. Yeah, that's the thing. And some of the more fanatical folks, I think, are starting to, like, there were some fanatical folks who were just like horrified at some of the people that Trump was going to approve. It's like, yeah, it sounds like you bought all of his promises, huh? Okay. Yeah. Oh, I know that Ronald Reagan did that, Yeah, something old school like Ronald Reagan. Oh, Drax, does that mean we're getting AIDS denial to come back? AIDS denial? Does everybody remember AIDS denial, right? We gonna have that come back from the 80s? Trump gave an option on saying mass tariffs. That won't happen, but at least he's something someone can latch onto. I mean, yeah, the fact that mass tariffs are not going to happen unless that's going to COVID denial instead of AIDS. All right, it's all coming around again. It's all coming around again. Yeah, here's the thing about it. Like, you got to understand, a politician will say a lot to get elected. Yeah. We got to get the cocaine and the aviator glasses. I mean, my thing is, the whole thing about the mass tariffs is like, yeah, that if he is to somehow get that through Congress, that might actually cause a bit of an economic crisis, because most of our things are imported. That's going to jump the price up by, oh, okay.
So what is this video? I don't even understand what we just watched. It's literally all lies. Okay? Let's take a look at some comments. As vice president, she was assigned to the border. She did nothing. She's not tough. She did back that bill, which Republicans helped to undo. But what was she doing all these years? Amazing they could cram so many lies into only 30 seconds. Oh my goodness. I mean, we can keep going. This is the funniest ad ever. Why don't you do something now? You're already the freaking VP.
I want to see the video about the cat. Look at that kitty. I want to see that. Why Guitar Hero died. Asian massage parlors bust in Florida lands 21 women in jail. But, busted makes them feel good. 7 days ago as of recording.
Exactly. If this ad was, I previously was tough on this, but now Trump's been in power and so it's all gone to hell, elect me and I'll take care of it, you would have been like, makes sense, 2 thumbs up. You are in power already. So what are you even talking about? What are you complaining about?
I
All right. Well, we're going to continue on. We're almost to the end of this, to the big finale. We've got a little bit more to go. Okay, cool. What I'm doing, guys, is I'm splitting the part because I only want to make hour-long videos. I don't want to have to skim through a 2-hour video to try to grab my highlights for the show. So, you know, that's why I'm...
He's being lazy. He's being lazy again. Because, you know, if he actually just pay an editor to do this, the editor would make all these clips for him. But, no, can't do that.
I'm splitting the part here for a second, and we'll take a quick breather. What do you guys think of the show so far? Are you all enjoying the show? And are you...
I hate my life. Is that a good thing? I don't know.
A good time. I think I missed...
Technically, we can get the price lowered if we go to India. I don't want to do that. I'm gonna... I don't know if I want to stay. I want... Yeah.
Missed another sub, so I want to refresh here. I think I did miss one. I'm pretty sure I did.
See, Mr. iGamer actually does probably put what I kind of think. The rich don't want the border fixed. A lot of cheap labor coming over. The thing is that when it comes to the political parties, like, I really didn't see a whole lot of difference. There's not a whole lot of difference. There's not going to be much difference. Maybe a few things, but, you know, I don't know if life is going to get better under Trump. But I'm probably going to say no. Because I don't think that things... It's going to be India and a bunch of African countries that need modernization. Well, I don't know that that's going to happen. The fact is a lot of places like the cheap products coming in, and cheap products are just unreliable. We have basically been living in a place where, think about it, we used to have like TV repair shops. Now, nope. It's easier just to chuck it out and get a new one. If they have jobs, they have better lives. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
No, I got it. It was Dark Side Pimp was the last 10, and that was about 20 minutes ago. So I did get the last. Okay, I got it. I did miss one. There was not a single one. I thought there was a single sub, but I'm not seeing it. So yeah, so I can't shout it out if I don't see it. I don't know what happened there. I swear that there was a single sub there, but I don't see it. You guys are enjoying? People seem to be liking it. I got applause emotes in the chat. People seem to be enjoying themselves.
Also, just looking at YouTube comments really kind of shows how he has nothing.
Very
No.
good. All right, we're gonna head to the second half. If you can give me just a sec to take a leak.
But
I'll be right
why?
back. I'm seriously gonna be back in like 2 minutes. Be right back.
Why would you do that? Why would you do any of that?
Oh, Cherkun. Hold on.
Second half. If you can give me just a sec to take a leak, and then I'll be right back. I'm seriously gonna be back in like 2 minutes. Be right back.
Look at he is so lazy he can't even have a be right back screen. Like every other streamer has like a little, like I have a BRB screen. See, I even got a little BRB screen. See? That's what you have. He doesn't even have that. Like, that's the weird thing. Phil is killing his channel. Nobody wants to see Life is Strange or Dragon Age the Veilguard. Is that what he's been... Oh my god, he's still doing that shit? DSP alienating a lot of viewers. Porn ruined my life. I want nostalgic PS1 music. He threatened to bore quit Dragon Age already. Like, he's not gonna have any games to play.
Sorry about that. Is it every time that I stream in the morning and then right before my second stream I have a cup of coffee, and coffee makes me have to pee. So I was like, man, can I make it through tonight's show?
You do understand that coffee makes everybody pee. Caffeine is a diuretic. Like, maybe don't have coffee. Like,
maybe without, you know. Sorry about that. Is it every time that I stream in the morning and then right before my second stream I have a cup of coffee?
See, that's the thing. He has a stream. He has it right before his second stream. like, which is like 6 o'clock. Like, you don't need, like, one, you don't wake up until about, what, 10 o'clock or so? So what are you doing needing coffee like that? This makes me wonder if he's been drinking, if he drinks a lot between streams and he's using the coffee to kind of sober his ass up. Like, at 6 o'clock, even, like, at 6 o'clock p.m., you really shouldn't be, like, almost 7 o'clock p.m., you shouldn't be needing caffeine. Like, that's something that, you know, you need to be going to decaf. Like, it's decaf, my dude. Yeah, we need Godzilla theme right now. Oh, okay. I can do that. You want a Godzilla theme. All right, let's go with... All right, Godzilla theme. We'll take a little break. Let's listen to Godzilla theme. We're just taking a little break. Get some Godzilla in it just to kind of clear our minds. There we go. Some good Godzilla music. But yeah, no, that's the thing. He shouldn't be having a cup of caffeinated coffee at near 6:30 at night. Like, that should be decaf. I'm barely finished any games on demand schedule of 5. He's barely finished any games. The on demand audience of 5,000 people is gone. I mean, that was all ViewBots and stuff like that. But yeah, chugging 60 ounces of water right before a stream. No wonder he needs to have a tinkle break. I like listening to the Morrowind Nord song. Listen, we might look at that one later.
And coffee makes me have to pee. So I was like, man, can I make it through tonight's show maybe without a bathroom break? No, I gotta pee.
Well, see, and this is the thing. This really shows he doesn't understand how things are. Like, you don't, if you need coffee, you can just get decaffeinated coffee. It isn't fully caffeine free. I think they get like 90% of the caffeine out of coffee. So you have a tiny bit of caffeine if you like the taste of coffee. But, as I said earlier, caffeine is a diuretic. It causes you to expel water. It's one of the reasons why, if you ever watched the 1998 movie The Faculty, when the aliens that need a lot of water take over the teachers, they get rid of, like, the one who's drinking gets rid of alcohol, and he gets rid of and the coffee machine gets taken away and put with a water dispenser. You also love the Big O. Yes, I love me. Big O is one of my favorite mech animes. I actually got from Sentai Filmworks. I got the Blu-ray of that one, which has the artwork and thing. Yeah, if you're gonna carton on, you need to be can't be playing all those gay games. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like, listen, especially him bitching and moaning about in the fucking Life is Strange, the whole thing about no, Mallow, we've done the request already. No more, not now. We gotta get through. We're only halfway through the stream. We gotta keep going. I'm gonna turn to a pumpkin. This thing's gone on way too long.
I couldn't help myself. Okay.
Like, the thing about it is,
no, are we ready to continue?
Now,
everyone having a good time. So the way it's gonna.
Here's my thing: is I think he has to drink a lot of water because, in my opinion, he's been still drinking so much. He is still very much drinking alcohol that it is dehydrating him. So before streams, he has to drink a lot of water to get hydrated. But the problem is that makes him pee. It makes him pee. Also because alcohol abuse will damage your endocrine system. And diabetics gotta pee a lot. So he might have he might have partial alcohol-induced diabetes. which is going to make you pee a lot, because if you can't regulate your blood sugar, you're going to pee a lot to get the sugar out of your blood.
Gonna work. We're gonna go for roughly another hour. We're gonna finish this story. We still have several more clips to watch. I think we have like 4 or more clips to watch, and then I have like the big finale. Then we have one more topic to discuss tonight that I think you guys will find good. And then after that, we can actually open up the show to some like Q&A and just a little bit of open talk.
No, not Q&A. No.
Are going to be able to submit clips,
You, yes,
topics
you.
and things for me to cover on the next show. This all begins actually tonight. After the show ends, you will be able to start submitting stuff for next week's show, but you have to be a member on DSP Reacts. I don't know what was that. I don't know what that was. Anyone hear that? I didn't hear that. It's just like if you become a submissions member on DSP Reacts, you can submit stuff for next week's show. I wonder how that works.
So you have to be a YouTube member for a channel that he doesn't even stream this on to be able to do that. What the fuck? Like, what? Like, yeah, that's the grift. That this is DSP React. He doesn't stream this on DSP Reacts, but you have to not only, it's like, I wouldn't, that would be great if he just put this on like sub-only mode, so it's a double grift. Like, that is a fucking, yeah, well, the seltzer is secretly gin. It's probably gin and tonic or something like that. It's definitely got gin. It's definitely got alcohol in there, a little bit. And yes, diabetic, you confirm you drink 2 gallons a day. Yeah, like a lot of like diabetics, you got to drink a lot of water to kind of get that out. Now, if it's, especially if it's, you know, something where it's like, you know, I don't know, type 1 or type 2, but the fact is, yeah, like I think that he is diabetic, and the alcohol consumption isn't helping, because I mean, what is alcohol if not fermented sugar? So easily 2 gallons a day. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, you got to drink that, because the fact is you got to flush, because the thing about it is you got to flush that, especially if you're, you know, not able to, if your blood sugar isn't able to be controlled for whether it's, you know, type 1 or type 2, you're going to have to drink a lot of water to push that shit out. And the problem is that if it's not kept up with diet and exercise, then that will damage your kidneys, because too much sugar in the blood will damage kidneys, because sugar is kind of, I guess it just like cuts through stuff because of the grains and shit like that. I don't know.
What was that? There's like a ghost in here or something. By the way, thank you to
Like,
Dark
I
Side
don't-
Pimp, who just gifted another 10 subs to the community here tonight. Thank you so very much.
Another 10
Dark Side
subs. That's
Pimp.
another
10 more subs,
$50.
Another $50. Thank you so very, very,
Here
very much.
comes the
Thank you
money.
all for your support.
Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money. Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling, got the chatter. You ain't talking money, then your talking don't matter. Ching, ching, bling, bling, patent pockets. We make the dollar, dollar, and the damn soul stop it.
Democrats lost the 2024 presidential election. So far, in a brief summary, we have watched the very first clip that Kamala Harris put out to launch her campaign, a fear-mongering video about Donald Trump that's basically all lies, a video about Donald Trump being a monster. You will be protected if you basically have issues with, you know, a pregnancy.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, him
sexual
him
abuse
doing
of
that.
someone
Yeah,
underage, you'll still be
he
able to
banned
abortion.
voids.
Right, then we had
Yeah,
Will
and
Ferrell
the
threatening
funny
you, telling
thing, the funny thing about this is the next time he does DSPolitics, it's gonna drop so low, like the amount of money that he has here is gonna drop basically to like 150, and that's gonna be it. And he's gonna be like, "What happened?" Because Darkside Pimp is probably gonna get tapped. He can't understand that. Yeah, Frosty Beast says, I'm trying to cut back on the amount of water I drink if I'm not doing anything that day. Yeah, you also got to be careful, because the fact is drinking too much water can cause a drop in electrolytes.
You absolutely must.
That
vote for Kamala
is
Harris,
a
or she would personally
problem.
Blame you for what happens after. That's her campaign so far. Now, to be fair, there's many more videos, but this is just a sampling of the kind of stuff that she was putting out over the course of her 3 to 4 month campaign. You understand? This is just kind of in summary. This is the kind of stuff that you could have found. If you were looking
Drex.
for her content. Let's continue on with a couple more. We just did the border.
I'm going to say, for the record, I do not endorse any kind of doxing. Not at all.
Makes me think that
And if anybody doxes, and I'll just say, anybody who doxes anything on my channels, you're going to get banned. I don't care
so here's her actual
if you're cool or not. No.
conclusion
please do not
all right? This
put
was the one
any
she put out
any
just a couple days
doxing
before the
information
election
in
happened.
my
Supposed to be her big,
in
brighter
chats in my
future
channels,
closing ad.
please, or
This is the
in
way
comments
that,
and stuff.
the campaign is going to end. Okay, here we go. Let's watch. If it's too loud, low.
So pay him membership to possibly be ignored. Neither do I, but that's the game. Yeah, no, I know, Drax. I'm just saying this in case somebody thinks, oh, you put that like, nope. That is one thing that I hold that no, I will not be a party to it. So I know that it's gonna happen here. I'm just go do that somewhere else.
And housing and prescriptions.
Okay, how exactly?
Well, this is a 2-minute ad. He wants to know how they're gonna do it. Like,
Can I take my hand? How you doing? Good. And bring everybody back together. And that's exactly how I feel.
That's what I'm doing now.
Okay, you have to stay in touch with me, okay? I'm very serious about that. Okay.
Mm.
Throughout this campaign, I've seen the best of America, and I've seen what is holding you back and weighing you down. High costs, fundamental rights taken away, and politics that have driven fear and division. You deserve better. As president, I'll bring a new generation of leadership. I'll take on price gouging and bring down the cost of groceries and housing and prescriptions.
Okay, how exactly?
oh, we got an autism alert again. I need to have like an autism alert on my soundboard. Look at this. He is saying how. Well, that's the thing. Campaign promises aren't about the nitty-gritty and how. This is the lofty promises to get you elected. The how comes later. Like, the whole thing is, this thing is about, yeah, stopping price gouging, bringing down the cost of groceries, which is a big deal, you know? I would like grocery costs to go down so that everything... If grocery costs go down, maybe that, if you get feeling you're begging to get doxxed, at this point, that is basically kind of what happens. It's like, yeah, you know, basically at this point, if you're going to give money to Phil, the old adage of caveat emptor, let the buyer beware, comes into play. But I mean, think about this. Then he's asking, how are you going to do it? It's like, dude, this is a 2-minute campaign promise. Like, for someone who would watch the debate in most of her word salads, this is a valid question. He didn't pay any attention to the campaign trails, so very dumb question on his part. That's the thing. Like, also, this is a 2-minute, like, a 2-minute ad. Like, they're not going to go into the nitty-gritty. People don't want the nitty-gritty, for the most part. In the debate, you need to go more in depth. But in a 2-minute ad, no. Just say, hey, you're going to work on that.
You were in charge for 4 years. You were in charge for 4 years, and everything went up.
I mean, no. Here's the thing. She may have been in charge of the border and stuff like that, and you can call her out on that. But she was the vice president. Understand, constitutionally, the vice president has very little power. And sometimes the vice president has very, very little power. I've seen so much... because people can't buy it. Yeah, that's the thing. He's going to force the pipeline through. There's going to be lower transportation costs and goods and services. We'll see. We'll see. Let's see how they does it. I'll tell you how he's going to force the pipeline through. Here's the problem. The pipeline, I don't think is the big thing. It's the fact that there's been price gouging of post-COVID. And the fact that the prices haven't gone down post-COVID is still causing issues. I don't know how they're going to stop that, because what they'll do is the lower the transportation costs. Guess what'll happen? Will that lower the cost of groceries? I don't think so, because I think we've seen this in things. People, like, companies thought COVID was never going to end, so I don't think they're going to go back down to the normal prices. I don't know, and I'm cynical, because unless you force them, I don't think they're going to do it.
So how are you now going to miraculously cure this problem that you created in your 4 years in charge of?
You still have the thing is, to me, the corporate greed is the biggest problem, that we're not going to have that. I mean, $9 eggs again. Like, this is the thing. And my thing is, this kind of gouging, and yeah, what Aqua Saber says, like, if you would watch the debates, it's one thing in saying that she doesn't have a plan, but in a 2-minute ad, especially for someone who didn't do anything, he didn't say anything about the election up until this point, really. So he doesn't care. He's just like, why aren't you just autistically telling it to me? Like, this is the political analysis I would expect from someone like CinemaSins. Whereas like they can't watch a movie without it needing to literally be everything being spoon-fed to them. That's what Phil is doing here. It's like, dude, this is a campaign promise, a lofty goal that will probably not be filled because most campaign promises are not filled. That's how it is. But the idea is this is a big problem. Cost of prescriptions, cost of groceries are a big thing. It hurts the American people.
Of the United States government. Saying, going to miraculously cure this problem. You were in charge for 4 years. You were in charge.
And this is the thing. Remember how autistic here's another thing of why he's being the hypocrisy of this. Remember how autistically he's like, Donald Trump didn't end Roe v. Wade. That was the Supreme Court. And now he's saying, Kamala, you were in charge. Well, Biden was in charge. And understand that under that, she can do tie-breaking votes in the Senate, but constitutionally, the vice president has very little power in an administration. And a vice president can sometimes be very weak. Sometimes they're very strong. Dick Cheney was a strong vice president. But yeah, don't pay attention that North Carolina got screwed over and then Longshoreman Union, when Longshoreman Union for the east half of the country said they will bury the country in current administration watch, but expert, what? I don't know what you mean, Aqua Saber. I don't know. I think my brain can't quite get that one. But like the thing is, Phil's the expert here. Like that's the thing. Like oh, you ran out of care. I'm sorry. It's okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I was like trying to figure it out and I couldn't. But yeah, this is the thing. Longshoreman Union for the east half of the country said they will bury the country all on current. Yeah. But yeah, that's the thing. Like things happen. And the fact is, but he's saying Kamala Harris was in charge. Yet the fact is he did an autistic explanation of Trump wasn't in charge. Like this is the kind of thing that's he is gonna get grilled on this shit. That's just like, oh yeah, you're gonna be a hypocrite. And the thing is, that political YouTube thing. Oh, yeah, they'll flay him alive for that shit. But yeah, it is obviously he is saying that Kamala did everything in the administration and didn't do it, even though yes, she is bound by a lot of the policies, and they were one of the reasons she lost. But Biden also is in charge, and I don't know how much power he gave her other than border thing. And that's going to be a lot of people believe the politics of Biden and where Kamala is doing. Yes, but Drax, the thing is, it is still that is the case. Yes, people will believe it, but it's dumb, and it shows how dumb Phil is because it's not just that, it's the hypocrisy of, well, actually on one side and then being completely stupid on the other. That is the big thing. Boss is a horse fucker. He must have been a big Catherine the Great fan. That is the thing. This is a dumb thing when he just went over very autistically about how Trump didn't do Roe v. Wade even when Trump tried to take credit for it.
In charge for 4 years and everything went up. So how are you now going to miraculously cure this problem that you created in your 4 years in charge of the United States government?
I mean, I wouldn't say that she created it. That's the problem. This was happened because of COVID issues, because of supply line issues. Hell, I mean, it's one of the reasons cars were expensive for years during the COVID thing, was because there was a microchip shortage, you know, and they're coming down because of that shortage being done. And then, you know, it was mostly Biden's age. Everyone thought he was it's mostly Biden and everyone thought he was a puppet president. I don't think she didn't create it. No fan of Kamala. She didn't cause the COVID issues. That's the thing, Aqua Saber. This is him not being able. This is proof that Phil is not able to understand the complexities of life. That yeah, COVID caused the rampant inflation and the rise of food and stuff like that. This is not something that Biden and Kamala, the Biden administration caused, did they maybe not do enough to kind of cause the problem to shrink on its own, and it just kind of went, and kept going? I would say yes. I would say they didn't do enough. However, I cannot say that they caused it. You put the border on her because she's supposed to be in charge, and went on record saying she went to Europe before visiting the southern border. Yeah, if the fact is that she's supposed to be in charge of the border, you can do that. The rest of it's gonna be Biden, but like this really shows this, he's unable to understand the complexities of the political system, and he really shouldn't be a political commentator, and I hope he keeps doing it because this is so funny and stupid.
I'll fight for your freedom to make your own choices, and I will protect your health care and your benefits, not take them away. The vast majority of people in our country have so much more in common than what separates them. Good people, hardworking people. We see in our fellow Americans,
Very inspiring filmmaking, big sweeping shots with the inspirational music in the background, right?
neighbors, not
Okay,
enemies.
Phil, what does that have
We
to add
believe
to
in each other.
anything?
We believe in our country.
It's supposed to be inspirational. Then shut down for 2 weeks hurt us significantly, and we had all those stimulus checks. Trump did one for 600, and then there were 4 more from Biden. What? I didn't think there were. I thought it was all Trump bucks, and then like Biden had a little bit. I don't know.
Together.
Keep in mind, we just watched several videos from her campaign saying that my opponent is essentially the devil, and if you get him elected, everything's going to end. The world will essentially end, is what the video said. Now she's saying we don't want to be with people who divide. Well, what do you think you did with those videos? Do you think people thought happy thoughts about our future? No, they thought this is the end of it. You divided with those videos too. So listen, I'm not one to defend Trump and his rhetoric. Because
Biden was most of it. Okay,
that's crazy.
I'm sorry.
Says things that aren't true.
I'll admit I might get
truth,
the
but
times
she's no
wrong.
better.
So yeah,
she did exactly the same thing with her campaign. But
inflation's so bad because of the stimulus.
Protection for the.
I mean, the problem was a lot of people couldn't afford. Like there was a lot of people out of work. I don't know. The problem was that I know that the inflation was probably going to happen because of people being out of work because of COVID, but I feel like they could have done something a little bit. The thing about it, though, did the stimulus hurt? Because the fact is, if nobody had anything, it would have basically been everyone. If you give every single I don't think everybody got $5,000. Did they? I don't think they did, but maybe I'm wrong. Small injection to stem bleeding, but it only opened wounds. The problem, though, is that I know a lot of people did, but the fact is, so many people were out of a job because we couldn't do anything. That companies just closed. People couldn't afford stuff. I mean, remember, they basically had to put a moratorium on evictions and foreclosures to make sure that people weren't just out in the streets. And I remember when that came out, people were just like, I'm going to the courthouse the day it happens to evict people. Like, okay. Really? 5,000? Okay. I don't know that I got all the checks then. I might have been above the number. I do not know. The thing about it is, the fact is that I know that there was I know 3 families who stopped paying their rent entirely when they were still working. Now there were, yes, and there are people who would take advantage of the system. They would still work and they would not pay rent. And I understand that there were people who did that. Just like there are folks who, I know that like when they stopped the required payments, I think was it Ann Leet said he put a good chunk into the debt that he had, that student debt that he had, and took a good chunk out of it out. They fucked over their landlords. I mean, yes, there are, but there are also some. The thing about it is, there are people who will fuck over landlords. There are landlords who will fuck over people. And I don't really, when people say, "Oh, what about the plight of the landlords?" I don't normally cry about the plight of the landlords, to be completely honest, because a lot of landlords I know are. We'll recover. It's going to take us 40 years. You got the slumlords too. I think the slumlords are some of the. Oh, believe me, I got friends who got some slumlords. But anyway, that's not a topic for now.
The people, by the way, World War III is coming if Trump becomes president. Like, what?
Like, Phil, you do understand that the idea is that you're trying. Oh my God. You know what?
It's literally the opposite of what you're saying in the same sentence. You're pulling like a Review Tech USA where you say one thing and then you just completely contradict yourself later on in the same sentence.
We'll build
I kind of say that's pulling a DSP, but you know, tomato.
a brighter future for our nation, where we stand for freedom, we stand for justice, we stand for the dignity of work. We haven't yet quite reached all of those ideals, but we will die trying because we love our country.
Oh, I like to say it.
Yeah, why mention art? Well, because he is still on his anti-RTU kick. Like he is just like it is though. I agree. Why are you mentioning Review Tech? Because Review Tech isn't even doing anything. But because the fact is that it's, you know what it is? It's projection. Because he does that, but he's trying to say, oh, RTU does it. So people will kind of think of that and not think of him when he does that. And he has done that where in like the same sentence, he will contradict himself.
That's such a bad. So we don't really actually do anything. We didn't get any of those ideals we want. We're trying, but man, we keep failing because we suck. I mean, we were in charge for the last 4 years.
I mean, Phil, you do understand that Americans have been like politically and socially, Americans have been divided for about a quarter century. Like it's been pretty bad. Like, and the idea is like maybe just trying to say like, yeah, we can try to mend the thing and kind of get people closer together so that you don't have people who look at each other in disgust. I don't know. Boogie had a meltdown about Kamala losing. It was mostly staged, but he's ripping off his shirt and showing his man chest. It's Boogie. That's Boogie. Yeah, Boogie was an act. I mean, Boogie don't give a fuck. Boogie, I think, is much more narcissistic, and I hate Boogie a lot more than I hate. Like, DSP, I can laugh at him. Boogie, I cannot stand. I mean, he faked cancer. He basically traded in his reputation for, you know, a pump and dump scam. And, yeah. I really don't care about Boogie, and I don't care about that stuff, you know.
4 years, and now the country has way worse crime, high inflation, high prices, jobs suck, everything's bad, healthcare sucks, our borders are...
Wait, high crime? Is that a thing? Was high crime? Huh. I don't remember high crime. Phil's a nut job, Boogie's Boogie's a full-on con artist. Yeah, Boogie's a full-on scammer. Phil can't scam that way. Like, he scams a little bit, but mostly he'll guilt trip folks. Healthcare has been bad. Healthcare's been bad for like 20 fucking years. Like the whole reason people, like the whole thing about Obamacare was to try to stop things like, oh, you have a pre-existing, oh, you have a pre-existing condition. We can't treat your cancer. Fuck you. Like there was a lot of problems in the 2000s with healthcare. Hell, the fact is most places didn't even, like, there are some businesses that just wouldn't give out healthcare to their workers. I mean, that's a thing. Now, you know, healthcare's been a problem for a long time. He did have a meltdown over Kamala. It was funny. Yeah, but I'm not watching Rich. I don't find him funny at all, to be completely honest. I'm like, I don't care. I don't care. Have him do whatever he wants. He is completely fucked up his own life, and I don't care.
Are open, fucking people flooding in. But, you know, maybe one day we'll get there. If you elect us in 17, 18 more times in a row, maybe then we'll get something done. But what a dumb thing to say in your closing statement. Right?
Closing? Do you think that this is, like, these are literally TV spots and ads that go on YouTube and shit like that. This truly doesn't show, this shows that he doesn't understand, like, yeah, no, this is a 2-minute ad. It doesn't need to have all the points in there. These are broad strokes. Yes, in the debates, you need to maybe go in the hows a little bit more. Maybe in some of the rallies, talk about some of the hows, but not in a 2-minute ad.
That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in anyone's closing statement. Just keep voting us in.
Yeah, it's not a debate or a town hall or a rally. Yeah, he is looking at YouTube videos thinking they're the be-all and end-all of a campaign. This is amazingly
stupid. Just keep doing it anyway because, you know, Trump's the devil.
Now, the baton is in our hands. I pledge to seek common sense solutions to make your life better.
But again, common sense solutions to make your life better. Okay, well, where were they? You were the current administration. Where were your common sense solutions? People are screaming at you for help, and you're saying, well, elect me again. No, why didn't you help us before?
And I pledge to be a president for all Americans.
Unless you vote for Donald Trump, because Gary, we're coming after you if you vote for Donald Trump, which is literally 2 videos.
Autism.
Now I'm asking for your vote. Because as president, I will get up every day and fight for the American people.
Literally, that entire video is bullshit. It's all fluff. None of it means anything. It's just buzz.
It's all fluff. Phil, do you even political? I agree that Kamala made her Trump bad. I'm not Trump. Did I say Trump bad yet? But here's the thing, Aqua Saber. A lot of them have done that. Fuck, I can look at a lot of campaigns that have done that. Some that have... Now, a lot of those that do that fail because they don't do a lot on their own. I mean, John Kerry in 2004 was just, we're not Bush. Mitt Romney in 2012, we're not Obama. That failed. And hell, Hillary and Kamala was, we're not Trump. However, you know what? Biden, it kind of worked. It did work a little bit in Biden, but I do think a lot of that was because of the COVID issue really being the albatross around Trump's neck and why he lost. And I do not believe that there was enough there was any kind of voter fraud enough that Biden won, that caused Biden to win the election. I think a lot of that is, no, COVID really fucked him over, because his COVID response fucked him over. Because he had a bad COVID response.
The sweeping camera, but you didn't say anything. You didn't explain what.
Welcome to politics, Phil. That's the whole point. They say a lot of stuff that doesn't mean anything.
Happened in the last 4 years, why things have gotten the way they have, and what you're going to do to fix them. You just said these things are wrong, we'll fix it. That's great, but why are they bad? Explain what went wrong. You ever thought about something called transparency? Like, okay, here's what happened. We effed up here. This was already going bad, maybe because of Trump.
Mudslinging doesn't work on Trump because Trump is a mud monster.
Don't vote for him, we're coming after you.
He wants the mud you're slinging. I agree with it.
Mainstream concerns of America.
He doesn't care.
On because Trump is anti those things, so that's what we'll focus on. Instead of what is the thing that the common American was looking for, right? What do you think the common American was looking for? We're about to find out. That's actually what we're about to analyze next. You ready? Let's continue. So first off, actually I did these in the wrong order. Here it is. Young black and Latino men say they chose Trump because of the economy and jobs. Here's how I... Wait, hold on a second. The economy and jobs. But according to the Democrats, we have absolutely record numbers of jobs available. The economy is great. It's booming. It's pumping. The economy is absolutely amazing. I don't understand. All the rhetoric that I hear in the mainstream, liberal media is that the country's good. That's what I've heard. So I don't understand. Why did young black and Latino men say that they need help with the economy and jobs?
I mean, Drax, that was the thing. 2016 election, especially pre-general election, it was basically internet blood sports. Holy shit. Wow. It's almost like if you look at the economy, well, because here's the thing, Phil, the whole thing about the economy is what's a lot of the people look at the economy. Liberal media, like who is this liberal media, Phil?
Yeah, I don't get it. So here we go.
I mean, the fact is that here's the thing. You can look at the economy as the stock market and all that kind of stuff, but that doesn't really show that the economy also would be how people's standard of living is. Like there's many different types of looking at the economy, and a lot of times people look at the economy the way that it favors their side.
So Donald Trump gained the largest share of black and Latino voters than he did in 2020, and most notably among men under age 45. A 31-year-old small business owner from Belton, Texas, was not surprised a growing number of Latino men in his generation voted for Donald Trump for president. He voted for the Republican also 2 times before. He benefits from Trump's economic policies, especially tax cuts. I'm a blue-collar worker. Tax breaks for small businesses are ideal for what I do. A consultant from Fairfax says vote for Trump was rooted in what he saw as Democrats' rhetoric not matching their actions. It's been a very long time since the Democrats ever really keep their promises to what they're going to do for the minority communities. Gala Shaw, who's black, voted for Trump twice before. This year he said he thought the former president's minority community outreach actually showed up. All right? Look, economy and jobs made men under age 45 more open to Trump. We watched all those campaign videos about Kamala Harris. Where was she talking about this? These are the people she wants to vote for her, but literally she didn't address any of the things that they wanted. Here's a fringe issue about,
Yeah, Trump's like, he was like, he's going to throw her in jail. And you know what? There's a campaign promise that didn't happen. Somebody didn't go to jail. Like,
the woman who gets an infection when she's trying to have a baby, and now she couldn't get the abortion, right? And then she says, I'm tough on the border, but she's not because she was in charge of the border, and the border got worse. Like, you weren't in line with what Americans wanted. In fact, take a look at this. You're going to love this one, all right?
Yeah, Hillary says she's going to get the IRS on Trump. Yeah, no, it was basically blood sports. Oh, boy. But, I mean, the real thing about it was that the Democrats are still trying to use the Democrats are trying to use some of mostly the playbook from the Clintonian era. It doesn't work anymore. And the problem is that even if you try to add some of the Obama stuff, it doesn't work because these candidates don't have the charisma Obama has, nor are they able to. Obama was able to do a lot in 2008 because there were a lot of problems that had been building up and been ignored. And the fact is that he was charismatic, and think about it, that was the whole thing he ran on, that whole hope stuff. And, you know, did he get a lot of those stuff done? No, but that's what he ran on. And you kind of can see it's like, yeah, you run on, you got to run on optimism because it's really the only way that you can really kind of that. But it just, the Democrats' playbook is done. It's over. They need something else, and they're not willing to look. And
this is great. As ballots continue to be counted, this was November 7th, but here was the tally. So, as of Thursday of last week, the election was over. Trump had already won, okay? Harris got 68 million votes, compared to Joe Biden's 81 million in 2020. Trump had 72 million votes, which is close to the 74 million he received 4 years ago. Wait, what? You hear that, right? Trump got less votes in 2024, 2 million less votes than he did in 2020, and he won the election in a big sweep. He won most, or if not all, the swing states. He won the Electoral College, and he won the popular vote with 2 million less votes. Wait, what? So let me get this straight, all right? All those people that Kamala was trying to court them for their votes. Wasn't a lot of people, was it? Because her whole campaign was based on fringe shit, stuff that the American common person wasn't caring about. I mean, yes, there are some people who will care.
Or maybe, oh my God, is he gonna?
But not everyone. What do people care about? The things that are in front of them every day. What are the things that affect you every single day? How much money I have? How much food I can put on the table for my family? Can I afford my rent or my mortgage today? Can I afford to protect my family? Can I send my kids to school? Can I buy a car to drive my family around? These are the common first-line issues that Americans are thinking about.
Money, money, money. Money on his motherfucking mind. He got 5 haircuts at the same time. That's all Phil cares about, the money. Yes, the economy is a big thing, but
all the other shit. You know, Will Ferrell wag.
I mean, abortion's a big deal. I'm gonna say it. It's a big deal. There's a lot of women. My God. Running on hope when the economy is about to collapse, I gotta give it, he had some balls. I mean, here's the thing, Drax. He ran on hope even before the economy went to shit. Like, the economy went to shit right in September of 2008. Like, yeah, they were disillusioned with the Dem Party. People weren't stuck at home with COVID. Yes, money's an issue. There are other factors. Yeah, like, and my thing is, the way that he's kind of doing this, he's like, that abortion's a fringe issue. And that, I don't know if you're going to do that. Those numbers are wrong. Trump got more votes this election than he had in 2020, but Phil didn't realize he's reading week-old news. Yeah, votes are still coming in. It's also like it's not a good idea to hold on to old news thinking it will be relevant a week later. True, but he also won re-election. I mean, part of it, I think, was that there wasn't there also, like, when Obama won, didn't there already begun the recovery of it? Because 2008 was a shit show. The economy, I'm going to be honest, the economy nearly went to a Great Depression era of collapse. She was unlikable in 2020. Nothing changed to make her more appealing. Yes, Aqua Teal, I agree. That was the thing. A lot of people weren't thrilled with Kamala Harris. It was like, okay. It's kind of like when, because here's one of the big things about, and I don't think Phil's going to understand this, but one of the big things that the Democratic Party has forgotten is the art of balancing a ticket. It's one of the reasons that Trump had Mike Pence as his vice president in 2016. That was to court the more religious conservatives. The thing is that the Democrats haven't done that. 2016, you have Hillary Clinton, who, while everybody's like, oh, she's a super liberal, she's still much more of a centrist. Even in the, Democratic things, she's a lot more centrist than that. Like, the real liberals didn't get anything out of that. And she puts in Tim Kaine, another moderate. And really, what was are you talking Tim Kaine? Or are you talking Hillary's? Or are you talking because Tim Kaine couldn't even really deliver Virginia. I don't think he did. Kamala's, I don't know a whole lot about the vice presidential pick. I know he was like a football coach or something. I don't really know. I'm like, okay, whatever. It was just Because here's the thing, the Democrats have not had it. Like, Obama understood he needed Biden as his VP pick because one of the major weaknesses of his campaign, the biggest thing people were going on him, was he didn't have a whole lot of experience. All right, you're going to put Biden in there who has a lot of experience. That's how you balance a ticket. Waltz's had too much baggage, stolen valor accusation, Tampon Tim, governor during summer of peace that wouldn't accept Trump's help for right. Ooh, okay. Minnesota governor. Oh. Ah, it's in Minnesota. I don't know much about Minnesota. But the thing about it is you got to have really, really good VP picks. I don't know. Like, I feel like one of the other things is you kind of also need... Oh, I did not know that. I started. Okay. I think one of the other big things is that the Democratic Party have not tried to reach out to some of the other and like one of the things they threw a little bit of bones for Biden was like, oh, pot might get decriminalized, all this stuff. And the problem was they didn't even attempt to do it. There wasn't even a little, so everyone saw through it and they were just like, yeah, yeah, that he was accused of it. Well, that's not good. But if that happened, how is it that got through? Like, you're supposed to have people who literally background check the VP picks. Oh my goodness. Like, are supposed to background check the VP picks to make sure they are basically clean enough. Oh my goodness. The Democrats don't know what the fuck to work. I used to work at a high school as a principal. I mean, okay. You know, I mean, hey, some folks go up the ranks in different ways. You know, I'm not gonna...
Waggling the finger at you and Beyonce telling you to vote for her, and the women who sadly have these awful life situations because they can't get abortions. But is that the common concern of the regular American sitting there at the table every morning?
I think he's probably, like, the whole thing of really making abortion and that kind of stuff really seem like a fringe issue might not go too well for him. Just saying.
Saying shit, how do I afford my groceries later on this week? Because I used to be able to feed my entire family for $100 a week, and now it costs $215.
That is a good point. And
where was that? So, and here's another weird thing, and this obviously, it brings a question.
And I love that WTOP is talking about Jimmy Dean sausage. Maybe that's how you... Hey, that's how you feed your family. You get them recipe-ready Jimmy Dean sausage. That's what you do. What the...
Okay? Kamala Harris only got 68 million votes in 2024. In 2020, Biden got 81 million, but yet Trump only got 2 million less. I mean, you can argue, you can do the math. You're telling me that many more people voted in 2020 than 2024? I don't know, man. I mean, again, that seems kind of like a weird situation. Now, actually...
Oh, so he's doing it. He is going to say that they stole 2020. Oh, he's a fucking retard. Like, hey, guess what? Many people in 2020 had to stay home. And guess what? A lot of states allowed mail-in ballots for the first time. He's assuming the steal. I don't agree with it. I've heard some folks who believe the steal, and I'm just going to say I don't agree with it because the evidence isn't there for enough for that to have been a thing. The fact is that in 2020, everybody was staying home from COVID, you know, so people didn't want to go to a polling place for COVID. So guess what you had? You had mail-in ballots. You also had people really disliking Trump's COVID restrictions, and that causing people. So, you know, when you have a mail-in ballot, you can vote early. And some states didn't have that until the pandemic. And then afterwards, they rolled that back. So if you couldn't go out to vote, you know, on Tuesday, it could become a problem. But I do not believe, I do not believe a lot more BS with Dems trying to stop counties from removing people off the registry if they're dead voter ID laws. Like, I'm just going to say this. I do not believe they stole 2020. I think that people who really are believing that are kind of missing the point that Trump fucked himself over with his COVID response. Like, the fact is there is some of those, But also one of the other big problems, and this is going to be a thing, if people aren't, the fact is the COVID thing happening in 2020 caused so many people to get mad at Trump that they came out to vote who normally wouldn't vote. And guess what? Kamala couldn't get him to come out to vote for her. So yeah, the fact is it was the 68 million, but I think there was a COVID bump for Biden. And also maybe a little bit of that Obama nostalgia that happened. That maybe they thought Biden could bring back that Obama. And I think so. Certain counties think have massive fraud, but not enough to steal. Yeah, because here's the thing. There is probably, in a lot of places, there is fraud. But you're going to have to, and this is the big thing, for you to say that they stole an election in multiple states, you're going to have to bring me, we're going to have to go NFL rules. I'm going to need incontrovertible proof that they were able to take it. Multiple states? Like, a lot of this, I think, is people not wanting to accept that Trump really fucked himself. He shot himself in the foot. Like, having these rallies that became super spreader events. You know what? One of them killing Kerman Kane, a big Trump supporter, that didn't help either. Like, oh, he died of COVID. Oh, no. That didn't help. That kind of is like a, oh, fuck. Because, yeah, that's a big problem. That kind of stuff. I'm just going to say, Trump had problems in 2020. And when you have something like that kind of crisis would either sink you. Fraud in this election, they were caught trying to duplicate ballots in your state. I mean, okay, so they were trying to duplicate. Okay. I mean, I'm going to say this. Both sides will try to do that. I wouldn't be surprised that both sides try to do that. Because we're kind of in a thing where if you aren't cheating, you ain't trying. But, my thing is that Harris just was not. Harris just was not a candidate people were going to come out to vote for. Like, I would have to actually take a look at what the voting statistics are for things like going back probably as far as 2008, just to see. The fact is, sometimes if you can inspire people who wouldn't normally vote will go and vote. Like, most people don't want to vote. So, that's kind of the thing. It was President Donald John Trump. It was too big to rig. There's a level of fraud in everything, but 2020 felt like it was easier to get away with. I think the thing about it was just that, when it came to COVID and it came to the ineffective things and the fact that government really didn't seem to have themselves on the ball with what to do, I think that's kind of the justification that people had for them to basically lose, for the Republicans to lose the election. It's kind of like, when Herbert Hoover lost in 1932. Yeah, that was going to happen because he didn't give a shit about the Great Depression. And it got worse and worse and worse. Crises that affect a lot of people, if they get worse and worse especially, if it's during a big election year, that could be a problem. And that's a big thing. So that's my thing. I personally don't think that they stole it. Because I think people are like, yeah, no, they didn't steal it. This one was more, Harris just could not get people to come out to vote. They just didn't care. They saw that they didn't like the Biden administration, and they saw Kamala as 4 more years the same. I think that's the main thing.
There's been some people try to explain it. If you remember, in 2020, it was COVID. So a lot of people couldn't even leave. Or if they did, everything was limited. So a lot of people supposedly voted from home with mail-in ballots. You're telling me that because people were stuck at home, that 15 million more people voted in 2020, and they just forgot about politics 4 years later? They forgot.
Like, you do understand that there is a lot of voter apathy, Phil. I saw in Calcy, you walk up and ask for a ballot. No idea, want to know proof of address, just name and birth date. Really happy to see even that state is turning against Newsom. I mean, people are worried about FDR. FDR? Oh no! FDR is coming back. Oh no! Polio. FDR's... If FDR is going to head the FDA, everybody's going to have to get a polio vaccine. He's like, you all have to have polio so that you're not stuck in a wheelchair like me. I think you meant RFK Jr. RFK heading the FDA as he wants the fluoride out of the drinking water, which causes cancer. If I remember, doesn't fluoride also harden teeth enamel? Like, that's just been... here's the thing about it, though. I'm not sure that I'm... I don't know. I don't know about Kennedy. That man has brain worms. I don't want him near my drugs. Helps with the teeth a bit. I don't know. Listen, I ain't done that research on that. I don't know. So, dude had brain worms. I don't want him near drugs.
Oh yeah, voting, what's that? I never heard of it. But you did it 4 years ago. What are you talking about? That's 15 million people. Just forgot. There's something very, very, very fishy here. I don't think it'll...
This really shows. I mean, this is also a guy. Remember, always remember, Phil didn't vote. Okay? And here's the thing. One of the things is, in a lot of places, you have to register to vote every election. Some places you do, some not. Like, oh, no, it's okay, Drax. It's okay. I was just... You said FDR, and it did make me have a little... Make me think of... FDR coming back from the grave, gonna make sure everybody gets a polio vaccine. FDR is gonna get one. He is gonna use his money to get one of those Professor X hovering wheelchairs. You're gonna see him with his cigarette holder smoking, and he's just gonna be like, no, 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 no. He just goes hum the X-Men theme. Why? Because fuck it, he can. Fluoride only helps if you let it settle in your teeth, not drink it. Some states auto-register you getting your driver. Yes. Yes, Aqua Saber, some do. Some states, it all depends state to state. I think that what Phil doesn't seem to understand is that there was a lot of voter apathy here. A lot of people who cared about COVID and didn't like the government's COVID things went out to vote then, but they just you couldn't convince them to come out and vote. I mean, like, but going right to, which is what he's basically going to, like, oh, they must have frauded it up. It really is like, huh? Like, really? That's what we're going to go with, huh? I feel like that is, in my opinion, twisting facts to suit theories instead of theories to suit facts. Like, they're looking for something to call fraud on, and that's what they got. The never Trumper while refusing to vote for Kamala. Yeah, never Trumper while refusing to vote for Kamala. Like, the fact is that, guess what? 2020 rise in registered voter. 2024 right back down. People will make a big deal out of people who try to assassinate Trump being registered Republicans. In some states, that's the only option.
It'll ever be proven. I don't think it'll ever be authenticated. But when they say things like the 2020 election wasn't kosher, this is the data they're looking at right here. The cold count of votes. How the fuck were there 15 million more people who voted blue 4 years ago? That doesn't even make sense. Population's going up. So how the fuck are there way less people voting now?
Well, you don't vote. And guess what? Some people just are apathetic about politics. This is such a brain rot take from Phil that he can't understand that some people might have been woken up because of a big crisis and then went back to sleep. Like, this is oh my god, is this the worst part about this thing? Like, this is brain dead. This is full on brain dead. If you're from a country primarily Republican, you automatically. Okay, Drax, I don't agree with that. I'm going to say this. I don't agree. I do not agree with any county that is primarily Republican or Democrat that you automatically be registered as one. I believe that you should, when you go to register as a vote, are they legal voters? Babies can't vote. 12-year-olds in 2020 still can't vote. Yeah, population went up, but are they legal vote? Yeah. And here's the thing about it. Like, but my thing is, I don't think that any county where you're primarily Republican or Democrat, that should automatically register you as one. I don't like that. I think that is wrong. I think that, you know, once, even if you're registered, if it's going to be, okay, you're registered as an independent. You want to pick a party, pick one. Like, I think if you're going to automatically register people, they should be automatically registered independent. My country wanted to do that when I registered. I wanted auto D. Yeah, no, I don't like that, and I don't like it being auto R off also. Like, I think if you're gonna have it auto, it needs to be I. It needs to be full on independent, and then be like, you're registered as an independent, and then you may choose your party if you want to. But I think having one party or other being the default is no. I do not like that. That needs to be taken out. Oh God, are they Frosty Beats? Are you? Oh my God, they need a Nikki. Really? Are they? These fuckers, stop it! God damn it! Like as soon as Trump announced his candidacy, he was gonna win. Fucking trying to do this. Oh, let's get to, like, motherfuckers. You guys are the ones who are like, oh, Trump's gonna be great because we'll beat him, and then you had Hillary, and Hillary failed spectacularly. Oh my goodness. The thing is, the Democrats just, it's the same idiocy. Oh my God.
That's the thing. With our system set up, you can never prove any of this shit, right? So who knows, right? But one final thing before we end this topic, and then actually have some shout outs to do, and we're gonna move on. Ladies and gentlemen, you might argue that Phil is off base. Phil is completely full of shit. Phil's a Trump lover. I actually don't like Donald Trump. I really swear to you, I don't. I detest that guy.
Really? This whole thing is really kind of, I don't know, Phil. You are acting really conservative here.
I think he's an asshole, okay? But you don't have to take it from me at all. I saved the best for last. You can take it from the mouth of Democrat number one, Bernie freaking Sanders.
I wouldn't call him Democrat number one, Phil. One, isn't he an independent? Like, he caucuses with the Democrats when he tried to run for president, and he'll caucus with them in voting and stuff, but he is not a Democrat. And hell, the Democrats have basically made it so that he can't run for president anyway, and the reason that they did is because he got a little too close to being the nominee, which they did not want. Let's be honest, they did not want Bernie Sanders anywhere close. Now, after getting screwed twice, he is official, I know. Okay, listen. All right, listen. I'll say this. I know that if Bernie Sanders had gotten elected as president, he wouldn't have been able to do jack and shit. No one would have let him do any of the stuff he wanted to do. However, in 2016, he was the candidate who was bringing up some stuff that I think maybe they could have looked at. Like, there's a reason that 2016 was the year that candidates that were normally on the fringes, I mean, you're thinking about like 2004 Dennis Kucinich, these fringe liberal and fringe conservative, like people who are like, they're not really part of the thing. The populist movements did that. This is the thing about it. His socialist parties never would have worked. Probably not. But the fact is that he would have brought up these things of, hey, these are big problems. These are problems we need to take a look at. And the fact is that the fact that, I'm going to say this, the fact that there was a lot of people who voted for him, who, when Hillary Clinton basically just kind of, when the Democrats just kind of, you know, threw him under the bus and didn't care, a lot of them just went home. Andrew Young and UBI. I mean, my thing is, the fact is that, like, idea was brought out and people talking about it. The minute they started talking about socialism, the other guy would just talk about how Bernie Sanders has 3 houses. And I want a house. Bernie Sanders has 3 houses. Oh, okay. You know, the thing about it, Yang, the fact about this is the fact that, yeah, he's not a Democrat. Like, and hell, Like, so I'm not quite sure why he's trying to basically like, no, this is the thing of why people are probably looking at him like, yeah, he's a big Trump fan, is because this is like, he's not a Democrat. He's been independent. I think he's been independent for a long, long time. Like the only time he caucused, he basically tried to get part of the nomination. He can't do that no more. He went from millionaires to billionaires to trillionaires. Millionaires. So it's the one thing I think it's one thing to talk about redistributing wealth when you have 3 houses. How about you give one of the homes to people? I mean, you got a point. I mean, my thing is, you could always have income the income inequality. If it gets to the point of the French Revolution, they might just bring out the guillotine again. That could be interesting. In Minecraft. Even Yang admitted the UBI stance was more to bring attention to AI and robotics in some places, not actually thought UBI would work. The thing is that, I mean, the issue with the fact is that you're going to have to... The minimum wage is basically at a point in the federal minimum wage is a point where I don't think it's... You can't sustain about it. And when the fact is you have things like McDonald's, like, oh, you can definitely survive on ours. Just you need to work 2 jobs and have no expenses. You're just like, okay, we're living in a hellscape. Same as Hansen. He wants communism spreading wealth. I mean, like, my thing is, yeah. Now, I don't care for communism and socialism. I'm like, I'll be honest, I don't mind socialized medicine because I don't like what the insurance companies have basically done to medicine, but I don't know. My thing is that I wish there was a bit more. I wish that the taxation was a bit more fair, but that's never going to happen. It's like $7.50 in most states. Yeah, the federal minimum wage is $7.50. Like, that's... I mean, you can try to survive on that, but good fucking luck. In some states, that is just not possible. Oh, is it... Oh, I'm sorry, $7.25, not $7.50. Oh no. Oh no. That quarter got me. Oh no. Oh no. I try $17. I mean, $20 for your state. I mean, my thing is that the minimum wage, the federal minimum wage is way too low, and I don't know that people are going to be able to do that. And you'd be hard pressed to get a job that pays less than double that. Our minimum wage is $15 an hour. For years, it used to be $11. And the thing about it is, which tells you it's too damn low. Yeah, the federal minimum wage is way too low, and it hasn't been increased since 2006. Understand, the federal minimum wage has not been increased in 18 years. Yeah. And the thing, the buying power, that $20 is garbage anyway. That's the big thing, Aqua Saber. You can't buy anything for $20. Like, fuck, man. Like, if you had to be on the federal minimum wage, the only way you're actually living in a house is if you've got like 30 fucking roommates. Like that, that's just basically it's sad. It's like this isn't what I don't know. Sorry, I'm making myself sad. Let's not do that.
Because when the Democrats lost this election, he went nuclear on his own party. He burnt the fucking house down. Did you hear this shit? He went Democrat #1, Bernie freaking Sanders.
Okay, I need to go into theater mode. I need to see if... I wish Bernie ran. He's never going to run again. He can't run again because after 2020, they put rules in place so that he would never be able to run. He would actually have to... For Bernie Sanders to run as a Democrat, he would actually have to become a Democrat. Like, they won't let him run as an independent. I mean, it would be interesting if he just ran as an independent, but he's also, and I'm just going to say, he's too old. I don't know that I'm done with old folks in the White House. And that includes Trump. Bro never figured out Bernie is a progressive, not a mainstream Dem. Yeah, he is not a mainstream Dem. Never has been. Like, fuck, man. No.
Because when the Democrats lost this election, he went nuclear on his own party.
Bernie left the Democratic Party. Feel the burn. He's not a Democrat too. Feel the burn. Yeah, like, yeah. Yeah, Bernie's never been a mainstream Dem.
Did you hear the shit this guy said in the last week? Holy shit.
Bernie isn't a Democrat, idiot. Do you have any idea why there aren't any presidents under 50 years old currently?
You know what I'm saying? Like, whoa, he destroyed them. All right.
I take it in the mouth for Bernie. Okay. It looks like the chat's having a little fun of it. Trump is 70 plus. Biden is 70 plus. You know, Hillary, I think, was like late 60s, early 70s when she ran. Like, the fact is, we've been having a lot of older candidates. And, like, that's the thing. Kamala's 60. Kamala was 60. But the fact is that I feel like what we're going to have, I think that, I don't know. Like, yeah. I love Darkside Gimp. I don't know, dude. You've been glazing the Trumpster pretty hard all night. Like, it really is the fact that Phil keeps saying, I'm not a... But he's been... Vance v. Buttigieg 2028. No. Buttigieg... Buttigieg basically... I don't think Buttigieg is going to be able to do it because he, like Harris, is going to have the administration as an albatross around his neck. I don't see him being able to get out of it. Like, I think a lot of people who were in the Biden administration are not going to be able to do this for especially a little while. They need to kind of wait for that to kind of wash the taste out of their mouths. But I don't know that Buttigieg is going to be able to do it. And I don't think he's going to be able to get, I love him, but that's because I'm gay and he kind of inspires me. I understand that. I understand. I also don't think he's going to get a lot of liberal voters because, man, he's, yeah. Him talking about adoption during the DNC hit home. No, I get that. I mean, you know, she can't run. Oh, she can't run in 2028. Not after that. Oh, no, Kamala's done. She's done. She is done. It used to be you lose an election like that, you're done. Trump is basically like an exception to the rule. Like, him and Grover Cleveland are exceptions to the rule. She's done in politics as a whole, in my opinion. I think so. I don't think she's not going to be able to be like, people are probably not going to be interested in, even if, let's say, a Democrat got in there, they're not going to want her in the cabinet. I don't even know if she'd even be able to run for the House or anything like that. I think she is done. But you know what happens when politicians are done? They go on speaking tours and make money. That's what's going to happen.
All right, so are you ready for this? I know he left the Democratic Party, but you understand what I'm saying. He was Mr.
I know he left the Democratic Party. Look at that. That quick way that he basically is trying to hide his mistake. Look what he's...
Whoa, he destroyed them. All right, so are you ready for this? I know he left the Democratic Party, but you understand what I'm saying. He was Mr. Democrat. He was so 100% on their side for the longest time.
No. Be surprised if she tries to be a Cali senator again. I mean, she could try. I don't foresee it. No. I mean, the thing even is that you got to remember, the whole thing with Nixon 68 was just... here's the thing. Nixon only... I'll say this. I don't believe that I believe the only reason Nixon won is because RFK was killed. If RFK had gotten the nomination, Nixon does not win. Robert Kennedy wins the nomination and wins the presidency. RFK getting shot and killed, the fact is 68 threw people into a fugue state. Like, 68 is just, don't use the best president we never had. I know that was I mean, I have heard conservative Bill O'Reilly talk about his love for Robert Kennedy Sr. Like it really was it just for folks who were young back then, because he was going to be the one. He promised to get them out of Vietnam, all that. He was basically, here's the thing. He was the Obama of that generation. That's why a lot of people said that Obama had that kind of RFK feel to it. And RFK dying it sucked air out of the room. People, like, there's a reason there were riots during the convention. I think it was the Democratic convention. I can't remember. But his death no, I do not mean JFK, Aqua Saber. I mean RFK. Because Robert Kennedy, remember, he went and tried, he was assassinated in a hotel in California. He had just won the primary in California, and that would basically secured him the nomination for the Democrats, and he was assassinated. And unfortunately, he had one of his top bodyguards, Rosie Greer, who also is a needlepoint enthusiast and former football player, was protecting his wife at the time. Per his instructions, RFK wanted him to protect his wife, so he was not there to stop the assassination, but he did tackle the assassin, and so that he didn't escape. But yeah, Robert F. Kennedy dying in 1968 just shattered the nation, and I think it shattered a lot of the youth. It really was kind of like oh my god, everything's fucked. And because he would have won, Nixon could not beat him. And because the fact is that I think with Kennedy, he might have actually been able to get people out of Vietnam. I don't know. I let Ted Chapel my quitting. I said no to the Krispy Kreme.
And listen to what he has to say. Are you ready for this? Here we go. Bernie Sanders shares scathing reaction.
Also, I'm going to say this. The whole thing about Phil saying that he's like the number one, he was not really a Democrat. He was always on the fringe. Remember, Bernie voted against the war in Iraq when a lot of Democrats did vote for the authorization. Like, that was one of the big problems people had. Like, John Kerry had that albatross around his neck when he ran for president. So
Trump's win.
Yeah, I cured it with my brain. It was him versus Trump in 2016. That timeline would have been interesting. That would have been interesting times. It's like saying Ron Paul was the number one Republican in 2008, to be honest. Yes, I completely agree, Devilish Face. Like, it is so mind-bogglingly stupid. Although Ron Paul did give us the happening
scathing reaction. Can we just get the video without this fucking ad?
No.
Okay,
No?
so we're at the film festival.
No, we're at the film festival. Get the fuck. All right.
Put an ad blocker in there, dumbass.
These bastards and their ads got me. All right, hold on a second. Let me get past the film festival. This stupid ad has to screw with my big finale here.
I don't know. Maybe put an ad blocker on your browser. You know, I have like uBlock Origin. I use that one personally. You could use whatever you want. But I will say, if 2016 had been if it had been him versus Trump in 2016, that might have been like, holy shit. Who knows what would have happened there? It would have been like, that would have been when they say, may you live in interesting times. Like, you ain't fucking
self-felted on my own first political stream. God damn it. It's bullshit.
He got felted.
All right.
They felted, bitch. Doesn't he pay for YouTube Premium? Yeah, but this is on CNN.com, Mallow. This is CNN.com. So that wasn't YouTube. And he didn't think about that beforehand. Like, literally just, there are pop-up blockers and ad blockers. And maybe it works. And if, oh, it's got an ad. Okay, I gotta wait for the ad.
It's almost done. What a pain in my ass. Okay. Wow, some people are really delayed because they're still saying Bernie is not a Democrat in the chat. Yeah, we already covered that, bro.
Wow. No, dude. You quickly tried to cover by quickly moving out of the way so that you could basically cover your mistake of he was. I don't know if he ever was he ever a Democrat? That I do not know. Maybe he wasn't, but yeah. He's using Edge for channel. No, that was Chrome. He's using Chrome, but he's oh, he was. You see, I haven't looked in, I don't know when he became an independent. So, I mean, I don't know, like, was it, I could look it up. I really don't wanna. All right, I guess I will. I'll look it up. He has been an independent since 1978? Is that right? Is that right? It looks like he joined up with the Democrats in 2019 and in 2015 so he could try to get the nomination. But when it comes to his, yeah, Democratic, 2015 to 2016, 2019 to 2020, he also is affiliated with the Vermont Progressive, early on the Liberty Union, which, okay, that is definitely a, okay, Liberty Union, I need to show this. Okay, Liberty Union Party. Look at this. Look at this. Look. A dove with the olive branch and a turtle with Liberty Union on its shell and a unicorn horn. What the what the fuck? Holy shit. This is some hippie shit. I think that's the thing, Devilish Face. He has been an independent, but caucusing with the Democrats. That seems to be what I was able to find. So, yeah. The only time, like, he's always been an independent on the political party. But, you know. But I'm sorry, I just had to show you the, I had to show you this logo because it's just amazing. It's like, this is like, okay, you really want to have nonviolent revolutionary socialism. Okay, you know what? For you wanting a nonviolent revolutionary socialism, this logo, no notes. No notes. It's perfect. It's perfect for what you want. It might just not be what everybody else wants. So, amazing. But yeah, it looks like he's been an independent caucusing as a Democrat, so Phil's wrong.
All right, here we go. Ready? Pause, rewind, unmute. Oh, crap. This video is terrible.
Oh, and let's say, yeah, click on the ads.
Okay.
Phil, why aren't you clicking on the ads?
Here we go. Bernie Sanders on what actually happened in the election. Ready?
The scathing response that you gave after the Democrats lost, Kamala Harris lost pretty big, you said the Democrats abandoned the working class. The chairman of the DNC called it straight up BS and said...
So the chairman of the DNC, okay, and I believe actually he got into a big fight with Nancy Pelosi over this in the last week too.
Joe Biden is the most pro-worker president of my lifetime. Former Speaker Nancy Pelosi said she disagreed with you. She added, quote, Bernie Sanders has not won. Do you stand by what you said?
Oh, absolutely. Look, Joe Biden.
And he's just like, you stand by what you said? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Okay. Like, motherfucker ain't not backing down.
Is a friend of mine. I've been proud to work with him on an agenda which has been very strongly in favor of the working class. Biden promised to be the most progressive president since FDR in many ways on domestic issues. I think he kept his
Is that why major worker union deals got broken up by Biden? Yeah, no, this is literally, I think that the DNC chairman and Nancy Pelosi are trying to carry water and trying to basically hide the fact that Biden literally wasn't that good. And I think Bernie Sanders got a point. Like, fuck, man, you know, you look after the blue collar workers, they're gonna look after you.
But here is the reality. The working class of this country is angry, and they have a reason to be angry. We are living in an economy today, Donna, where the people on top are doing phenomenally well, while 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck.
And the funny part about that is, if you ask the liberal media, how is our economy doing? They say, great. Everything's great. Jobs are at a record high. Unemployment's at a record low. Everything's great. Like, but wait a minute. Then why can't I afford anything? I'm living paycheck to pay. I can't buy groceries for my family. Why are you reporting that everything's great in our country? Because they're reporting on the 1 per fucking cent. They're rolling in money. They've got investments out the ass. They've got money. Nancy fucking Pelosi just made insane amounts of money investing in NVIDIA stocks. NVIDIA. Do you think she fucking knows what NVIDIA even is? No. But this class who controls our country, okay, are so disconnected from the real reality of life. They actually believe that right now, our country is on a boom. We've got so many great jobs.
But, yeah, who is saying that? Like, this is the big thing. Like, Phil, like, even that, if you make over 100K a year and you're still living paycheck, that's a you problem, Dave. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, if you got 100K a year, you know, that's either a you problem or that is a thing of, sweetie, you need to get out of wherever you are. Like, you're in something way too expensive. Let's go find some, you know, because that's the thing. And the fact is that Bernie's making good. It's like, yeah, if you can get the working class on your side, they will be fucking loyal as shit. He makes more than a median yearly salary income in this country. Yes, he does. Phil makes a lot. And he has been talking about paycheck to paycheck. You know? I believe that is normally what I close on when he talks about having to be paycheck to paycheck, month to month, paycheck to paycheck for his entire year, his entire life. It's like, Phil, like, you have enough money that you could pay your mortgage a month early. So then you don't have to have all these huge amount of late fees. You can pay all your stuff, like your bills, a month early. You know, if you were smart about it, you could do that. You could take a night off. If Phil took a night off every month to kind of, I need to take a night off to kind of get all my accounting for the month done. Like, one, I wouldn't blame him for it. Like, but, you know, I mean, think it, he takes these things to do this, like, a number of times to do it for his taxes for the whole year. But then when his father is like, dude, why don't you just do this, like, by the week or by the month? You could see Phil just cannot understand doing that. Like, if you are working, let's say I'm a W-2 worker. I don't, like, my thing is when I get my W-2, chat disconnected. Oh no. Am I still here? Did I disconnect? Chat disconnect. Oh, I'm connected again. Yay. Okay, I'm still there. Okay. It looks like whatever the source must have disconnected. I just didn't. YouTube being YouTube. Yeah. But the thing about it is that he could have done this. Like, the fact is he could get ahead of his mortgage. So he's basically, let's say, his YouTube check comes out on the 21st. And the 21st, he is paying, let's say, like, in a few days, the 21st. He could, if he was smart enough, have gotten ahead so that he would be paying, instead of November's mortgage, which is due on the 15th, he's paying December's mortgage. So he's putting in a little, and if he put in a little extra, it would be over quicker. But you don't know that. And he could do that kind of stuff, but he doesn't because he is still in that paycheck to paycheck moment. Like, even when he had a lot of money, he was just burning through it. Like, Phil, if you had saved your money when you had that condo, you could have paid that off and probably put in so much money as a down payment towards this place, you probably would have had very little of a mortgage. Fuck, you could have made it probably, I think he could have put in like 20 to 25%. He'll never understand what paycheck to paycheck is. Like, I have lived paycheck to paycheck. I do not like living paycheck to paycheck. I hope never to do that again. But I have had to live paycheck to paycheck when I was younger. When it was like, I literally have to be, like, I'm literally counting just to make sure I have enough for rent. It was, those years were some of the worst in my life because I couldn't do anything. I couldn't do anything. And I'm thankfully I'm in a better place now, but you know, it's still a little rough. Like, you know, I would like to get a house, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to afford one. But that's, yeah, enough about my problems. It don't really matter. That stuff don't matter.
So much money flowing like a river. Where the fuck is it? Because people can't see it and they don't have it. They can't afford basic shit anymore. So why are you saying it's good? Because it's good for them. It's the illusion. Use the media to report skewed facts, a skewed perspective, a distorted reality, so that people think that things are better than they are. Then they can't blame.
You know, most liberals I know hate the current state of America. So I don't know what you're talking about. Like, he doesn't seem to understand that it's not liberal conservative that is the different classes. It's people who have a lot of money who don't understand working. Like, these are the people who don't understand what people were dealing with in the last few years during COVID and all that. Phil will never understand it. Like, and that's the thing. Like, anyone on both sides want to change? You think it's not her broker who's advising and picking the stocks? Like, yeah, most of these folks who have who are in politics, like, you know what they got? They got fucking people who do this. They have fucking I'm sorry, I blanked. You know, they've got fucking financial advisors and stuff like that who will tell them what to go with, and whose job it is to advise them. You got to remember, this is the guy who said inflation isn't his fault, so just tip him anyway. That's true. And he also said, if you have money to go see the new Spider-Man movie, you have money to tip him. Both sides talk about change, but neither of them want to take the steps to implement the change. Yes, 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 wet floor. That is the whole point. This is one of the reasons I'm very cynical, because the fact is, you can see neither side wants to do it. He's lying because people were going to Spider-Man. Yes, yes, the colored pencils rant, which is just, it really was the thing that really kind of like, oh, yeah, I'm going to be a detractor for a while, because it's like, you said that? Like, people were hurting for money, and you're just like, well, if you can go to Spider-Man, inflation's a lie because new games are coming out. People aren't buying those games, dipshit. You see how bad the AAA gaming industry is right now? It's on fire. We're in a gaming crash. Let's party like it's 1983. We're in the middle of a games crash.
Blame Biden and Kamala for everything being bad because they don't know everything's bad. But the common person saw through it. The common person said, no, the last 4 years, things got worse for us in the United States.
Are you considered poor if you live paycheck to paycheck, or is that normal? Keep in mind, Bernie's solution was essentially socialism. He's far left and mad that won't come with him. Nancy Pelosi and her husband somehow have impeccable timing with their investments. They consistently beat the best firms in Wall Street. Weird. Gaming isn't slump because new ass. Yeah, he doesn't understand, dude. We have. The thing about it is that the gaming crash isn't just a quick thing. Everybody's seen, a lot of people and podcasters that I have seen the signs, and we're seeing it. I mean, Xbox is dying. Like, they're killing all that stuff because the fact is they're dying. Microsoft wants blood because the fact is Phil Spencer spent $80 billion and hasn't made any money for it. Yeah, it's a gaming collapse. It's mainly because people don't want to make good stuff. I think part of it, Drax, also is the fact that, you know, just make a game. Stop these games as a service, you know, and Microsoft just has no management to actually make games. Like, PC game is dying because I said until again now is the bestest ever. Yeah, that's kind of how this
Inflation
is.
is way up. Interest rates are way up. Prices are way up. The jobs are not good like they're reporting. They're claiming there's all this plethora of jobs. There's not. This is bullshit. You want to know what jobs are available in the United States? Go work for fast food. Go work at a retail store where you get 10 hours a week and you can't get enough hours to earn health care. That's the jobs that are in America right now. There's no...
Phil, that is not like, oh, you get 10 hours a week. Phil, that's because your wife just doesn't want to do it. Yeah, indie and AA games are flourishing. Yeah. And hell, like Sony and Microsoft are doing so bad, and Nintendo's over here just kind of like, how are we winning? We're doing nothing, but we're winning. That's weird. Like, they literally, that new Zelda game is basically, this is a stopgap thing until the Switch 2 comes out. And now that we know that the Switch 2 will be able to play Switch games, guess what's going to happen? Nintendo is going to stomp on... You ever heard of cock and ball torture? Well, Microsoft and Sony are going to feel that from Nintendo. Yeah, Stardew Valley. And if I think it gets major updates, and I don't think that the dev of Stardew asks for any extra money for that. HoloCure got a major update. Space Marine 2 is great. Yes, it's probably one of the best games I've played. But yeah,
no big careers. There's no more. Oh, there's an illusion of an American dream, but the American dream doesn't exist. The only way you can live the American dream is if you have money already. Then you can.
I mean, I kind of more like the George Carlin bit. They call it the American dream because you got to be asleep to believe it. But okay, Phil. But also the whole thing about that 10 hours a week is that's all your wife wants to work. She doesn't have to. She doesn't have to work anymore because guess what? You basically pay for everything, and she doesn't want to. Like, she is basically there just for free rent. The moment he has another bankruptcy or it starts to be like he might lose the house, she's gone. You will see her get a gym membership. She will be at the gym, drop the weight, and poof, gone. I mean, because I do think that her weight is because she's eating her feelings. And part of it is Phil doesn't have any emotional belief. Her money is little fuck around money since he pays for everything. Yeah, he pays for everything, so she doesn't need to do anything. And 10 hours a week is probably not even true. I miss getting 30 to 40 hour work weeks. That is the one thing that I am hourly, so I still only have to do 40 hours a week. That's the one thing I don't like about salaried is that they can kind of make it, oh, you need to do this stuff. You have to do 60-hour weeks. Boo. Yep, he doesn't give her any amount of attention because his true love, the trolls, take all of his attention. Yeah, I mean, that's who he spent his wedding night with. Remember, he spent his wedding night arguing with trolls online. His wedding night. Listen, if I was getting married, you wouldn't see me. I'd be like, no, I'm going to party with friends, and then, I'm going down. I might be, you won't see me for a few days. Like, the only thing, I'm coming up for air, and I'm back down to nom.
Invest your money somewhere and make more money. If you're going into it on ground level, which is what the American dream is supposed to be, you start equal with everyone, you work hard, you get ahead, you go to school, you get an education, now you get a job, that job becomes a career, then the career becomes a big income stream, that now you can have a family. It doesn't exist anymore. People go to school, they come out, they got a degree that's worth nothing. You can wipe your ass with your fucking college diploma because you can't get a job anymore. Go work the fucking service industry job. Go work fast food. Go wait tables. That's not a fucking career. And that's what they're reporting. Those are the jobs they're telling us about that are so good in our country right now. The common person is tired of being lied to. Everyone is seeing through the rhetoric now.
They're tired of being lied to. Says DSP, who has lied for years. Oh, the irony of this. The irony.
Bullshit. We had 4 years of this.
Yeah, instead of fucking his wife, he's fighting the trolls. Like,
it was not. It definitely was not. A lot of things were kind of messed up there too. But this last 4 years.
Cause yeah, okay. Look, if you look at her at the wedding photo, yeah, she does look like she gained some weight. Between when she moved in and there, but that looks more like relationship weight, which, you know, happens. Yet, yeah, what it is now is not relationship weight. That is, she's eating her feelings because she is basically being neglected and blamed for everything. Because we, the boys, we know how to have a good scrap. We love Crump and DSP. Yes. Yes. You got the red ones go faster. We know that from Shah Aznavour. He is the proof. He is an orc because he's got a red Zaku, and the red ones go faster.
Years, most Americans are agreeing things went downhill. Much for the worse of how it was before. And people don't want another 4 years of promises and lied to stories about kumbaya, hold hands, rainbows and unicorns, jobs are up, money's up, everything's up, when in reality no one sees that but the rich. Only the rich class are seeing the benefits of all these things that the Democrats are claiming are real.
Phil? I don't think that... I'm going to be honest. I don't think that the common folk are going to be a whole lot better under Trump. There might be a little bit of change, but I don't think you're going to see... Ludwig the sneaky git. Him and that purple. Yeah. He's purple. Yep. He got the purple one. But my thing is this. I don't see Trump as... It's not... I don't think it's going to get a lot... I don't think it's going to get so much better that it's going to be... I think that it's going to be... You're going to have basically the same kind of thing. Where, oh, guess what? It's not. Dude, if it were my wedding night, you wouldn't see my ass. I'd be too busy hitting the kitten. Yeah. Yeah. That's what, yeah. That is what, if it's your wedding night, that's what you need to be doing. You gotta hit the kitten. Come on now. Or if it's, or, you know, if you're marrying a dude, you know, smoking the pole. I mean, whatever. But that's the thing. A wedding night, that should be about you and your partner. Like, the thing is, you should be trying to reenact like a fucking hentai. Let's be like, this is a bridal suite. You're gonna have to try to clean this. The fact he is counting everything to the goals of his day, his money has to be going down fast. Yeah, I think he is in the next few months gonna kind of see that. Like, he doesn't really get that. We'll see on the tax returns, but that's next year. Well, even Drax, it'll have to be the tax returns of 2026, the ones that we do over a year from now is when we'll first see it. And even then, I'm not sure we're going to see, I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of change. We might see some, but nowhere near. And, you know, I also do not think that putting the entire economic divide of the haves and the have-nots on the Democrats is pretty dumb, because there's been a lot of, the divide has been there for a long time.
So then why the fuck would we vote for the Democrats? And Bernie Sanders, who used to be Democratic, who used to be one of the top Democrats, is here destroying them.
Again, he was never a Democrat. He wasn't. He was always an independent. He caucuses with the Democrats, but he never has gone and become part of the Democratic Party.
Percent of elderly people are trying to get by on $15,000 a year or less. We have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth, and parents all over this country worry that their kids may have a lower standard of living than they do. That is the economic reality. And what Donald Trump did is provided an explanation. He went around and said, I know you're angry, and the reason is that zillions of illegal immigrants are coming over, and they're eating your cats and dogs and everything else.
And that's the funny part. He said all that, and it's all stupid, but at least he gave an explanation, while the Democrats were sitting there saying, well, it's all untrue, but people were experiencing it firsthand. I don't have money, I can't get a good job.
Because certain Dem policy is good. Welfare for emergency is great. I agree. You know, sometimes shit happens. Sometimes things happen, but the thing about this is, like, it really, yeah, he gave an explanation, but it's bullshit. It's like, he gave an explanation. Yeah, he did, even if it's bullshit. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah, no, I agree, Drax. Democrats used to be about the working man, but I'm not sure if the Republicans are for the working man. I just don't know. My belief is that there is no party for the working man. The working man has basically been ignored and will continue to be ignored because they don't have the money to lobby people. I think Phil said because he saw Bernie in front of a blue background, his smooth brain connected that. I think so, Sonic. Because he also knows that Bernie Sanders ran as a Democrat. Well, but he was actually an independent. I don't see the Republicans being the party for the working man. I don't know that they are going to be. I mean, if they want to be the party of the working man and all that, they will definitely win elections if they do, but I don't think that's going to happen. I don't know. Our working man right now, Trump tried hard with the claim. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Right now, they are, but right now, they definitely have a lot of claim on it. However, and my thing is, let's wait before we actually say if they are or not. Let's see if he gets that no tax on tips bill passed. Let's see if there's any other things that help. We'll see. I am not optimistic about that because when it comes to politics, I'm not optimistic about anything. I know that that's cynical, but the fact is, you know, it's one of the things that national, but I'll vote local stuff. Try to make the changes, try to help people. Well, we'll see. Yeah, that's the thing. The executive, if he does an executive order, it's like, ooh. Because the executive order, it's one thing, but then another president could just take it out, or Congress could just be like, no. Yeah, it really, that is something that does need to be an actual bill passed into law where, you know, now here's the question though, AquaSaber. If there's no, like, we'll also need to be able to read the bill. We'd have to read the bill to be able to see this. But would no taxes on tips mean that Phil doesn't have to pay that much taxes because of tips on PayPal? We'll have to figure out what tips actually are said to be. So I don't know. I mean, my thing is that I want to have more information on that.
All this happened to me. How can you say it's not real? And then Donald Trump said, well, it's because of crazy people coming over the border eating everything. Like there was a zombie. He should have just said there was a zombie invasion. Did you miss it? They came through. They ate the bottom 4 states. People still would have believed it because it's better than what the Democrats were saying.
But Phil, if it's bullshit, it's still bullshit. Like you could kind of tell it's like he wants to blame the Democrats, but he is. It's like, what the fuck? No, he calls them tips. They're technically donations. Okay, Drax. I wasn't really sure how they're set up in that. I don't know.
It's just insanity.
That's the reason. Well, obviously, that is not the reason. The reason is, in my view, that we have an unprecedented level of corporate greed today, more income and wealth inequality, and people on top want it all. And we need an agenda that says to the working class, we're going to take on these powerful special interests and create an economy and a government that works for you. And by the way, that can't happen unless you get big money out of politics. We got to get rid of the Citizens United Supreme Court decision so billionaires do not continue to buy elections.
So, I'm going to close this out. I'm just going to play another thing that I didn't even want, okay? So, very interesting that's how he summarizes it, right? So, where was all of that discussion in the Kamala Harris campaign? Did she even bring up anything about corporations controlling our wealth once?
I mean, you do understand that the stuff that he said would affect both parties, because him saying that getting rid of Citizens United would mean that, you know, it would get that money out of both Democrats and Republicans, Phil. So, yeah, no one's saying that. There's a reason. I don't think either party wants that to be gone. But that's just me.
Right? Here's the thing. So a lot of people are morons in chat are saying, oh, so now I'm like, I love Bernie Sanders. I actually don't love him either. I like some of his ideas, but Bernie is an ultra-progressive, and ultra-progressives tend to always want the absolute polarized best for their line of thinking without...
Bernie is a progressive. You would know this if you registered a voter and actually participated in politics at least once in your life. You absolute idiot. It has to be fat. Oh my god, fat is a banned thing. Yeah, Phil only loves one man, himself. That's true. But I love how he is, like, trying to, like, oh, it's like, Phil, like, they can just hear how you're talking about. Like, you haven't quite unhinged your jaw to insert Trump's cock, but you're kind of playing with the shaft a bit.
Without actually thinking about the cost of doing it. You know, like, he would love if there'd be, like, a 3-day work week, and people could be paid insanely high minimum wages and shit like that. And it's like, how would that work? Because no matter what, someone...
I mean... The fact is, there are places that get along fine that have like a 32-hour work week. You know, I mean, fuck. At least Mitch McConnell is finally gone, even though Republicans didn't like him, but he had tons of money. Yep. Well, he had to go because the fact is, you had 2 times where he froze in front of cameras. It was like that was, everybody's like, no, he can't be in, he can't even be in a high level of Republican leadership like that. That is the thing. Like, he was a turtle.
Someone has to pay for everything. There's nothing free. And that's the problem with guys like him. If they go so extreme, well, then who's going to end up paying for everything, right? Like, they've lofty ideas and bad execution. But,
like, well, you do know what Bernie would say. He would probably say, yes, it's going to be, taxes are going to be used for it. And he would then, of course, propose a tax, taxes that would perhaps be a little more on the upper class. That's kind of how that works, Phil. You do know that a lot of the folks, there's a reason that liberals like that were called tax and spend. That's why they're called tax and spend liberals, buddy.
Anyway, the point that I've been making in this very long segment tonight is the reason that the Democrats lost the 2024 presidential election isn't because the Americans went nuts and decided to vote for...
Breaking news, you can get rich under socialism. That's true, you can get rich under socialism. A lot of it is that the social safety net is provided for by the people. And, in a lot of countries, you don't even see that money. She discussed systemic... Bernie wants socialism. You don't even agree with him. The right is blind to big corporate and big police. Love me and like, sometimes I have to look at his chat to see what
dictator who they don't want to be, have their rights ripped away. That's what they voted for. The guy who's a sexual predator and he's a criminal and he's a felon and he's all these things. That's not what Americans were voting for whatsoever. That's what the Democrats made the campaign about, but Americans didn't care. It's very, very simple. Here's what happened. Americans looked at the years of 2016 to 2020 when Donald Trump was president, and they looked at their own life situations and they said, during this time period, how was my life? Did I have money? Did I have a job? How were my kids? How was my health? What was going on in the country? And how did it all go? And they probably thought back to a time when things were not perfect, but they were better than they are now. But they remembered that constantly all they ever heard on TV was how the president was sending another unhinged tweet at someone. And all the media would do is talk about how our president's unhinged and he's the end of everything.
I mean, here's the thing, that something I didn't care for when Trump was president. When you're the president and you start sending, like, they send unhinged tweets. Yeah, when you're the president and you're like calling into like Fox and Friends in the early morning, I don't feel like that really sends about, or talking because they're talking about you. I don't really see that as projecting a lot of power. It feels like projecting a lot of weakness. Like, I mean, I know it's a TV show, but one of my favorite quotes, Game of Thrones, when Tywin Lannister said, "Any man who must say I am the king is no real king." The idea that he, Tywin never had to say he was in power. Everybody knew he was in power. The fact is that I just felt like when Trump had to kind of call people out on Twitter and all that when he was president, it didn't signal to me like, yes, that is a powerful person. It kind of had the opposite effect to me. And maybe that's just me, but I don't know. If you're gonna use like social media and all that, you gotta know how to use it. And I kind of feel like it's like, sometimes you gotta know how to play a game.
And then he got voted out in 2020, right? And then we had Biden and Harris for 4 years, and then they probably looked at their life situations during those 4 years, and they said, okay, so in the last 4 years, we had a president who didn't send mean tweets. He was
pandemic didn't happen. So I feel it was much more laid back this time around. He was not nearly as confrontational. Yeah, no. 2016, he was very confrontational, and I think even during his presidency, a little more confrontational. And to me, that confrontation like that, especially when you are in power, to me projects weakness. It projects a lot of weakness. The fact is that when you're at the top, everybody's going to gun for you. But you can't spend all your enemies, then all your time sniping at every little person who comes after you, because that makes you look weak. You hit the big ones. You go up against the big ones. But really, your time needs to be doing leading. And if you're kind of shooting a gun at social media, to me, Donald Trump doing a lot of tweeting during his presidency kind of reminds me of Phil gin tweeting at 3 a.m. Like, don't you have better things to do with your time? Like, because I don't think Donald Trump's Twitter account was by an intern. I think that was him. I get the idea that he wouldn't want somebody else to put words in his mouth. There's just something about that. Like most everybody else, like, this Kamala Harris thing is some intern takes care of this.
He was not unhinged and saying stupid shit constantly. Okay, I mean, he barely walked, he's probably pooping himself half the time, barely conscious, but you know, that's what happens when you get that old. But at least he wasn't causing big situations of drama constantly, right? He had himself under control. Well, how was my life in those 4 years? Well, let's see. I had less money, or what I really should say, not you had less money, your money's worth less, right? You're making the same amount of money, but now what you used to be able to get with that money has been reduced dramatically for some bizarre reason that the Democrats don't want to talk about, right? They don't want to admit that prices are sky high, that inflation is super high, interest rates have skyrocketed under the last 4 years that they've been in control of the government. They want to say, oh, well, you know, it's Trump this, it's Trump that, and Roe v. Wade. Great. How did that affect the line level?
POTUS felt like an intern while his personal was him. And that actually, yeah. Well, the POTUS one is almost, yeah, that one, his personal one was definitely him. I think that is probably, I am conflating. His personal Twitter account was him, and he tweeted a lot and was like, you know, you have the POTUS account, which is there to basically try to sell your administration and try to sell what you're trying to do. When you're personally tweeting, sir, you have a country to run. Like, is that, if Trump's personal didn't make a lot of sense, POTUS said it much clearer. It wasn't even that it made a lot of sense. It's like, dude, shouldn't you be, isn't there a better way of, like, if somebody put me in the thing of presidency, I wouldn't be doing social media and stuff like that. Let that. I would be probably stressing myself out and be dead in a year because of the stress. Then again, I'm also single, so I would have like the JFK thing of like, I need ladies. I need to blow off some fucking, I'm going to need whores. This is why I should not be president. Has there been a single COVID incumbent that survived an election?
Level shit that I saw every day around me. For some people, the abortion thing is a huge deal. I absolutely sympathize with the two women whose stories we just experienced tonight on the stream. No one should have to be, go through that kind of abuse that girl did when she was 12, and, she got an abortion because, she was raped, and, geez, awful situation. The woman who had the kid, and, then all of a sudden in the middle of the pregnancy, there's the infection, she can't get the abortion, so now she has to get this crazy, operation later, and it destroys her body, and now she might not have a kid. I feel horrible for them. But they're exceptions to the rule. When you're becoming a public servant, you have to find what the common threads are that people are interested in the most to commonly serve the most people at once.
Yeah, that's why every president looks like they aged 20 years after the terms. Yeah, every president looks like they drank from the wrong grail. It is a stressful job, and I don't know I would even want a day of that. No, I also don't know that I would want the public prying into my private affairs. I don't know that I would like that. I would prefer that not to be the thing. It would be Clinton all over again, except no, I do not have sex with all those Latino women. I mean, well, there's nothing wrong with Latino women. Biden, he actually drank from the wrong. The thing about Biden, 2020, Biden was way too old. Like, he got in through that. And because remember, if you remember, Bernie was actually doing pretty well in 2020, but then then all of the moderates basically dropped out of the race, and it kind of like how all the shamans killed themselves to create the God Emperor of mankind. They all dropped out of the race to endorse Biden to keep Bernie from winning. Yep. Like the Latino women. Ay, ay, ay. Hey, listen, you date a Latina woman, maybe her abuelita will adopt you and will feed you. You never know.
First. And the Democrats seem to stay away from the common threads of what people wanted in America more than anything else. There was no open discussions on how to fix this shit. Re-elect us.
There's still one more segment to go. Oh my God,
in any
no.
election cycle, it's easier.
Oh, no, is that the worst one? Is that the worst one?
You had to have 4 good years. And the Democrats did not. Biden and Harris did not. And all the other Democrats that were in charge, at this time, were not doing a good job for the common American person, period. Or else they wouldn't have lost the common vote. Maybe they would have still lost the electoral college vote. But absolutely, they wouldn't have lost the common vote.
You do understand, Bill, you do understand that even if they got the popular vote, if they lost the electoral college, they still would have lost the election? You do understand that. Like, the electoral college is much more important than the popular vote. We have had a few, not many, but a few presidents who have won the electoral college without winning the popular vote. Donald Trump won that in 2016. It's so decisive this time. Yes, because in 2016 he did not win the popular vote. And the thing is, he doesn't understand, like, a lot of times when a candidate wins the electoral college but not the popular vote, it does, people kind of wonder, and it's always been a thing of, should they get rid of the electoral college and all that kind of stuff, and maybe reforms need to be done. I don't know. But the fact is, and here's a big thing, yeah, the fact is, yeah, Bush, oh, that's right, Bush, 2000, I believe. Most Republican presidents are college wins. Well, that's lately. I mean, think about it, like, George H.W. Bush and Ronald Reagan's, I believe those were just very solid wins. Like, Reagan was just 2 solid wins. I think, if I remember correctly, like 84 was just like a fucking landslide. I think that was even a bigger landslide than 1932. Because 1932 was a pretty big landslide. I want to say 84 is the biggest landslide. I want to say Mondale only won his home state. Was that Minnesota? I think. I can't remember. When Gore was running to the Supreme Court crying foul to say Dems taking results perfectly fine. Like, the thing, 2000 was a shit show. I think I don't know. Mondale won a state. I do remember he won a state. Where is he from? He was from Minnesota. And I believe... Let's see. Oh, yep. There we go. Mondale only had his own home state. Nope, he won his state. That's the only state he won, was his own home state. That was the thing about 2000 with Gore, was that Gore did not win Tennessee, his home state. So, but yeah, and the thing about it, like, so... I mean, because during the 70s, like, Ford lost the election because he pardoned Nixon and some of the economic issues of the 70s. Carter, it was the Iran hostage situation that just killed his presidency. And I'll say this, he probably wasn't that great of a president, but Jimmy Carter's a good man. I mean, the Habitat for Humanity stuff, it's like, no, he's a good man. I think he was just not somebody suited to be president. He just wasn't. I don't think he was. It's not, yeah. Yeah, it's not supposed to be popular vote. Yeah, it's done by it's done via that. Now, I mean, if you wanted to make it a little bit more, you could basically have it to be that whoever wins each congressional district, and then if they win the congressional district, whoever wins the state gets the 2 Senate ones, but that might be a little bit odd. Carter had a problem his policy didn't turn out the way he needed it to work. He just had he had the intention, he had the best intentions at heart. Events just went the other way. Yeah, he's a good man, and maybe in another life he could have been a better president, but at least post presidency, he's probably done the most for folks. I mean, that motherfucker built houses for people, so you know, gotta go with that. Like, yeah, sometimes I feel like he was too nice of a guy to be president. Sometimes he just can't have a nice person be president. It's just, you're gonna have to have somebody be a bit of a dick. Maybe. I don't know. All I know is, oh my God, I've done this over 6 hours and I'm not done.
It's their own fault because they have Will Ferrell and Beyonce and Oprah dancing around like puppets, getting paid giant sums of money to do so, by the way, and no one gives a shit about them anymore. No one.
If things went his way, he might be JFK levels of love.
Ladies and gentlemen, guess what? I have a big news flash for you. Swifties don't fucking vote. They sit there brainwashed listening to Taylor Swift all day. They probably don't even know how to vote. All right?
Says the man who never votes. I mean, Phil, like, didn't Taylor Swift basically tell people to go and register to vote? Wasn't she, if I remember correctly, didn't she like do message to her fans? Yes, you need to go out and register to vote, and and telling them you can't register on election day. You need to do it early. And yes, endorsing Kamala. I mean, you know, it's her right to endorse whoever she wants to endorse for president if she wants to. But like, I do believe that she said that, which is very good advice. Did he do the same thing during the 2000s? I think he was vote or die, motherfucker. But let's not compare Diddy to Taylor Swift. I would prefer not to have. I don't want to go into that kind of thing because I might either get sued or there might be a red dot through my window. I don't want to do that. That's gonna like I know a lot of things. I remember the vote or die. I think was 2004. They were trying to get people to register to vote, and one of the things is you have to register before the election. You can't register to vote at the election. So they were trying to get people to do that beforehand, and that. So and the thing is, him saying this while not voting really is dumb. Like, people are going to call him out on that. I hope that they call him out.
It didn't affect anything that Taylor Swift said to vote for Kamala Harris. All those cat women sitting around their homes with 14, 15 cats, guess what? Their cats can't vote. So.
Oh, wow. He wants to say that he isn't, okay. He wants to say that he doesn't like Trump, but he just repeated a JD Vance meme. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, what the fuck? Like, Wilson got the U.S. involved in World War I and started World War II after Germany lost. Well, Drax, I wasn't talking about Woodrow Wilson. What? Yeah, well, Wilson got the U.S. involved in World War I. Yeah. I mean, part of that was because of the Zimmerman telegraph, because the Central Powers tried to get Mexico to declare war on the U.S., saying that if they did that to keep them out of the war, that they would basically help them get territory that they lost during the Mexican-American War. But yeah, he did that. Wilson had a bit of a Jesus complex.
So it didn't matter that they were behind Harris because there were only one vote. The common fucking person voted and won this election.
What the fuck? The fuck? Like, I mean, I don't know that I would say, it's like, he has basically decided that Democrats are not the common person Republicans are. And I don't know that Republicans aren't the only ones who like war. Oh yeah, no. Yeah. Oh yeah, no. Oh, Democrats and Republicans love war. I mean, there were a lot of Democrats who voted for Bush for the war in Iraq. Like, that to me is the thing of like, yeah, there's a lot of folks who I'm like, I have no love for you because you voted for that war. And it's like, yeah, no, I don't like that. That was a war I had to, grow up and watch and just see, like, God, the people who are in government are incompetent.
So,
rulers
the answer's
start
quite
to get
simple.
that Jesus
Democrats were not
Countess,
aligned
they
with the
can do
American
no
people after they
wrong.
lost the election. Period. All right.
Like, the fact that he is basically trying to, what he's doing is he's everything they do. Yeah, more often than not, rulers start to get that Jesus complex. They can do no wrong. Everything they do is to the good of the country. Yeah, Wilson kind of had that before, and then he had a big stroke, and that didn't help things. But the whole thing of him trying to basically say that the Democrats are not the common people and that Republicans are really kind of, it's going to be an interesting thing to see how he tries to backpedal to say that he's not a Trump guy. You know, if the one war we didn't finish, the one that made the country we were in worse. I mean, I'm just going to say it. There was no way we would have had to be there for a long fucking time to get Iraq. Iraq is, in my opinion, a country that was, because of how the maps were designed, you've got you've got the Sunnis, the Shiites, and the Kurds. They don't really care for each other. And taking that country out also while you're also in a war in Afghanistan might not have been the wisest move. It might not have been wise to do that. Oh, Vietnam. Yeah, there was no hope for Iraq. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Vietnam was, oh boy. Vietnam. Oof. And you know what? I honestly thought that people would have learned. The thing about Iraq is that we should have learned from Vietnam about Iraq and stuff like that, and maybe not done that, but we didn't learn from history.
And won this election. So, the answer is quite simple. The Democrats were not in line with the American people, and that's why they lost the election, period. All right.
That is...
Whew, that was a good...
Wow, he is going to get destroyed. Like, that was a very, very... I find that to be a very... His analysis just is terrible. I like that he had to make the point of how... He had a point to say how that it isn't conflated with how the Republicans won. Yes, two different questions, but the answers are connected. I was saying that, Aqua Saber. I was saying that at the beginning, like, no, that they are connected. It's interconnected. The true question is, how did the election turn out like it did? It's a very complex question with a number of factors about it. But, you know.
Good segment, huh? We got some shout outs to do, and then we're going to get into our finale segment for tonight, which I hope you guys will enjoy. By the way, how are we doing? I have not looked at this at all.
He can't see it because he's autistic. The fact is that it's a big question with multiple things, but because of his autism, he just can't see that.
953 viewers. Where did you all come from?
Viewbots.
Well, thank you for being here tonight. That is awesome. That is a lot of viewers here on Kick, and I appreciate that so very much. Thanks for being here.
Oh, yeah. No, Aqua, you're right. His tisms at work, he can only work one question at a time with simple answers. It really is. Like, politics tends to be a very multifaceted, a very interconnected kind of thing. Something that his brain just cannot handle.
I hope that you're all enjoying the show. It's only a 5-minute follow to talk in the chat. So if you're not following the channel right now, I recommend you do so you can talk.
5-minute follow to talk in the chat. Jesus Christ.
I got now over almost 1,000 at this point. Oh, can we break 1,000? We're not done. We got another topic to talk about. But let's do a couple
Think
quick
about
shout-outs.
that.
Did I miss any subs? I don't think I did, but maybe I
He
did.
still has a follow thing, and it's 5 minutes.
Shout out.
I mean, at least it's not 24 hours like his YouTube, which is so dumb.
Oh yeah, I missed Walk Warrior Real. Subscribe to the channel. Thank you, Walk Warrior Real, for the sub. I appreciate that. Sorry that I missed it. That's right. InfoWars ended, so DSPolitics can be born. Absolutely correct. That is exactly the situation. Okay.
That is still, hey, that
tips.
one nice guy. I'll say that is still one of the funniest goddamn things of this week. That the bidding was that the Onion bought InfoWars. That's the funniest goddamn thing I've seen in a long time. One can ask what makes a blue state. One can ask what makes a blue state blue, and the simple answer is because blue states run and enact policy that normally the people like, so they keep voting for it. Real answer is much more nuanced. Yes. And what makes a red state red is this still the same nuanced answer. Like, there's a lot of things. And what may make oh goodness. Sorry, give me a sec. What may make one state blue may not make another state blue. Like, there may be different answers for each state. Whereas a Massachusetts liberal might be very different than, let's say, a liberal from North Carolina or Virginia or Oregon even. Yeah, what makes a swing state a swing state? Yeah, film will never understand any of it. Yeah, and it's complicated. Even I'm just like, oh boy. Like how Virginia was a swing state for many, many years and now seems to have settled on a color. And, you know, some states will turn into swing states. Some states might not. Like for a while, Virginia wasn't even a swing state. It was red. It was a Republican thing. And then it kind of went swing state and it's changed to blue. And maybe it's still a swing state. I'm not sure. We haven't gotten to that one, nice guy. I know. I need to get going.
Someone tipped $1 and just said a bunch of weird. I'm not even going to read that, but thanks for the $1 tip. I received a $20 tip. Someone says, congratulations on a great start for DSPolitics. I'd like to be cool to hear your takes on geopolitics, like international wars and economics.
Oh, God.
So here's the deal. Right now, obviously, you know, if I'm going to start talking about politics, it's going to be local shit, right? You know that. It's got to be things that are going on here that everyone knows about, common topics and things like that. In the future, absolutely, we could branch out and talk about more, but obviously I would have to become more informed on said topics.
He's just showing that he doesn't know anything. And he doesn't because he's a nihilist, saying that vote means nothing since Washington's heavy blue. The fact is that, and this is the big thing, and I was saying this at the beginning, most politics is local. Most politics are local. So he could, but the fact is that if you're going to try to reach an audience and not just be Washington politics, you're going to have to talk nationally.
I'm not going to sit here and talk out of my ass like a moron. I'm going to want to look into these things and research them.
That's far too late, Phil. You've been talking out your ass the entire time. You are not informed.
Will be a process by which you can submit topics for me to cover on the show. All right, I'm going to explain it by the end. And yes, it's for the low price of a submissions tier membership on DSP Reacts on YouTube. Wait, who said that? I heard something. There might be a mouse in the room, and he's going.
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money.
I appreciate that. Darkside Pimp, are you kidding me? Darkside Pimp just gifted another 10 subs to the channel. 10 more.
Here comes the money.
Well, thank you so much.
Here we go.
Darkside,
Money talk.
Here
comes the money.
We still have one more
Dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling, got the chatter. You ain't talking money, then your talking don't matter. Ching, ching, bling, bling, patent pockets. Take the dollar, can a damn soul stop it?
All right. Are we ready for the third and final topic for tonight? I think we could do it.
No,
be a good
I'm
one.
not ready.
This is going to be another local thing, so I'm a little nervous that ads are going to pop
Another
up.
local thing. Oh my God.
Ad pop up there.
2 local topics that most people do not live in the state of Washington.
FYI. Much shorter topic to cover. Okay, we ready? All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, our third and final topic of the night. Ladies and gents, our third and final topic of the premiere episode of DSPolitics.
Yeah, local to national, back to local.
So this may not be something that affects all of you, or maybe it does. It does affect all Americans because this time of year is a time of giving. As you know, it's November 2024, and we have a national holiday.
'Tis the season, huh?
The final Thursday of the month, it's Thanksgiving. This is the time when we get together with friends and family, and we give
Does
thanks
he
for all the
not
amazing
know
things
when
that we have in our
Thanksgiving
lives.
is?
We feel grateful for the good thing. Final Thursday of the month, it's Thanksgiving. Because this time of year is a time of giving. As you know, it's November 2024, and we have a national holiday at the end of the month. It's usually the final Thursday of the month. It's Thanksgiving. This is the time when we get together with friends and family, and we give thanks for all the amazing things that we have in our lives. We're supposed to feel grateful for the good things. And a lot of us get together and have a big meal of turkey and stuffing and sides, potatoes, and all kinds of stuff. We use it, gorge ourselves, and it's a tradition. It's just something we do every year. All right. However,
no, like the whole point, he doesn't really understand why Thanksgiving. I mean, the whole point of Thanksgiving. It makes Phil look like such a dick. Like the reason we come together at Thanksgiving is to be thankful for what we have. Like, and part of this is because a lot of the Puritans didn't want to celebrate Christmas, So they celebrated Thanksgiving instead. And basically Thanksgiving, and then people were just like, Puritans are dicks, but we kind of like Thanksgiving, so we're just going to appropriate it. Everybody works together. And Joker, when he's throwing money in Gotham, he's about to poison them. Yeah, but here's the thing, Drex. Jack Nicholson's the Joker is so much more charismatic. Gentlemen, let's broaden our minds. Where does he get such wonderful toys? Like, Jack Nicholson is still, like, if you can, Drax, go take a look at, what was it, Jennifer Lawrence? She's, like, talking in a regular interview. And Jack Nicholson comes, I think she got, like, an Oscar win. And Jack Nicholson comes up and he's congratulating her and all that. And you can see her just literally being kind of, like, starstruck and a little flustered and almost like, and I think, I think if Jack wanted to, he could have hit that if he wanted to. But he's throwing nickels. He's making it hail in the strip club.
This time of year is also a time of year.
He's throwing a bag
of the needy. What about people who don't have the ability to get together?
I'm sorry, I just thought of Phil being in that one Family Guy bit instead of it being Peter getting hit in the crotch with a bag of nickels. It's Phil getting hit in the crotch with a bag of nickels, and I'm just like, oh no, I get hit with nickels. Oh, nickels. And that made me laugh. I'm sorry. My brain is just like, I am just gonna go everywhere.
Friends and family, and afford a big meal. What about people who are hungry? They deserve to have a nice Thanksgiving too. Hell, they just decide, they deserve to eat at any time. All right. And so traditionally around this time of year, Americans actually donate a lot of food. You go to the supermarket and they right there buy this bag and fill this bag with groceries and donate it. That's very common. I think that's my whole life I've seen that. Around this time of year in November, you can go to the grocery store, buy a bag, fill it with food, pay for the food, and it gets donated to your local food bank or food drive. Usually they say, oh, get things that are catered towards the Thanksgiving meal, because usually we get the homeless or the needy together and we give them all this food for Thanksgiving. And it's very successful. There's campaigns all over the place that raise hundreds of thousands of dollars. They raise tons of food. It's a big thing. It's an annual thing that happens in the United States, okay? So, personally, it's at that time of year and I start thinking about it, right? And all right, what should I do? Should I go to the grocery store, grab one of these bags, fill it with food? What should I do, right? And then the other day, as I was watching my local news, I saw a certain topic appear. Once again, I feel like I always have to do a disclaimer on the show and say, I swear to you, I have not made this up. This is a real story, and I can corroborate it because there's actually a video attached. The American Heart Association of Washington says, why donating healthy, culturally diverse foods to drives crucial? The start of the holiday season typically means a spike in food drives in communities. Well, the American Heart Association shares tips on how to best support your local food banks. Let's watch this clip, shall we?
The annual Home Team Harvest Food Drive is underway, and we're aiming to raise 24 million meals for Washington State's largest annual food drive. Like King 5 and its community partners, other groups may be asking you to participate in food drives. The American Heart Association in Washington is encouraging people to donate healthy foods. Joining me now is Elena O'Callahan, a registered nutritionist and community impact manager for the AHA of Washington. Thanks so much.
So she's the health person and the community impact manager for the American Heart Association in Washington State, where I live. Let's hear what she has to say.
Okay.
Well, can you tell us?
Can you guys hear? Because this seems low. It seems like the other videos were all too loud. This one seems way too low. Should I make it louder? I'll up the volume just for this clip. I swear these videos, no one can make even volume videos on the internet anywhere. All right, here we go.
Phil, they're different videos. I want videos to be the exact same volume all the time. Phil, it's your shit OBS. Like,
all right, here we go. Ready?
A little bit more about when we're donating to food drives, what we should consider when we're participating.
Yeah, well, something important to know, Farah, is that over 1 in 10 households in Washington struggle to get enough food. And
that's sad.
In some communities, that number is 3 to 4 times higher.
That's
so
awful.
Food banks and pantries play a vitally important part in helping people access food, that very, very basic need. And during their holiday food drives,
Stop
we
it,
can
Phil.
collect a lot of food for the year, beyond just the holiday season. So it's very important for them.
You heard what she just said. During this time of year, Thanksgiving time, these food banks will build up food that's a surplus for the rest of the year.
That's what a lot of food banks do.
People could buy when they're looking for things to get at the store to donate to a food drive?
Yeah, so if donors are thinking about what healthy foods can they contribute, things like canned fruit without sugar, canned low-sodium vegetables, beans, and heart-healthy whole grains, things like oatmeal and brown rice are great.
That all kind of makes sense to me, does it not? I think that's
I
pretty,
don't
pretty
see what-
reasonable stuff. That makes sense.
Okay.
Okay.
Great examples. One thing that's often overlooked by donors is the need for spices, which can help families create flavorful meals without all the salt. One thing that's really important.
But will it be robust and flavorful?
Chickpeas and garbanzo beans.
I mean,
chickpeas and garbanzo beans for Thanksgiving.
You do know that she's also saying about the entire year. I mean, maybe chickpeas and garbanzo beans are going to be in a bean, like a 3 beans or a 3 bean salad. I don't know. Like, beans are good. They have protein and stuff like that. Beans are like, fuck, man. You never heard of red beans and rice? Remember, red beans and rice didn't miss you.
That's not in the top 50 things I would think about if I was thinking about American Thanksgiving. Would be chickpeas, garbanzo beans.
Important to keep in mind as well is reaching out to the food pantry before you donate to learn more about their capacity and what the needs are of their shoppers.
They literally just got B-roll of foods. And he's like, I don't think that for Thanksgiving. I'm surprised he didn't stop that and talk about the tortillas.
Seeing the Heart Association focus a little bit more on encouraging people to donate culturally diverse, culturally relevant foods. Why is that important to the Heart Association?
Culturally diverse, culturally relevant foods.
I don't understand what they mean by culturally relevant. I can understand culturally diverse. I mean, tortillas are a good way of getting grains and protein. And, you know, you can make a wrap out of them and put them in a bag and put them there. I'm sitting here in a fight of mixed nuts. These companies need to get sued. These things are like 50% peanuts. Yeah, mixed. Now, I love peanuts. But if you're getting mixed nuts, there needs to be more than that. There needs to be more than just peanuts.
I'll be honest, until I saw this story, I didn't even know that that term existed. Like, I understand that different cultures eat different cuisines, but let's see what they have to say about this. Now, keep in mind,
understand the culturally
idea
relevant.
Is that around Thanksgiving?
I don't understand what culturally relevant is, but I understand the idea of wanting to get different culturally diverse meals, because the fact is what they're trying to do is then get them to eat different things to maybe make sure that they're getting a well-rounded nutrition. Like, if all you do is eat certain things like pizza all day, you're not going to get the vitamins and minerals that you need, and you could be malnourished.
Americans go to the store, you're already shopping for your own family, and you grab a bag and you fill it with food so that someone else can have a Thanksgiving meal. That's the whole idea of these donation drives. They even spin them. They say it's the Thanksgiving drive and things like that. So
Okay.
what are they going to say about culturally diverse foods?
Yeah, and so when we think about...
Like, they did say, because this is also going to be for the rest of the year. Yeah, they're just saying not just potatoes, corn, and cranberry sauce. And the fact that it's going to have to go through the rest of the year. So maybe tortillas. Maybe you want better American food. Here's how you get them to reduce the amount of sugar. If you want better foods, here's how you do it. Make them reduce the amount of sugar to that they put in everything like they did in Europe. Drax, I am 100% on board with that. If they could reduce sugar and everything, that would help. It would, because not only would it do that, it would also, I believe, drop. I think the cases of diabetes would drop. Type 2 diabetes would drop a lot. But I mean, I get the idea of like, oh, get other types of bread. Like, hell, a wheat tortilla. You can make wraps and sandwiches and stuff like that, and put them in the kids' lunch boxes and things like that. I worked at a food bank and we said that Thanksgiving food's great, but other staples are very appreciated. Yes. Yes. Now, a lot of times if I donate foods, a lot of it might be soups. It might be canned vegetables, but there'll also be like soups and stuff like that in there. Oh, I happen to get the wrong kind of soup. Well, you know what? Or if like, say I do like online order at the grocery store and, oh, they gave me the wrong type of soup. Well, you know what? Food bank, here's some soup. Somebody will, I think, will enjoy it. Our major stock increase was in July and Thanksgiving. Yeah. Don't donate unhealthy food to people who probably can't afford the medical bills. Yes, Frosty Beats, I completely agree. If folks can't afford to be able to eat right, healthier foods, low sodium foods, if you can, July for mailman, letter carrier drive, and Thanksgiving self-explanatory. Yeah. And the fact is that, like, I have family members who've done some of those, and sometimes those food drives, yeah, they'll get a lot of the same stuff, but what they'll do is they'll coordinate with other food banks, and hey, we have extra green beans. We will give you this weight in green beans. And then we kind of need some, maybe we need some corn or some beans or something like that. Or maybe packages of mac and cheese. Good mac and cheese can be done at Thanksgiving or just done at any time. And, kind of weight-wise, kind of like trade foods to kind of have so that food banks have many different things so that folks can get a well-rounded nutrition and not have to deal with like vitamin deficiencies and things like that. Something that's shelf stable or not won't last a month. Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah. Yes. It has to be shelf stable. Like a turkey is one thing. If you're going to say, hey, food banks, how do I donate a turkey? That might be a different thing where they get the turkeys at a certain time and they've already, but I don't normally donate anything that's perishable to a food bank, because I try to do something non-perishable so that it can, because if it's non-perishable, it can survive and, help someone who's less fortunate.
Holiday staples. Not everybody needs and wants mashed potatoes and turkey. Although we know a lot of families prepare and share meals together, that's part of their holiday tradition. So in order to speak to all communities, we really want you to think about reaching out to the food bank. They are listening to the suggestions and the needs in their community and are able to guide you on what to donate. So check out their social media feed or their websites, or even call them directly to learn that information.
Okay.
That seems entirely reasonable. Like, yes, they'll donate Thanksgiving foods, but for the rest of the year, what kind of stuff are you looking for? What does the families do? My snacking is changing. I eat cheese while drinking wine. Really like sour things. Yeah, no, as you get older, your tastes change. Like, I don't understand how anything that she said is bad. It's just like, hey, guess what? Not everybody does turkey, and we have to do other things. So, we kind of could use other things. And what they say, just, hey, give your food bank a call if you're feeling like you're up to donating, and they'll say, hey, you know what? We kind of could use X and Y. Maybe they need some like, low sugar, fruit cocktail or something like that. Like a low sugar, like cans of fruit cup or something like that. Okay. You can go and get that and give that to them. Like, I don't see what the problem is. Like,
So you're at the grocery store, you're getting the bag to fill with food. You go down the aisle, well, what am I going to get for Thanksgiving? Sweet potatoes, put that in the bag. Mashed potatoes, put that in the bag. A turkey, put that in the bag.
Here's the thing. Are you getting instant mashed potatoes for Thanksgiving? Good sir? No. You mash those potatoes yourself. Listen, I have no issue with instant mashed potatoes any other time of the year, but during a big holiday like Thanksgiving or Christmas, I will not accept prepackaged dehydrated mashed potatoes. And my family don't do that. Those mashed potatoes are fine any other day of the year. Thanksgiving, Christmas, if we do a turkey on Christmas, yeah, no. When I was young, I used to not like peaches. Now, yep, oh, peaches are good. Yeah, I agree. I wasn't the big fan of peaches when I was a kid, but yeah, no, peaches are good. Peach cobbler is amazing. Good stuff. Peaches are good. They're good snacks.
Right? All the things your family wants, whatever kind of veggies you put them all in the bag. And you go and you check out, thanks, but this isn't what we wanted. What do you mean? Oh,
Like, this is, Phil, they're not what, this isn't the whole thing. They're saying, Phil, they will take anything. They're asking if you could perhaps do something that's not just Thanksgiving related, because this is their big food drive for the entire year. If I have a surplus of food, but we have a rule, if you take something, you have to get something, get something back, otherwise you can't come again. Like, my thing is, with my family, like Christmas and Christmas and Thanksgiving is always kind of a potluck thing. You bring at least a dish. That's all it is. Whoever's hosting normally takes care of the meat and normally the potatoes. But everybody else might be in charge of bringing a dish. You know, maybe a green bean casserole. Maybe, you know, some sweet potatoes. Maybe, you know, something else. Desserts, things like that. It's everybody brings at least something, and that way you're participating in the meal itself. What do you like in Thanksgiving? That kind of thing. You know? And the whole thing about the food bank is they'll take whatever you give them. But they would also want you to be more cognizant about food during the non-Thanksgiving times of the year.
oh, well, aren't you aware? You live in a culturally diverse area. Not everyone just eats American Thanksgiving dinner here. So we don't want this.
That is not what they said, you goddamn retard. That is not what they said. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, Drex. Now, the hosting party, they do the big stuff, but yeah, everything else is like, yeah, you know, like I got family that's like, they do sweet potatoes. That's their thing. They will always do that. And they come in a little crock pot and they keep it warm. A lot of times it will be, hey, this is, you know, there's other things that we do. And yeah, everybody contributes. Everyone can bring something that they would like to have. One of the things, like when I was younger, I would always try to do like, you know, a fruit salads kind of thing. When I was younger and I didn't, you know, I would do a fruit salad. I would then pick the fruits that I wanted in the fruit salad because this is what I wanted. And I feel like it's a great thing to do. Everybody brings something because let's be honest, cooking Thanksgiving dinner is a very stressful thing. It's always stressful. Like I know it's stressful. I have seen people do it and it's stressful. It's hard. You know, getting all the timing right. It is very difficult. Bringing at least something helps everything. Even if it's, oh, could you warm it up in the oven and all that? Yeah, what if people have, and my thing is, it's him saying, oh, they won't want it. No, it's, they're not saying they won't take it. They're saying, hey, we might have where we kind of need some other things. Yeah, cooking will take at least 4 hours, depending on how big the turkey is. If the turkey's more, it might take more. It is a big deal. And it's not easy, man. And that's the thing. And it's like because like, I have not hosted Thanksgiving at where I live. Yeah, I don't. Like normally it's like my parents or it was my grandparents and all that. And I could see when my parents would host Thanksgiving. I got there early and like, okay. And so what I would do is you learn of, okay, I'm just going to stay out of the kitchen, but ask if there's anything you need help with or any assistance, which normally was setting the tables, getting all the stuff, making sure that, you know, the ice was full, things like that. You know, but also staying the fuck out of the kitchen so that people who are in the kitchen can do what they need to do. Because that is what you do. Cooking turkey, yeah. That's the thing. It's like, okay, I am here. I will help if you ask for help, and I will offer, hey, if you need help, let me know. But if I'm not cooking it, I'm staying out of the kitchen because I don't want to be in the way. Because when I was a kid, sometimes I'd be in the way and you get yelled at. Get the fuck out of the way. Or when my grandmother was like, everybody out of the kitchen. She would be a little mean. Shoo, and shoo us away. My parents would be like, get out of the way. You're in our way. Stop it.
What do you mean? I thought this is the Thanksgiving food drive. That's the point. It's Thanksgiving. Everyone's going to have a Thanksgiving meal. That's what I'm buying the food for. No, that's not good enough. You got to go to the website.
The community wants shawarma. Yeah, I don't think it's unreasonable to ask what foods are needed and to provide more diverse selections. If I was, let's say, to be like, you know what, I'm in a giving mood. I'm going to go and spend a grocery bill to get some food for the food drive. For a food bank, I will probably call the food bank and say, hey, I'm going to go get some stuff. Is there anything that you really are low on that you could use? You know, that kind of thing. This is... Like, they were talking about how this drive isn't just for Thanksgiving, you goddamn retard. They said it and you didn't listen. This is about for the whole year. And people don't want to just eat cranberry sauce for the whole fucking year. This is for people to be able to have it for the entire year. Yes, Thanksgiving's great. But what about in March, these folks who need it? You know, that's what they're talking about.
Of the food bank, your local food bank. And you got to contact them directly on the phone and ask them what they want and then go buy the specific things they want
and,
to donate.
Yeah, and Regoni actually says, did they say they're rejecting donations? They will never reject a donation. Didn't she say this is food used throughout the year? It's not that they don't want it. It's that they need to be more considerate and understanding that it's going to be food about the whole goddamn year. I mean, come on. Like, fuck, it's not that hard. It's not that hard. Yes, they will love stuff for Thanksgiving, but they also need things for outside of the Thanksgiving time. You know? Things that will help a family get through if they're hungry or whatever and need help. Like, I don't think this is... Like, yeah, no one... And no one forces you to... Like, especially if it's like... I'm you know, if you're feeling like it's what you're going to do, then... Hey, yeah, give them a call, see what they need extra of, and go and I would probably say make it a thing to get that stuff so that, you know, people, you know, so they can help you and they will take whatever. They are always grateful of getting that food. But I mean,
there's a saying, okay? The saying is beggars can't be choosers.
What? What?
Jeez! You flunk out of tard school or something?
Coming from a man who begs for dollars, begs for donations. Beggars can't be choosers. Yes, but they are not saying they will not take it. Like, how do you miss this? Like, this is gonna, like, this clip is going to make him look like an idiot. Because they're not saying they won't take it. They're asking you because this has got to go and stretch for a lot of the year, if maybe in addition to that, maybe ask what they're going to do. Like, the thing about this, like, they're not, oh my God. He literally is thinking they're just going to reject it. No food bank is going to reject that food. You know what they will do? They'll go with other food banks and they'll be the thing of like trading and all that stuff. Especially these food banks. They want people to be able to, you know, eat right and to be able to at least try. And there's a lot of people who, you know, I never had to go hungry as a kid. And I'm fortunate. But I know that there are people who did. And it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart when a kid can't, you know, has to go home hungry. That breaks my heart.
But apparently in the modern era, the modern day, 2024, actually, beggars can be choosers.
You know, there's many ways of contributing, but, you know, tipping is best.
They're outright telling you, no, don't just donate whatever to do the good thing or the right thing or to give someone food. You have to give them specifically what they want to eat as well. Because if they're starving and they're coming here to a food bank or they're going to a soup kitchen, they don't want to just eat the swill you bought for them. They want healthy food. They want culture.
Wow. Oh my God. He is literally saying that, oh, they don't want they want healthy food. Dude, do you want to have any idea what the fuck happens with people who get diabetes? Like, do you understand that the medical costs of that? Like, the fact is that this is, oh my God, Aqua Saber, you are correct. This is, this is the worst segment. Holy shit, this is, and they're asking. They're asking. Yeah, it's imaginary only when it comes back as convenient. Well, that's because he doesn't actually do anything. And yes, yeah, food bank will only turn away food if it's damaged and threatens health. Yeah. So the fact is like, and I mean, good God, Phil, you don't have to do it. You do not have to do it. You can say, here's what, the swill. Think about that. Think about what he said. The swill. You donated money and you just don't care what they eat. Fuck off, dude. That is the, you know what that is? That is like the fucking, oh, I hate going to, as a fucking biblical example of the rich man going in the temple and just putting all these jingly little coins, and Jesus says, fuck that guy. That guy ain't going to heaven. Fuck him. Yeah. Yeah, like the fresh food goes to homeless shelters because the fact is that it's going to spoil quickly. Like, oh my God. Like, dude, we are like, is it too hard to ask for like, hey, what kind of vegetables you need? Hey, listen, could you get some green beans? We're kind of low on green beans. Fuck, you get $100 of green beans. Fuck yeah, here you go, green beans. And you will get a big old thank you, and you'll have a happy feeling that, you know, someone can have some green beans. Green beans are good. I like green beans. Like, the fact is, the whole thing with spices also is to kind of make it so you don't have to pour salt on everything. I understand that. Like, we're not talking about, oh, all these exotic spices. It's like, you know what? Get some Mrs. Dash. Get some Italian seasoning. Get some Creole seasoning. To have a little bit of something so you're not over salting everything, which could cause other health issues. Holy shit. The idea that he thinks that them asking, that people who are poor asking for healthy food is way too much, just shows, yeah, place used to work where you get fresh produce every day. We would spread it out over 1 to 2 weeks, depending on if it's corn or fruit that could hold, like oranges. Yeah. Like, the thing is, the fact that he is basically saying that people who are hungry, asking for healthy food is a bridge too far. Wow. Like, the whole thing he's talking before about the common people, this just shows, fuck the poor people. Fuck them. Good God, Phil, let that
Truly diverse food, the stuff that they're used to eating where they come from. Wait, what? I thought we live in America.
I thought this is America. What? I'm sorry. Are we not allowed to have tacos? I mean, Phil, like, being able to, like, people's cultures, cuisines are part of their culture. Like, you know, when the Italians came in, especially in the, the late 19th century, early 20th century, you know what they brought with them? Pizza. I like pizza, but that's an Italian thing, you know, or paella for Spain, or hell, paella evolving in Louisiana to become jambalaya. I love jambalaya. They brought pasta. Yo, fucking pasta. Nom, 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 nom. I love pasta. And think about all the stuff you could do with pasta, all the different sauces. Your red sauce, white sauce, a little bit of both. Pasta is a great carbohydrate that you can add to proteins. Hell, you can put it in things to kind of... Completely unrelated, but Max Payne 3 is not on modern consoles. I call shenanigans. Uh-oh.
I thought everyone's gonna eat Thanksgiving dinner. No?
He literally forgot that they're talking about how he has to stretch the entire year.
I guess not. So what they're saying in this story is, even though you're participating in the Thanksgiving food drive, you're actually not. What you're doing is you're just giving food to the food bank. And
you know what, poor people, you can eat Thanksgiving dinner. You know, you have Thanksgiving dinner. The rest of the year, go fuck yourselves, I guess. That's what Darkside Phil believes. Like, you only eat once a year. Better hope it lasts. And somebody said, yeah, look at Mark. I thought this was America. Like fucking Randy getting taken by the cops. I thought this was America. Oh my God.
And they can tell you whatever they want, and you better give them what they want, because if you don't, you are basically being incredibly insensitive.
That's not what they said at all. Yeah, Canada celebrates Thanksgiving in October. I guess, so, what, Floor, maybe we should, are you saying we should ship the poor people to Canada and have, so they can get Thanksgiving dinner in October? We set up Thanksgiving different months of the year, or just ship the poor people out to there. It's like they have one meal a month. Like, he does. He comes off like a gigantic prick, because here's, yeah, the food bank, we said food bank won't turn it down. I don't know, but I blame DSP for this. It's his fault. That's always a good thing to blame him for.
How dare you even think of donating food if it's not going to be?
Yeah, it is not what's happening here. They are suggesting, like, the woman there is just saying, hey, you know what? This isn't all, you know, hey, yes, we love it that people will be able to do Thanksgiving, but we also do other things during the year. And if you can, you know, perhaps look into getting some things that could be for the rest of the year. Something that there. It was a suggestion. It wasn't a do this. This is, hey, is it possible you could, you know, you just let them know. And maybe the fact is, hey, guess what? We kind of need canned vegetables. Could you, you know, and yeah, like, yeah, nowhere in this interviews. Yeah, no one is saying that this is a demand. This is a kind of suggestion. And that if you know what, you can call the food bank and they'll tell you, hey, we're a little low on this. If it's within your power to do that, we would be greatly appreciative. I don't see that being a big problem. Okay.
To be appropriate to what the people in these communities who aren't going to eat Thanksgiving dinner want for food.
That is not the case. They are going to eat Thanksgiving dinner, but this is for the entire fucking year. Because I guess maybe he thinks that the food banks just can magically have food for that. Like, this is a really bad thought. I'm not sure, how did the other folks deal with it? Like, I would love to hear how fucking Peace thought of this one. I'll have to go back and listen to his reaction on that, because oh my God.
What?
Like, Phil, you do understand one of the things about America is it's a melting pot. And as the melting pot comes together, guess what? We share things. Food being a big thing, you know? I mean, hell, you know, food is a great way of bringing folks together. You know? You never been to like a neighborhood barbecue? Like, you have a barbecue where there's a cookout where your neighbors invite you? It doesn't have to be the cookout. I know you're white, and I'm white too, so I don't get invited to the cookout. But sometimes a cookout. And you bring something. Yes, they need meat. They always have canned vegetables. Yeah, the problem is meat is a little more difficult just because it's a lot of times more perishable. But, yeah, food is the great uniter. Look at Jews and Chinese places on Christmas. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Actually, more than likely, because I work on Christmas, I might actually also be there as well. But, you know what? That's okay. I mean, hell, yeah. You know, how many Jewish folks decide, you know what? Chinese food in a movie is perfectly fine. You know? I mean, if a food bank is saying, hey, you know what, we're getting Passover. Could we get some stuff that might be kosher for Passover? Are you going to be like, oh, blah, 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 is Phil going to be like, oh, blah, 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 blah? Like, dude, come on now. is he gonna look at a hungry Jewish person and give them a bacon double cheeseburger just to spite them? What the fuck, dude? Come on. Matzah mix is a very common thing donated. Canada's more of a melting pot. The U.S. is leaning towards assimilation aspect for society. The thing was, the melting pot, it used to be the melting pot. Assimilation has become but it used to be, you know, because the fact is you could do that, you know, where you could go and get a Reuben at the deli, you know, but Reuben is an Irish food. But, you know, there's the Jewish delis and the Italian delis and all that kind of stuff. Yes, I do want a sandwich. I want a sandwich.
Huh? This just blows my mind. So it's not even go to the store and donate, and that's the ask. Now it's go to the store. Don't go to the store yet. Go on the internet, get the phone number of your local food bank, call the food bank, say, what food do you need? Well,
oh yeah, yeah. Peanut butter. That's the thing about peanut butter. Basically, lasts forever, and yeah, it's a huge. It's a great source of protein. That's why it got invented. Who was that? George Washington Carver, the guy who invented peanut butter, looking for a way for elderly folks who didn't have teeth to be able to get their protein because they couldn't really eat meat anymore. So how do you do it? Hey, peanuts got protein. We made peanut butter, and it's one of the best goddamn things ever made. Love peanut butter. Peanut butter is delicious. I know some folks can't have, and if you have a peanut butter allergy, I am sincerely sorry that you will never be able to taste the greatness that is peanut butter, because it's one of the, I love that. Oh, so good. Yeah. Yeah. No one's inviting Phil to the cookout because he'll show up with nothing but a paper plate. Yep. He doesn't understand. You get invited to a cookout, you're supposed to bring something for everybody. It's like, you know, like the church cookouts, you bring something for everybody, you know, and it works. But because people mostly only donate this time of year, so they need to take advantage of the opportunity.
Garbanzo beans, and we need this special kind of rice powder, and we need this seasoning. We need Chinese five seasoning, and we need this seasoning, and we need that, and we need that. Okay, so then
yeah, look, even his chat is starting to, yeah, like America's Building Diversity. You don't have to do that. It's a suggestion. Jesus Christ, yeah. Phil will throw out the jar of peanut butter when the peanut oil separates after sitting so long. Well, yeah, because the thing is, you shouldn't let it sit so long. You know, I'll tell you. You know what's a nice snack? Celery and peanut butter. Get some good fiber in you, and peanut butter. Yum. I had that when I was a kid, but you know what? As a snack for me trying to lose weight, I think it's pretty good now. It's important for food banks to get donations. They saved my life during my worst time. Yes, I completely agree. Getting food bank, getting any kind of non-perishable foods, whatever, you know, is a good thing. You know, if you can do it at times other than Thanksgiving, hey, that would be great. You know, even if it's, you know what, oh, you know what, you maybe got some extra corn or something like that. You got some extra vegetables. You can give that to them. They'll take it, and people will be thankful for it. But, you know, hey.
Then you got to go to the store with a giant special list of ingredients and buy those things.
Yeah, this is straw manning poor people. This is basically really shitting on very poor people who don't have enough money to afford food. This is really, really insulting. Like, how, like, dude, not everything has to be Thanksgiving.
To donate. You can't just go to the store and grab a bag and fill it and say, here's food to feed hungry people. That's not acceptable anymore. That's completely.
That's not what they said, and you fucking know it. King lost all his credibility, lost all credibility tonight. Yeah, this clip might be the thing that really kind of like
insulting. How dare you try to donate something that's not specifically what these groups are asking for? Okay, let's just finish the story. And
You
I'm gonna
don't
tell
donate anyway.
What I do.
Charities
I feel like a lot of people are going to be either asked to participate in one or maybe be inspired.
Like, seasoning is cheap. Like, and my thing is, you don't have to go and get like ground black pepper. Get some all-in-one seasoning, some Old Bay, some Mrs. Dash, something like that to do a little. Not shitting on immigrants now. Yeah, this is unhinged. It's not just immigrants and poor people. This is unhinged. I am...
To start a food drive themselves. That's exciting. For more resources from our local Heart Association chapter, just text the word HEART to 206-448.
Okay. So I'm not going to text the local Heart Association chapter to ask them what culturally diverse foods they would like.
This is the American Heart Association. What they're really kind of wanting is, it's not really about culturally diverse foods as much as it is trying to get you to understand healthy foods. Healthy. Something that, will allow them to not get stuff like heart disease or diabetes and stuff like that. Like, I mean, you could probably take Dunkaroos to the food bank, but they'll probably look like, oh, okay, sure, we can get them for snacks for the kids, but, I'm going to buy you a bag of Dunkaroos. Probably going to get you some weird looks. But yeah, just shitting on immigrants and stuff like that. Like, basically, the idea here, and I agree, is that this is basically him saying, immigrants, you need to just destroy your culture and eat only American foods. There was one good thing, one legit...
This is ridiculous, okay? At this point, it's like they actually want... Oh, look, an unknown error occurred. I know what the error is. I know what the error is, okay?
Fuck off.
Here's what I'm going to do.
Tell me how you don't take others' needs into consideration. Yeah, that would be like if Phil was to, if for some reason I found Phil into my house and I didn't like shoo him away with a broom and he wanted food and I just fed him things that would just inflame his gout. Like, that's kind of things. Yes, canned veggies have a lot of salt. Fruit has a lot of sugar. Healthier substitutes are better. Yeah, and unfortunately, that's the problem, is that salt and sugar are one of the best preservatives of food. It's kind of a problem. It's like, shit. How do we solve that one? I don't know. Yeah, acts like a 5-minute long conversation is a Herculean task. Like, especially if it's like, hey, you know what? If I was to go and, let's say, do a food, oh, hey, they're doing a food drive. Okay. Like, why not? Call the local, what food bank is it in? Okay. What kind of things do you need? Oh, you need this, this, and this? Yeah, no problem. I can take care of that. Yeah. And just get a bag of that stuff. Hell, the people at the food are going to probably give you a big old hug and thanks. Because the fact is, you're helping people.
I do. All right? Listen, I want to help people, but I'm not going to fucking spend hours calling, getting laundry lists of specific...
You're not having to call hours. It's like maybe a few minutes. They'll probably know exactly... Like, these food banks now, they know what they have. And they know what kinds of things they would need and would like to have. No, like, seasoning, more than likely. Just a little bit of maybe some coarse sea salt and some ground black pepper. That's about all you really need. You might get some all-in-one spices, but you got to be careful because they have a lot of salt in it also. Such a task to buy food and donate it for picking. Yeah, the fact that he can't just put whatever slop he wants to put in there. Like, he's just going to put whatever and not care. It's like, dude, people... I'm going to say this, and I know this, I believe that folks, even if they're poor, have the right to be able to eat healthy. I think that should be a human right, to be able to eat healthy. But I can trace back my heritage. Descendants of immigrants who came here from the 1800s, Germany. Yeah. I mean, I have a number, my heritage is of many different parts of, mostly European, but probably all European, but in different parts of it. But, I kind of have an idea. where I am. They check their inventory regular and yeah, that's the thing. Excel, like, I'm seriously, you call the food bank, you get somebody who has an Excel spreadsheet, like, hey, if you could get this, this, and this, that would be really helpful. And you get some of that, and you'll be great.
Things that I don't even know if I can buy. The whole idea was I do something that I can sacrifice some money, a little bit of time. Not, this has to be a giant fucking endeavor. This has to be a project. This has to be like insane amounts of work just to donate anymore. All right? So ladies and gentlemen, here's what I urge you to do. Don't go to the grocery store and get that bag and fill it with food because these people don't want it.
What?
All right? Here's what you do. You go to feedingamerica.org. All right? This website is a website that is a resource of places that you can actually help with food. Okay? When you go there, do not click the donate link because that just gives directly to them. What you need to do is that there's a link that actually says find a food bank. And I'm sorry because I'm actually blocking it here.
Well,
It's
move your
actually under
goddamn
my
camera.
frame. Okay, here. I'll move it.
Was that the quote? Love it, but do not donate. Oh, yeah. This is... Wow.
To show you what I'm talking about. Okay? My apologies. I didn't realize I was going to be blocking what I wanted to tell you about today. So, here's what you...
So why not donate? Why not just hit on donate? Yeah, do not buy food for food banks. Do not donate. Like, that is some... This is funny as fuck. I fully disagree with you. I think you're wrong and this is entertaining. Their recommendations are for less perishable items. Items that last longer. It's not complicated. They just don't want people to donate the expiring shit from the back of their pantry. Yep. Like, this is not only pissing people off, but basically insulting immigrants by saying, give up all, basically, no, you need to eat only American foods. America, fuck yeah.
What you do? Find a food bank. All right? Because let's say, if you're going to donate, you want to help people that are probably close to you or local to you, correct?
I mean... You can, but, I would find that, just paying for it and giving it to them is easier in my opinion.
So you click on Find a Food Bank, and I'm just going to give you an example. I'm going to give you my old zip code. This is my current zip code, but just to show you, this will work with any zip code. So you could do, my old zip code when I used to live in Connecticut was 06610, okay? And just like that, you can hit search. Boom. There's a food bank that serves that zip code. And now you can actually click on the food bank to donate directly to them.
His old
or
one
you
in
can
Connecticut.
actually
Yeah.
volunteer at that food bank. Maybe you don't have money.
I only give food banks and foreigners chicken nuggies. They can assimilate or fuck off. Other segments, okay, this is definitely a miss. You should not be strawmanning poor people. Yeah. How's DSPolitics so far? Sins, I need a hug. This is hard. This is painful. I mean, I have paused this. This has gone on for a 2-hour thing. I've spent almost 7.5 hours on this. You can donate food instead of money. In fact, I'd actually say donating food instead of money is a better thing, because the fact is that, yeah, like, I'm sorry, I don't understand why calling your local food bank, say, hey, I want to donate some stuff. Do you have anything that you need in particular? And I don't understand why that's a bad thing.
To give.
But
you could still help. You could donate your time. You could actually sort the food. You could probably serve Thanksgiving meals. You could still do things to help your local community.
yeah, you could volunteer at a soup kitchen, help a homeless shelter, help people. I don't, that's a good thing to do. I didn't lead you astray. This part's amazing film making himself look like an utter... It does. He is an utter piece of garbage in this. Oh, and my head hurts now.
Demanding that you go crazy, making sure you're buying the right foods, or else you're going to get a lecture and be told that what you do...
No one is going to give you a lecture. They're not... It's not about Thanksgiving. They're not going to give you a lecture. They're asking for it for the rest of the year. They're asking for it for like the rest of the year. Hey, guess what? You know what? Maybe Hispanic immigrants who might be very poor might like to still have, you know, tostadas or, you know, their own cultural heritage. They might want to do that. And I don't see a problem with that. You know, help people when you can, you know? I don't see why that's a big deal. Rest of the year is more important than just one holiday. Yeah, they don't always want rice and tomato sauce. Like, the fact is they're, you know, let them be able to do that, to be able to share their culture, to share their family history. I mean, think about it. Family recipes are a huge part of culture. You know, let them be able to take that recipe and go on to other things. They want tortillas if they are still fresh. Yeah. You know? And tortillas are great. They're great. You can make burritos. You can make little wraps. You know? Fucking sandwich wraps are great. They're great. They're very portable.
Did was wrong, and how dare you do the wrong kind of charity?
They didn't say that at all, you fucking monster. They didn't say that. All they said was, hey, there's other things other than Thanksgiving. If you could do that. If you can't, that's okay. They'll take what you give them. As long as it's, you know, not that, they'll take whatever you can give. Because they understand that. It's the Heart Association trying to ask if you could do some healthier stuff so that people don't have the wrong kind of charity. Yeah, the wrong kind of charity. What the fuck does that even mean? Yeah, he is, yeah, the only person with any kind of, like, the wrong kind of charity. Oh my God. Oh, I got 20 minutes left. Let me do this.
And then, by the way, since we have so many people here tonight on the stream, I'm gonna ask all of you out there to think, for this local Thanksgiving coming up, to do something. As little as $1, or whether it's an hour of your time, whatever it may be, all right? Do something to help your local to help your fellow man, to help your local person. Do it. Now, I'm not just saying this because, oh, this is what you should do. This is what you actually should do, okay? And just to show you that I put my money where my mouth is, I already made a donation tonight before I even streamed to show you that everyone should be doing this and follow suit, okay?
Like, Phil, you used to say that you didn't like when people did charity in public. So, you know, good Lord, remember the charity argument he had with Mr. Beast? I need aspirin after listening to that crap. Yeah, my thing, yeah, because he thought it was the amount very suspect. $103.94. Well, what is it, like a? Well, what was All right. So let's see, $14.99 times a 0.11. I'm trying to remember what was. It looks like whatever was in his PayPal at the moment. Yeah, I'm thinking that's what it was. It really literally was whatever he had in his PayPal. Like, especially because normally, like, I would think for like a donation, wouldn't it be like a you know, like a even number? Like, that would be what I was. And there's other what was that one? There was another charity. My grandparents used to do this charity. I'm trying to remember. There was a okay. Here's one. I'm gonna you know, do a little thing. This is another good charity. It's called Heifer International. When I was very young, my grandparents would always donate something in our names, and what this does is this helps farmers get livestock. My grandfather, when he was born, could not drink cow's milk, which back in the day, bit of a problem. So he you know, so the fact is, one of the neighbors had a goat, and the goat had had a kid and therefore could milk. And my great grandmother would, get goat's milk from him. And that is one of the reasons he survived and one of the reasons I am here. And every Christmas he would basically give the price of a goat in each of his grandchildren's name. And that, if you want to do this, that is another great charity to have. Like, this is the worst way to give people you want to help with food. That money can be spent in the company, whatever you want, and you have no say in your part. Yeah, I prefer something where it's more like donating the money for an actual, but they used to do it. How do you do that? No, I don't want to give money. I don't want that. No. I don't know. They used to have it where you could like donate a goat. Maybe they can't do that no more. And that makes me sad. I don't know. It used to be you could do that. How? I want to give a goat. How do you give a goat? I don't know. You used to be able to do it. I know it was Heifer International, but oh well. I mean, but whatever, if you find a charity that you feel is if you find a charity that can, that you feel is right, go for it. Former job CEO gave herself a raise from just under 100K a year to over 250K a year because she needed it. Meanwhile, I was asked for more than 50 and got told too bad, so sad. The job was labeled as nonprofit. Yeah, that is a big issue with nonprofits. I mean, that was one of the things that used to be, was you could, like, back in the day, it was giving literally just a goat to a farm for a family. Because, and the thing about goats, also highly resilient, don't need as much space, and can still give milk. Goats are a good thing. Unfortunately, it seems like you can't give goats. So that makes me sad, because that's what we used to do. Give goats. But I mean, if you find, like, that's the thing, like a food bank, it's just easy to just, hey, guess what? Give food. If you've got a little extra, if, maybe, hey, budget, you've been able to budget pretty good, and you're like, hey, you know what? Maybe you got like 20-30 bucks extra that you don't mind parting with to go to a food bank. That's a good thing. Yeah. Granted, we worked with government food for USDA certified stuff, barely, man. Oof. But yeah.
Fair enough. I think that everyone should do something for the holiday season to help others. And if it's not good enough to go to the grocery store and donate the food, then do it through there. Don't let these people, the American Heart Association of Washington or Georgia or New York or wherever the fuck they are, don't let them harass you into thinking that your charity is bad.
They didn't harass. They asked nicely. They never said, well, at least pigs are cute. Pigs also make bacon. But here's the thing. Pigs will eat anything. Pigs will eat a human body. If you take the hair and like the nails out, and maybe the teeth. Yeah, he is like a hog or a boar. He ain't a cute one. He is not Babe Pig in the City.
Oh, you didn't do the extra work to figure out what people should be eating or what's culturally diverse enough for your area. Fuck you. Charity is charity. If people want to give, they give.
You said bad. You called it bad, the wrong kind of charity. You shat on Mr. Beast for charitably helping people. Like, I get the idea. Like, Lunchly is horrible, but like, yeah, like to have a goat as a pet. I mean, I don't know that I would ever have a goat as a pet. Like, apparently goats have two forms, which is very nice, and today is violence. But goat as like a form of livestock, a form of milk, is not a bad thing. Goat's not bad. Cows take up a lot of space for pasture and grazing. Goats are a little bit more sustainable, especially in, let's say, rocky areas. Hell, I've been to Greece, and I know that a lot of their cheeses, like feta cheese, is goat cheese because you couldn't have cows on those hilly rocks. It had to be goats. So
be happy that they want to give instead of being demanding and picky and assholes about it.
They weren't being that. They were asking a polite suggestion. That is not being picky or demanding. It was a very polite suggestion from a very, hey, and it was very polite, very soft-spoken and kind, just asking, hey, if you can. Yeah, only Phil can see a suggestion as demanding. It was a very polite suggestion.
Take the donations. Cut the shit. All right? So go to Feeding America, find your local food bank, and either do a donation or donate some of your time, if at all you can. And if you can't, that's perfectly fine. But we're Americans here, or at least a lot of us are that watch my content. And if you can, you should. Fair enough? All right, folks. Well, that is what I have for you for my very first edition of DSPolitics.
Yeah, like, you're calling poor people assholes. This is bad. You are taking this to an extreme that doesn't exist. I thought Roman Catholics don't show charitable acts. Yep. They're not saying it's bad. They're asking you to try a little harder. Like, fuck, man.
Politics. Okay? I actually have a couple quick shout-outs to do.
Mr. Beast donated money to cure 1,200 people with partial blindness, and people thought he would... And
right,
so it wasn't just people thought. Phil thought he was basically the Antichrist for just for doing that. Like, that to me... Oh. God, that was awful. Actual charity with curing illness, disability is evil, but demanding money for unknown bills is good, according to this guy. Yeah. Because, well, the only charitability is for him. Demanding tips is asking. Yep.
Alright, it's just an idiot. I'm just gonna ignore them. Whenever I'm getting these dollar tips now, more often than not, they're jerks, so.
And remember, I guarantee you that when he does, like, DoorDash and shit, he doesn't tip. This is the beginning of his politics. Boy. It's going to be a little rougher when I can't actually pause this, but... So
Lady Charisma tipped $1.50 says, I see where you're coming from. When I was growing up, my family had to use food banks a lot. Sometimes a lot of the unhealthy, low-grade stuff. I remember one stuff even had maggots in it from sitting for so long. That is not the fault of the person who donated. That's the fault of the food bank, okay? So let's...
Wow! 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 Blaming a food bank because, oh, how is food bank actual politics? I don't understand. Maybe because the fact is that poor people are politics? I don't really understand.
To be clear here, the person who donated didn't say, hey, keep my food on the shelf so long that maggots grow in it, okay? So I'm not asking to go this far, but donate stuff that you think about what you're doing. Well, yeah, obviously, if you're trying to donate and it's a Thanksgiving meal, donate things that people would want to eat on Thanksgiving. That would be good things to eat on Thanksgiving. Don't donate a pack of candy bars, right? Don't donate, 100,000 calorie fatty cheeses and stuff. What do you think? Also fresh veggies. They can make something with that. The turkey, stuff like that. That makes sense. But that's not what they were saying in that story. They were actually saying, if you didn't hear what they said.
Like, he still thinks that the Thanksgiving drive is just about Thanksgiving. It is amazing how he can't hold that. We're fear-mongering garbage. The last wasn't political. Yeah, the first segment's fear-mongering garbage. Last segment, not even political in nature.
Said. So basically, this isn't just about Thanksgiving, which is what people are actually doing it for. We're just trying to line the shelves of the food bank with food. So give us food that's culturally diverse, because not everyone's going to eat the turkey dinner every day. Well, if that's the case, to be honest, here's the thing, they're not. All their drives are saying, the Thanksgiving drive, right? Well, then don't call it the Thanksgiving drive, right? Why aren't they honest and just say, we don't want you to donate food. We legit don't. We just want your money. If they were honest enough.
Were you dropped on your head as a kid?
I
Phil, you make me angry, Phil!
The toxicity. Why am I toxic?
I'm literally doing that because the fact is that this is literally making me angry. Like, the fact is that this is just... No, this was a kind suggestion if you could, but the fact is the Thanksgiving drive is also for other things. This is a politics. Belies the Kamala, it was more local news with Phil. Yeah, I agree, Sins. No doubt, Phil. Every food drive is about getting food in general. The name is just for the...
Stuff like that, I wouldn't even have a problem. If that woman came on screen for that and said, please just donate money, because we can spend the money on the food that we need, I'd be like, sure, here you go. In fact, isn't that what I did? So that's what you should do. But instead, you go to the store, you get pressure to donate. Now you're being told your donation is no good. Oh, you didn't think about the cultures around.
No one said that. No one said that.
No, it's not. Do this too. Okay, I'll do this too. What about this and this and this? Shut up. Just leave us alone. We tried to help, really. You didn't have to keep bothering us and keeping one step further, making it such a chore that no one wants to. No one can feel good about it anymore, right? We don't feel good about helping people. Stop telling us it's not good enough.
Like, nothing about... Do you actually think they will reject your donation if you don't give DEI food? Fucking hell, like, this is... No one ever pressures. It is a... Would you? And it is almost always, if you, only do as much as you can. If you can't, don't worry about it.
Okay. All right, folks. So, very good. I hope that you guys enjoyed the show. Any final topics or discussions you'd like to do? Because we're almost at the 2-hour mark, and my goal was to go do a 2-hour show tonight. I hope that you guys have enjoyed the show.
Bill, I have a suggestion. Rope yourself. In Minecraft.
Over 1,000 viewers at one point. We're at 900 now, but I appreciate you all being here. Oh man, what a dunce I am. I almost forgot. Are you ready? So everyone's asking, well, how can we get in on this? How can we help guide the topics on the next show and stuff like that, right? I'm going to show you right now.
You understand, right, that charity isn't turning people away for bringing in their food. They're saying it would be better if you brought other stuff. They're not turning food down.
Please head over to my YouTube channel, DSP Reacts. This is the channel where I'm going to post highlights from the show tonight over the course of the week. So if you miss any portion of the show and you want to see highlights, head over there. Now, what you can do, become a member. And if you become a member at the submissions tier, that's what you need because you're submitting suggestions, okay? Become a submissions tier member, which I believe is $4.99. It's $5. There's going to be a thread. I'm going to post a thread up literally tonight after the stream goes offline on this community tab. It'll be a members-only thread. In fact, I'm even going to make a members-only video just to explain the situation. That's the thread where you can submit news articles, video clips, suggestions for stories. It doesn't just have to be American stuff. If you have interesting things that you want me to cover that are not local, that you think I'll miss, you can submit them there. That is going to be the thread in which...
So, to suggest clips for his political show that is streamed only on Kick, you have to be a member of one of his YouTube channels. $5. Holy shit. Wow.
Which I will take suggestions. They might say, I don't get it. Why do I have to be a sub? Because if I don't do that, people are going to put the nastiest, stupidest crap in it. You know that. Which is
like, the fact that you have to be a member to a YouTube channel to submit things for a Kick program. What the fuck?
just an open thread. You're going to have 5 million moron trolls putting in crap, and I'll never get through it. It's, you put an incentive, you have to pay in order to do it. That's going to limit the amount of people who are going to do it, right? So that's what we're going to do. Submissions tier. Members on DSP Reacts can submit content for this show, and that's going to be a thread I'm going to draw upon every single week to look at topics to cover. Now, this is not
at that point, you might as well stream this also on DSP Reacts. Because you not streaming it on DSP Reacts, it's kind of sus, bro. You'd rather give me $10 and give this dipshit anything. I need to figure out what I want to do for the charity stream. I set up with the extra life things. I need to figure that out. That might be ignored. Pay money to just maybe see it on stream. It really is.
I guarantee I'm going to cover them, but it may give me some general ideas of what the hot topics are for the week, and then cover it in my own way. Sometimes I may actually directly reference topics to cover. Members on DSP Reacts can submit content for this show, and that's going to be a thread I'm going to draw upon every single week to look at topics to cover. Now, this is not a guarantee I'm going to cover them, but it may give me some general ideas of what the hot topics are for the week, and then cover it in my own way. Sometimes I may actually directly reference a link or a story that one of you post up there, but that's going to help me direct the show. Obviously, you guys liked the show with the amount of viewership that we got here tonight. This is a great way to be a part of that fun every single week. Okay? That's how you do it.
Wow. I may not actually... He needs to say in his membership page. Oh, he won't. You know he won't. He'll...
Become a member today at the submissions tier level, and that thread will be on the community tab tonight where you can start posting. Okay, so what did you guys think? So someone, Dunsfelder says maybe do one dumb news story a week. Could be something to find a dumb story that actually legit happened and laugh at how dumb it is. In America, we have no shortage of dummies, so absolutely I could probably do that every week and make it part of the show.
Why do you feel the need to focus on your local news? We don't live in Washington. Why should we care? Waste of a segment.
For the show. Yeah, Ava Cowboy Rocks, what a time you chose to start following me just recently with all this new content that I'm branching out and doing now, right? Pretty nuts. He says, one of my questions would be, why aren't there any young presidents in the current day? Oh, there's a great reason for that, and that's something that we can talk about our political system here in the United States, that basically you have to be an established person who's wealthy in order to get elected. It's just true. There's a few exceptions of people who become like senators who are younger, but to be president, I mean, who was our youngest president ever? Was it Obama? And he wasn't young when he got...
Not even, no. One thing, why aren't there any young people as presidents? Well, because the Constitution says you must be at least 35 years old to be eligible to run for president. The youngest person elected, I believe, was JFK. The youngest president to serve would be Theodore Roosevelt, if I recall correctly. I believe that Roosevelt was younger when he And no one's going to take a 30. Yeah, back in the day, a 35-year-old, they'll take a little more seriously because jab. But yeah, no one's taking 35-year-old now, nah. But back in the day, yes, it was the thing so that it wasn't just you're right out of school and to kind of keep, because remember, you had 25 for the House, 30 for the Senate, 35 for president. Back when things, yeah. But the thing about it is, if I remember, Teddy Roosevelt was the youngest to serve as president, but JFK was younger when he first got elected than when Teddy got elected in 1904. I think. Oh, hold on. No. Yeah. Yeah, I think 1904 when he got low. Is that right? I am getting this shit wrong. Let's find out. Okay, hold on. I believe Roosevelt was I'm trying to remember what, okay, so he was presidency from 1901 to 1909. If I remember correctly, yeah, the 1900 presidential election, McKinley got voted in, and then, he unfortunately then, in March 1901, so that's when Roosevelt took office, but then, September 6th, 1901, President McKinley was shot. And unfortunately, yeah, it was a little bit later. He got it actually wasn't even late 40s. It was because so Roosevelt. I'm pulling this up on Wikipedia. So okay, so President Theodore Roosevelt was born in 1858. So 1901. He was elected president before his birthday, so that would be 42, I believe. I believe it was 42. Yeah, I think that's 42. And therefore was elected president, it would be from 01 to, let's see, that'd be add another 3 years. So it'd be like 45, I believe, is when he was actually elected president. And John F. Kennedy was 43. So just a few years younger. That's why youngest president ever is Teddy Roosevelt at 42, but youngest elected is John F. Kennedy. And they were young. They were young. Like, early 40s is young for a president. But motherfucker got shit done. Like, this is the look of someone who is figuring out all the ways that he can kill you, and with the least amount of physical effort. Just remember, this motherfucker was a boxer. Yeah, 50s is considered young. Nowadays, 50s is considered young, but that's also because the life expectancy of people has grown so much that, yeah, like, that's considered young. I mean, I want to say George W. Bush was in his 50s when he was elected. Yeah, Obama, I want to say, was late 40s, maybe mid to late 40s. I can't remember exactly. I don't remember the exact thing, but probably, hold on, what we can do is, how young was Obama? 47. Okay, so Obama was mid to late. Oh, yeah, Kamala is considered young and she's 60. Yeah. But just remember, he boxed until he until he was partially blinded, and doctor said no more boxing, so he took up judo. This man's fucking up. This is one of those kind of guys. All right. As Woodrow Wilson said, Teddy Roosevelt died in his sleep because if he was awake, there would have been a fight.
You got elected in. They just don't let it happen. Well, that's a topic for another night, right? Slayer's enjoying the stream. I'm glad that you liked it. He says, here in Singapore, campaigns bring forward ideas of how to make lives better. Hold on, because it just scrolled off the screen. With concrete plans, that's why our government has been empowered since the founding of our country.
What?
See here. That's why our
That's
government,
Slayer?
our youngest president ever, was it Obama? And he wasn't young
So
when he got elected in. They just don't let it happen.
I mean,
But-
he was mid-40s, is still considered, it's still pretty young. It is kind of young because it's like you only have about 20 years of adult experience. I mean, but he was definitely on the younger age. I don't know about Singapore, but was that Slayer?
But that's a topic for another night, right? Slayer's enjoying the stream. I'm glad that you liked it.
Slayer!
He's just here in Singapore.
Slayer, how are you enjoying this stream? Don't you have... You have another shift at the glue factory, my dude. Get back in there. Teddy Roosevelt is Jake Paul's next opponent. That one nice guy. No, don't say that. Because if Teddy Roosevelt comes back from the grave, even as a skeleton, fucking Jake Paul couldn't whoop his ass. That motherfucker practiced judo. You think he wouldn't be in a boxing situation? That motherfucker would be like, would look at MMA and be like, I'm in. Get me a trainer. I'm gonna be an MMA fighter. You know Teddy would have done that shit. So he'd be like, this is like man versus man, the ultimate kind of fight. Yes. Teddy would have looked at that and just he would have figured out how to be fucking hoist crazy and choke bitches out. Holy yeah. Understand, Teddy Roosevelt one time when someone complained about having to ride 25 miles in the army, he rode like 50 miles out to him to tell him to shut the fuck up, and then rode 50 miles back. Understand, Teddy Roosevelt was one of those Giga Chads. Motherfucker, like Trump got shot, grazed in the ear. Teddy Roosevelt got shot in the chest and kept on fucking talking. Because no motherfucker's stopping the bull moose. Boxing and throws. What a world we live in now. Yes, he'd be like, hell yeah. But you know what he would also do? He would probably be, if he wouldn't be part of the military, he would probably be like with Arnold Schwarzenegger being like, no, we're going to get kids fit and healthy and all that stuff. And remember, now the Republicans would hate him because he really he liked the national parks. Remember, he created the national parks and he was big into conservation. Never forget that. With his friend John Muir, because he also wanted to be able to hunt things, conserve animals, protect them, because he wants to hunt them later.
Singapore campaigns bring forward ideas of how to make
He
lives
was
better.
the Giga Chad. He was such that's why FDR was a Democrat, because it was like he knew that he could not compete with Teddy Roosevelt. NRA would love him, and he probably would, but then he'd be like, probably would, but then he'd all like, the thing is, he would be a dude who they would start loving him until he then because he was a progressive. He put the liberal ideas that are like, what? And he'd be like, yes, this is what we should do. Help the people. Like, there's a reason he was called the Trust Buster. That is the thing. He would look at like some of these big old corporations, like, put up his sleeves. I'm gonna have to bust some more trusts.
Hold on, because it just scrolled off the screen.
But yes, Teddy
With
Roosevelt
concrete
was
plans,
the
that's
Giga
why our
Chad.
government has been in power since the founding of our country. See here. Vietnamese comrade says in Vietnam.
Also, remember, he got the Nobel Peace Prize because he stopped the Russo-Japanese War. An American president stopped the war between Russia and Japan. The balls on that man. He'd go into the FBI and tear it apart. He would destroy Google and Amazon. Yes, he would. Google, Amazon, and Microsoft. He would just break them apart.
Now we have 4 national holidays: the Gregorian New Year, Lunar New Year, Liberation Day. I almost said Libertarian Day. Liberation Day and Vietnamese Comrade says in Vietnam we have 4 national holidays: the Gregorian New Year, Lunar New Year, Liberation Day.
Okay, Gregorian New Year, January 1st. The Lunar New Year, aka Chinese New Year. Hell yeah. Chinese New Year's amazing. Like, if you don't have Asian friends, you can go celebrate with them. The Lunar New Year, it's so much
I almost said
fun.
Libertarian Day. Liberation
Wear
Day and
red.
National Day. Our political system is only one party. We have issues with celebrities due to them not caring about their fans. Rebecca says, will you watch clips beforehand? Of course. Do you really think I didn't watch any of the clips that we just watched tonight? I watched every single one of them. I had to usually, this is a well planned out show. I sat there, I plotted it out, I had
I
everything
also
ready to
like
go,
when
and it
his
went
hands are down, you
That's how I
can
wanted
really
this show to
see
go
how
every week. Like clockwork, good stuff.
one party, what
topics
could go
covered,
wrong. I
good
mean, that you
discussion,
said it was
and of course,
Vietnam.
thank you so much for
You could
support.
see how
Thank
his
you
shirt
so
is
much.
cupping
What a
his man
well-supported
titties.
First DSPolitics stream.
They
Some
would-
people said
yes.
I was going to make $1,000. I knew that wasn't going to happen. I was just happy to hit my normal goal, and we far exceeded it.
He
So
would
thank you guys
probably
for
be
that. The
weirded
attendance
out
was
by the
also
fact that
outstanding. To have over 1,000 viewers
the whole
for
thing that
most of
was
this stream, that's
a
really
term
cool.
that was supposed to be bashing him, the teddy bear, has kind of become a big thing, and you know, the stuffed animal that people give to kids. But he'd be like, okay, whatever. And
Thank you, guys. I was not expecting that on Kick whatsoever. Let's see here.
not only that, he would probably, if he was alive today, he would, you wouldn't need he would be the one running around the bases at the Washington Nationals, because they have their, you know, like their little, like you sometimes see like, oh, like ketchup, I think it was Pittsburgh has like the condiment race where it's like ketchup, mustard, relish, and then Washington Nationals have basically the president's race, which is the presidents that are on the on Mount Rushmore. Teddy Roosevelt would just come out just doing that shit. Just he's gonna go practice with them. Dude, just, I mean, understand, he had asthma as a kid and decided he's gonna make asthma his bitch. So
Darkside Pim says the fear mongering for 2024 didn't
Uncle
work.
Teddy,
When there were two
I
terms to
think he
compare.
probably was
Exactly
called
right.
Uncle Teddy.
You literally had option 1 and option 2.
He
laid out
also
next to each
apparently,
other.
I think,
The
wed
American
one of
people
his children
saw
in the White House,
experiences
and
they
it was
went
a bit
through.
of a zoo.
They chose the one that they
Like
thought
literal.
was the best. You can't lie about that because it just happened. You know, I guess the Democrats really thought the American people.
What?
Darkside Pim says the fear mongering for 2024 didn't work when there were two terms to compare. Exactly right. You literally had option 1 and option 2 laid out next to each other. The American people saw the experiences they went through. They chose the one that they thought was the best. You can't lie about that because it just happened. You know, I guess the
I mean, you know,
Democrats really thought the American people were that stupid.
or no, they thought that they thought they were under the impression that people had a better, were doing better under Biden than they were under Trump. Like, that's the whole point. Wasn't that they thought they were stupid. It was the fact that they thought, especially because of the fact of, you got to remember, near the end, people had a very unfavorable look of Trump when it came to his leadership, especially at the end of the COVID era, when it was getting near his thing. So very surface level idea.
To not remember the last 4 years that just happened. No, we're not watching high-speed car chases. That's not politics. What are you talking about? No. Chewbacca, what do you mean?
Just talked about food banks. That's not politics either.
Because what's your biggest critique from the right? What does that even mean? Critique of the right? Critique from the right-wing perspective? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Wow. Like, to me, that is so much like, yeah, Phil can't remember the last 4 months, let alone 4 years. But this is the thing. To me, that's how he's like, he is going to go with a conservative viewpoint. And the way he said that was definitely his way of trying to hide the fact that he's going to go with a more conservative viewpoint.
The youngest U.S. president was actually Teddy Roosevelt, who was age 42 in 1901. Whoa. He was 42 years old. Wait a minute, he was my age? Now, wait a second. Why don't you guys tell me?
Yeah, he is your age. Hold on. Where is it? No.
Tell me about this. I should have taken action much sooner. I would have done this 4 years ago. I would have had 4 years.
No, we're doing this. Look at Phil and look at Teddy. Look at Phil and look at Teddy. Yeah, he thinks... And the thing about Kino Casino, though, is that they'll also go after all the lolcows and stuff like that. But look at this. Like, Phil, look at how worse you look as opposed to Teddy Roosevelt. Yeah, it doesn't talk about politics all that much. Yeah. If you want that, you have to watch the show that isn't free. Yeah, the free show's about the lolcows and stuff. Like, Phil... Understand that, yeah, Teddy Roosevelt looks a lot better than you. Looks a lot healthier than you. Yeah, he served in the fucking military. I mean, yeah, he went to fucking war. The Rough Riders. I think the Battle of was it San Juan Hill, I think? Is that where he was? Yeah. He's looking rather well, he is a rich man. Yes, he's looking very dapper. He's got his pince-nez. All that shit. As I said, he's looking like he is about to beat the fuck out of you. He's gonna rip you in half. You know? But that's the thing. Look at that. Like, he looks in better shape. And for a century ago, where, you know, water wasn't as clean, people drank a lot more alcohol. It's very, very odd that he looks a lot better than Phil does now. Tell you that. And I don't even know when this was taken. Like, this could have been an official... Oh, 1904. Okay, so he was 46. But yeah.
Years to build. I mean, that is the ultimate plan here. Is, you know, 2028. Renell for president. I mean, that's what I'm doing here. Don't you know? Would I consider myself independent or red-blue? As I've said, I basically think I'm independent because there's some times that I will definitely lean towards the left. There's sometimes I will definitely lean towards the right. It depends on the issue. I feel the problem with the American government right now is that we have two insanely polarized parties that don't seem to be willing to work together to serve the people. And that's what they are. They're supposed to be public servants, but they're not serving the people. A lot of the times they're self-serving. How do I only help myself and this group here that likes me? But what about everyone in the country? Everyone needs help, not just the one select side or group here or there. And that's what's being lost.
Oh no, I lost my controls.
Together to help the entire populace of the United States.
Jerky was your preferred meat preservative. Salted is everything.
And everyone else is my enemy and I hate them. That's not how the government's supposed to work.
Let me refresh this real quick so I can get the
All right, here we go. Moving. That's
like, here's the thing. I lost all the controls.
Car chases. That's not politics. What are you talking about? No. Chewbacca, what do you mean? Because what's your biggest critique from the right? What does that even mean? Critique of the right? Critique from
like the thing about the whole critique of the right. He doesn't talk. He very much changes the subject, and yet he still wants to hold himself as independent. Like, Phil, that big old segment about Kamala Harris really does kind of make you feel like, you know, it kind of puts you on one side. Just saying. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but, you know, if you just want to say you're conservative, say you're conservative.
42 in 1901. Whoa. He was 42 years old.
Like, he's saying he's independent to kind of sit on that fence.
I would have done this 4 years ago. I would have 4 years to build.
A political YouTuber, you can't really sit on the fence.
I'm the president. I mean, that's what I'm doing here. Don't you know? Would I consider myself independent or red-blue? As I've said, I basically think I'm independent because there's sometimes that I will definitely lean towards the left. There's sometimes I will definitely...
Yeah, no mention of Jill Stein, no mocking Trump in any way. Yeah.
Definitely lean towards the right. It depends on the issue. I feel the problem with the American right now is that we have two...
Phil, there was... The way you were talking about this, it was very much, yeah, you were being almost a little deification of Trump. I'm gonna say, yeah, no, this is
insanely polarized parties that don't seem to be willing to work together to serve the people. And that's what they are. They're supposed to be public servants,
Yeah.
but they're not serving the people.
Yeah, no, Frosty Beats, you're correct. He definitely is trying not to scare off any whales that might be Democrats. But the fact is that this whole thing should have scared them off. The fact that he, like, the way that he was talking about this. Yeah, we love to bash Vosh, Destiny, and Chunk, but that is because they are diehard Dem cultists. The fact is that, like, I will admit, I think I'm probably more left of center on many issues. But the fact is that the party itself, I don't think that they're, like, I'm sorry, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. And I don't really agree with a lot of the conservative things. The worst he said about Trump was, I don't like Trump. Yeah, that was literally the worst he said. And he has gone out of his way to kind of not talk, like, he went out of his way. Like, if I saw only this, I'd say this guy's a conservative.
A lot of the times they're self-serving. How do I only help myself in this group here that likes me? What about everyone in the country? Everyone needs help, not just...
Phil, you are completely self-serving. That is the whole thing about you. You are nothing but self-serving. If it doesn't help you, you don't like it.
The one select side or group here or there, and that's what's being lost in our country. That's what needs to change. People working together to help the entire populace of the United States of America, not just, oh, I only help this one group.
You know you lean right, but you say that you could still say Trump is insane with certain policy he promotes.
Do I think the political justice, excuse me, do I think the justice system was weaponized over the last 2 years? If you're talking about Donald Trump, here's the deal. We talked about this actually on my React show previously when we were covering when he was in New York in the trial and all this indictments and all this shit. Basically, here's the thing. People in the United States of America who own businesses and are rich get away with little crimes all the time. They just do. The reason being is because they're all buddy-buddy. They're all friends. The people who are prosecuting, the people who do this shit, everyone just likes each other and lets it go.
He's an asshole when he wants to be.
Once in a while, there's a reason why we need to actually bring attention to something. In this case,
I mean, yeah, no. I think somebody said Donald Trump is a pro wrestler. And I understand that, but I really do not want a pro wrestler as a president. But Obama, for being a nice, lovable guy, was a dick too. I mean, I feel like when it comes to presidency, you almost have to be a little dickish. But you know, he's an asshole when he wants to be. For being a nice, lovable guy, was a dick too. Like, yeah, the fact is sometimes you could, the nice, lovable guy is okay, but sometimes you got to be the dick. And he only doesn't like him because of the incident he had with him in his past job where he wasn't even really involved with. It comes with intimidation. Yeah, the fact is that if you want to project power, you will have to sometimes intimidate folks. And sometimes that just means being a dick. You got to be able to radiate power. And people who are nice folks, they don't radiate that kind of power. You know? The hell, yeah. Like, the fact is, yeah, he wouldn't even know. To be honest, I would rather have Hulk Hogan because that'd be funnier. Yeah, but then, Drax, you know, at that point, I would... Jeb Bush, too nice guy. Yeah, but Aqua Saber, what about this? What about that? What about the guac bowls? To be honest, Jeb, if Jeb had won his governorship in his initial governorship in Florida, I think he actually would have been able to get the presidency in 2000 instead of George W. Bush, who never really wanted to be president. That man wanted to be the commissioner of baseball. And so I think that probably would have, because I don't really think George W. Bush liked being president. I feel like that really wasn't, it's like that was what was expected of him, but I don't think it really was I don't think that was his passion. If he had been commissioner of baseball, he'd have been happy. That man loves baseball. Okay. But the thing is, Jeb didn't have the charisma to be able to pull anything. Like, please clap. And also the fact is, we don't need dynasties. That is also true. Like, the fact that was one of the big things about 2016 was they didn't want another Bush-Clinton election. So what say you pass on Gura being the reason the Dodgers winning World Series? I think that little shark girl made a baseball team win. Well, you know what? That means they better go send that little shark girl a World Series ring. I still love it that people are so pissed about Gura singing the 7th inning stretch. People, young people who are just being shitlords are pissed, whereas old people were like, I guess that's just a cartoon character and they didn't give a shit. I'm like, okay, it was for the kiddies. Like, who cares? Like, fuck, man. I mean, better somewhat. Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, Pecora and Susei, those three sang the national anthem, didn't they? I mean, technically, Trump has more leadership experience than Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he was Republican governor of California. Well, part of that, Drax, is also that Schwarzenegger can't be president. He cannot, he literally is not able to, he's not eligible to be president. So I think people would have. Yeah, who cares? It was fun. Yeah, it was fun. People liked it. There was merch. You know what? Fuck it. Okay. I don't, all she did was, yeah, they just sang. They just were on the thing and they sang, and it sounded fine to me. I didn't, so, yeah, but here's the thing. If they do it again, they'll be better about the merch.
They thought if they indicted Trump on these little crimes, they are crimes. We watched them. We looked at them on the React show. And it was basically just he misclassified payments to save some money, like on taxes. He said it was one thing, but it was actually another thing. It's the most small, innocuous thing. It's not a heinous, egregious thing that he did. But he did it. It was proven. It's just not a big, insane thing.
Phil, wasn't Phil the guy who said was Phil the guy who basically said that Trump should have put the Stormy Daniels instead of a lawyer retainer as just put hush money? Phil, you know that hush money isn't quite legal in all the times. Seeing random fans ask who Gura was and having hollow fans try to explain, well, she can sing the stretch really well, so whatever. Yeah, that's the thing. Gura sang it well. So it's like, okay, whatever. And yeah, anybody who was old was just like, oh, it's probably a cartoon character for the kids. Yeah. You think I'm on? Yeah, don't do that. Don't get a DSP mug. Yeah, people will think you're a dent. I like a HoloLive baseball cap. Yeah. You know?
Right? So why are they going after him for this? Everyone else does it too. He's not the only one. This is probably a common practice that happens. People basically trying to get out of paying taxes.
But no, the fact that Phil was basically saying, like, you know, he should have just been honest. The fact that he was like, oh, you should have been honest and just put it, instead of under lawyer retainer, put it under hush money, just shows that Phil doesn't understand any. It's like, hush money's not exactly a legal thing. And, yeah, that's not quite how things go. He's dumb.
I mean, Trump has a history of that. A lot of big business people have a history of that. Okay? So, all of a sudden, now it becomes a big thing where our government needs to go after him just before the election. Kind of weird timing there. That now the specific moment they decided to go after him right before the election when he's going to be the presidential candidate on the Republican side. Now is the time to go after him for this. And, yeah.
I mean, they were, the charges were, an NDA is a legal document, proper legal document. I mean, I don't really know. I don't, you know, if I have to pay hush money, I don't normally put it on my taxes. When it came to Stormy and NDA, I don't, but I don't know the whole thing about, though, he should have wrote that off as hush money on his taxes. I'm like, what, Phil? What the hell? I have no idea. I don't know. Like, because the thing is, they were going after Trump before the election, before he even stated that he was, before he even stated he was going to run, they were looking at criminal charges and stuff like that. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. When he mentioned running as a Dem, they were after him. I mean, I wouldn't, yeah, but I think they were after him beforehand. you know, I think they were after him beforehand. I'm also going to say this. I don't think he's nearly as rich as he claims to be. I think that he overvalues his name brand. I don't think he's as rich as he claims to be. But that's just me.
It was very definitely fishy. It's pretty obvious that it was done on purpose. Again, much like many of these things, you'll probably never be able to prove it. That's the problem. Like, there's
And here's the thing. The way he's talking about this, like, let's be honest. This is not the first time that the justice system has been weaponized like that. No, he is rich, not billions, though. Yeah, that's the thing. He is rich, but he massively overinflates how much he claims. Like it. But here's the thing. This is not the first time that the Justice Department has been used like this, and it will not be the last. Don't forget, like, if you want to think, oh, this is bad, go look at, like, Nixon's administration, what he did with the justice system. Oh, boy. Yeah. Nixon did some, I mean, there's the reason that the Pentagon Papers go in where they literally broke into the dude who leaked the Pentagon Papers. They literally broke into his psychiatrist's office. Like, yeah. Like, understand, you know, as much as people want to show, Biden's nowhere near as corrupt as Nixon. Like, the fact is, it has been used, and and here's the thing, I guarantee you that a lot of administrations have kind of used the Justice Department a little bit in kind of doing that stuff. I wouldn't be surprised, but I believe it's also both parties have done it. So it needs to stop, but let's not put it on just one party.
Upper echelon of people in this country, and they all scratch each other's backs constantly to stay in power, and they all help each other out. But then when they become enemies, then the gloves are off, and then you start seeing this kind of behavior. But how would you ever prove any of it when they literally control the system? They control it all. The people will never be able to hold those people accountable. They're too rich and powerful. You know, they're just this different. But they don't even know what it's like to live like normal people. They have no idea. They've never been down in the trenches, working these jobs, living normal lives.
The trenches, working normal jobs. You've never been in the trenches, Phil.
Going after me for it. What does that mean? But yeah, absolutely. I think that there was a weaponization there on purpose, and it backfired. Because actually made people like Trump more, which is hilarious.
Yeah, scare subpoena and the person in question backs down. Yeah.
You could submit stuff about Singaporean news and Singaporean politics. Understand that I'm probably not going to cover it often, but every once in a while for variety, it might be nice to have a story where we reference Singapore and stuff like that. You know, but it ain't gonna be common. Most people at this point right now, with the election just ending, they want to hear about American politics. You know.
They want to hear about it after the election. Good job, Phil. All of Phil's takes with no research behind it make me want to look into politics more. Yeah, but be careful. That could be a rabbit hole and you may not want to go down.
What is my biggest critique of conservatives? Again, I think the problem with conservatives is, how can I put it? Again, it's almost the same problem with Democrats, where they have some good ideas, but they go to the extreme with these ideas.
Wow! Did you see how he was trying to dance? Yeah, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. He was trying to dance around that. And when they held him to that, that's the thing. He wants to be a conservative person, but then say, oh, I'm independent. No. Yeah, they want to hear national politics, not this local BS no one cares about that will never affect them. Yeah, here's the thing. You could say, what good ideas do the Democrats have? What good ideas do the Republicans have? And you can say, and then what things you don't agree with. And then you can kind of come to the thing of, he can't say the easy layup like too much, like they focus on religion too much. Yeah.
And when you go to the extreme, what happens when you have that circumstance where someone needs help and they can't get it because you change things to be this extreme stance? You know? I mean, again, there's not enough time tonight to go into detail. We're out of time. The show's about to end.
Ooh! And that is how you get out of that. Like, that was him just being like, he did not want to answer that question. He did not. He is not, like, that should show as much as he wants to say it, he's not an independent. This guy is he is full on trying to be a conservative. And that's where we're at. Like, he wants to be a conservative, but he is completely unwilling to actually, he is completely and utterly unwilling. I mean, religion is definitely part of the party, but that's not even mainstream conservatism anymore. No, it isn't. Like, but the hilarious thing about that is he had no idea. He had, like, no fucking idea how to actually do this. Like, that is amazing. Knows nothing about the political parties outside what Twitter will tell him, or he knows the smallest bit. He couldn't even put up one thing of, hey, you know what? I don't like that they do this. He couldn't even do that. Like, think about that for a second. Somebody asked him point blank, what do you dislike about conservatives? And he had nothing. And so he tries to do the backhanded thing of, oh, well, you know, they're kind of like the Democrats. In what way, Phil? In what way? He said nothing. That whole thing was him saying nothing. Like, wow.
I'm sure these will be topics. If you have topics like this you want to discuss, submit them. This is the right time to do it. Become a submissions tier member over on DSP Reacts. Submit stories, videos, topics on these subjects, so we can watch them and address them in future episodes. Okay? I don't have time to specifically address issues right now. But much like the Democrats, they go too far on certain things. It seems like no one wants to work together to fix issues. Instead, well, my belief is this polarized belief all the way over here. Oh yeah, well, my belief is this polarized belief all the way over here. And then who no one wants to help anyone. Like, most Republicans would be happy if they could just hold all the wealth forever and control everything. They'd be very happy to do that. They would. That's cool. The Democrats are like, well, we want to give everything away. Just give everything away completely. So one side wants everything for themselves, the other side wants to give everything away. Wait, what? Huh? Where's the middle?
Yeah, he is literally just, he's repeating, there is literally, he literally said nothing. That whole thing was literally him saying nothing at all.
About this, I'm sure. All right, I think we should end the show. We've gone a long time. We've gone over 2 hours now. I want to say thank you guys for a great initial audience here. Head over to DSP Reacts. Please subscribe.
You think
over there.
majority Republican Party putting America first and everything else second?
Right after I'm done here, I'm going to do a private members video to explain the situation. I'm going to post up a thread with that video in it that you guys can all start submitting for next week, and we're going to go from it. I hope that this show was entertaining to you. I hope it gave you what you were looking for. I think a lot of people were wondering what kind of show it's going to be. And the thing is, I want you to understand the show will not always be leaning one way or the other way either. This is a very matter-of-fact show, a very honest show. There's going to be...
Oh my god. So basically, is he going to like flip-flop or some shit? Oh my god, Phil. This is going to kill any political thing. Because he won't have any kind of stance. Like, you don't have to be a slave to one party or the other, but you do have to have a stance and say, this is what I believe. Hard center. And here's the thing. Nobody wants a hard center political show on YouTube. Nobody is looking for that shit. Fuck off with that shit.
Shows where I don't like what the Republicans are doing, and I'm going to tell you all about it. And that's okay. I'm going to criticize Trump during his presidency. 1,000,000%. That's going to happen. Okay? And I hope you're ready for that. But I'm going to tell it like it is, and we're going to see what happens in this country for the next 4 years.
I'm going to tell it like it is.
You can believe it.
Sure, Phil. Phil, you have never told it like it is. Like, you for 7 years lied about WWE champions, and now you're willing to... You don't want to offend anyone, only achieving and offending you. The center show is basically the nothing show. Yes, Drex, that's completely correct. It's a nothing show, and it's not going to do very well.
Just gifted another 10 subs to the community. It's insane.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money. Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling. Got the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter.
Oh boy. Well, that means I might be able to do it live.
The dollar, dollar. Can a damn soul stop it?
I had a great time. I wish you all a good evening. Remember tomorrow, for those who are interested, back to gaming for me.
Yeah, the center show is a nothing show unless the fact is that you are...
The return of fighting games, 7 p.m. Pacific time. It's either going to be the Marvel vs. Capcom 2 collection or it's going to be Street Fighter 6. I'm not decided yet. Either one would be great. Either one would be fun. All right? Everyone, please have a good evening. Thank you so much. See you all in the AM. Peace out, and have a good night. Be safe out there in America. Bye-bye.
Fuck you, Slayer. Bill Maher is good for his analysis because he's hard, but he will say dumb super pushing messages. I don't like Bill Maher, Aqua Saber. One of the big things is because he is on the board of PETA, and I will never. I also find him to, he thinks he's George Carlin, and he's not. And I cannot watch the stuff. I mean, fuck me. He also just didn't he go a little anti-vax during that? I don't know. The thing about not even close to Carlin. Yeah, no, he's very few people are close to Carlin. I would actually argue that, I mean, there's a reason people are like, oh, it's Pryor and Carlin and no one else really close. Like, those two were the best. But yeah, him being on the board of PETA pisses me off because I hate PETA and what they do. The fact that they are for kill shelters. Tries too hard to be Carlin. I think so. But I do like Bill Burr sometimes. I think he can also be funny. I don't find Bill Maher that funny. Part of it is I do find Bill Burr funny. I just don't find Bill Maher that funny. But but it's hard to be Carlin, because Carlin had to go through a lot of shit to be Carlin. Like, remember, motherfucker got arrested for his 7 words you can't say on TV. He got fucking arrested for that shit. Never forget. Oh, I'm done. I'm done. I don't know how I'm gonna hit. But Goodwin is a great to start. His timing is lacking, and a good amount of time. Modern George Carlin is pretty much Dave Chappelle. My thing is this. Well, also, near the end of his life, George Carlin did kind of become a curmudgeon. It wasn't always great to see, where he became a bit of a grumpy old man, but, but still, I did get to see him live at least one time before he died. So even if it wasn't great, I did get to see him live. He was one of the best stand-ups ever. And yeah, and consistent for a number of decades, which is hard for a comedian to do, to be consistently funny and counterculture for many decades. So I'm kind of done. I got nothing else. I'm gonna... So I'm gonna head on out. I will... Lord willing, I will be... God willing, I will stream fucking... I will fucking stream the... DSPolitics on Thursday, so yeah. Yeah, Dave Chappelle said fuck to a $3 million TV deal, went to Africa to find himself spiritually, yeah? That he did. And now he finally owns his own show. Took him a long time, but he got it. I'll catch you guys later. Thanks a bunch.
We get a big ups to Darcy DeFlo and add his song to the playlist. No. What is up, everyone? Hello, hello, and welcome. Only mic was on. It's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know. Hello, hello, hello. Turn it up, turn it up, turn it up. Turn up my headphones. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. What's up, Jamie? Yo, yo. Good to see you here today. Are you ready for this? Yo, yo. You know what time it is. Yes, Jay. Big time. Go. Shout out to all my niggas from Guadalajara. I'm cruising in my blue Corolla. I need that money to be a high roller. Trapped and made a controller. She's crying downstairs, so I have to console her. Swimsuit model with eating disorder. Spent $200 on her DoorDash order. Yo, just a fucking crook with a fucking crooked jaw. False flagging out channel with my puppy dog. I committed fraud, and I got low teeth. I'm a low teeth god. False flagging, mundane maggot. Phil's fat, Phil's a faggot. Phil's a loser, Phil's a beggar. Arnold, Phil's a nigger. Right? How do you say? Brunel's a nigger, right? Very nice. All right. Let us continue. It's 3 a.m. and I can't sleep. I got 2 big bills coming next week. One more chance to save the best streak. I'm going full mask off. It's not that deep. It's 3 a.m. and I can't sleep. I got 2 big bills coming next week. One more chance left to blow. You ready? 8 time go. 8 time flow. Whoa. They thought I fell off. No. Like a prime D rose, I be dunking on these hoes. Turn you into T-part, striking a T-pose. So let me tell you now what the story is. They call me DSP. Notorious. I'm cruising and wrenching, fast and furious, with my homie Pastor Eric Miller.
He's quite curious. They don't have nearly what it takes to be a man. And since I took their manhood, that's mine now, so I ain't giving it back.
My trolls are always watching me, waiting for another disaster stream. They won't even give me a piece of peace. They're like a whole fucking team locking onto my stream like a detractor beam. I can't get rid of it. Sober. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing supporters. Detractors are bending me over. Just another pawn in this Ludwig world order. And now I'm seeing so much clearer as I sit here staring into Dark Dave's mirror and all of my fears and all that I see. The raw DSP. Bottom leader, cult leader. It's 3 a.m. and I still can't sleep. I guess this is all I will ever be. This is just how time flows. Until it time goes. It's gonna take years of effort to try to dig myself out of this fucking hole. It really is. And it sucks. I hope that someday I'll get out of it. I don't know if I ever will. I may be living month to month, paycheck to paycheck, begging for fucking tips and shit on stream for the rest of my life. Like, it's been tough. You know, my life has been tough over the last decade. Yeah. You know, my life has been tough over the last decade. Yeah. You know, my life